By Mefisto and Souls of the Dead from Merciless. This is International Thrash, Scandinavian Thrash Tech 2.0 with our special guest, Daniel Ekeroth. If I did that properly, this is the Rec Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
And I'm Jason. Yeah, this is 2.0 because we did Scandinavian Thrash Attack probably maybe about a year ago. It was Denmark and Finland, and so this is the sequel to that.
Point.
What's that?
Might be 2 years at this point.
No, it was last summer. I remember because yeah, the only reason I remember is because I had to do that interview with the guy from the main dude from Artillery up at like the cabin we were staying at right before I did my rock and roll lecture, and it was like,
okay,
and it was a pain in the ass because he's like, can you do Zoom right now? And I was like, and I was like in a cabin in the woods type thing, and I was like, fuck, do I have internet? So it was kind of a scramble session, but yeah, and if we're being perfectly blunt, it's gonna be 95.5% Sweden and like 4% Norway. The Norway portion is more of a coda, kind of at the end of the episode. So, yeah. So if you're like, oh, I don't know anything about Norwegian thrash, well, I don't know if we do either. So that might be the end result. It's
very, very small, very niche.
It's very niche, and we're gonna talk about some theories and stuff when we get to it about why. But yeah, so. If you are joining us, maybe stumbled on this episode for the first time, back kind of right at the beginning-ish, or, in the midst of COVID, we did a thrash series that was quite popular, but it was all American thrash. And so I sort of brainstormed out what's non-American thrash, international. And so we've done some episodes on Switzerland and Sodom and a few, Australia, Japan thrash, Belgian thrash, Dutch thrash. And so we don't do these in order. And it's not, a continuous series like the first thrash one is, but every now and again we'll sort of drop in and see what's going on in the history of the international thrash because each country has like their own styles sometimes, their own like kind of quirky personalities, and a lot of this stuff. I mean, you just literally heard two demos. We'll talk more about those songs in a second, but a lot of this stuff is not album worthy, or a pretty good demo quality, but it's not gonna be Master of Puppets, recordings, or Slayer, Rain and Blood in terms of Andy Wallace production and some of
Yeah,
that. It's
yeah.
pretty primitive, and it's more historical documentation more than anything. And so, you know, our approach is not to sort of exhaustively dissect every song the way we would if we were doing maybe a singular band or an album or something, but more to take you on kind of a narrative journey of kind of what this is sort of all about, and give our perspective, I suppose. And um, Mark mentioned Daniel Heroth, I think is how he told me to pronounce it at the very beginning of the interview, but he is, of course, the author. Many of you might know from his Swedish death metal book that came out like 2008, I think, 2007, somewhere
I
around that.
it's kind of like I would say outside of Choosing Death, it was like the next big,
Yeah.
like, holy shit, this is the book I wanted since I was a teenager kind of thing.
Well, and I remember it had to have come out before we started the podcast because we met him in New York City at the Gates reunion show with Albert and
That's right.
Chris and our buddy Luke,
Yeah.
and that was only like 13 episodes into our podcast at that point because that's when we recorded the two episodes with Albert for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, so that was first year.
Yeah, yeah. So it was '08 when we did those episodes. So I didn't look at the book, but I think it's like '07 or so. And then what was pretty cool too is they put out a 3 CD compilation. I don't know. Do they have a vinyl version of it, Mark? I'm not
I
sure.
don't know. I have the CD one still. I don't think it came out on vinyl. It
Okay.
might have since, but not when it first came out.
Sure. Sure. But it was kind of a sampler of a lot of the things he talked about in the book and stuff. And there were a lot of unknown hidden gems in there, or maybe bands like that you, me, or Chris had heard of, but we hadn't really ever gotten our hands on like a song from a band. And it was cool. It's a really, really, really nice historically, documented thing. And he's currently working on the history of Swedish like punk and hardcore book that will be coming out probably in the next year or so,
That'd be cool.
which is pretty
I mean,
neat.
that's kind of like the precursor to, or was happening concurrently with Swedish death metal, or just before. So it's kind of like an interesting part of that whole history that I have no really
Yeah.
clue about.
I mean, I think the one band I do know is like Anti-Simics and, a couple
Yeah.
others, Skit System that Tampa was sort of part of and things like that. So, um, yeah, but I mean, basically what you got there, and we'll talk more about these bands later in the episode, but I would say in a lot of ways, maybe the two centerpiece bands of the episode, definitely Merciless. Like we could have done just a Merciless show, but there's not a lot to say about them. They're like the most essential, I think, in terms of the music we listen to, thrash
Yeah.
band to come out of Sweden.
Yeah.
Uh,
Proto death metal kind of thing.
yeah, for sure, Blur the Line, that whole thing, and we'll get into the history and what was unique about that stuff. But Mefisto, I think we're ahead of their time, and I think if they had
Hmm.
been able to put out an album, or if luck had been a little different, they could have had a bigger legacy because the people that look up to them, and we'll talk about that when we get to them, were pretty infinite. But they were kind of the two heavyweights and maybe pioneers in the whole kind of Swedish thrash scene, I suppose. Um, you know, I mean, there's lots of people that believe in the scene, and I think Ekeroth is one of them. I think Michael Ackerfeld's one of them, and Nikki Anderson, and a few other quotes that I sort of found in the book that believe that these two demos, the Puzzle demo and the Megalomania demos that came out the same year for Mephisto, and the Realm of the Dark demo, are the like best things that ever came out of the thrash scene. Is those demos even more than any of the full length stuff that Merciless put out later? So,
I
and
believe it,
yeah, they're
because the first Merciless I think I heard was Unbound
oh okay.
back in the day, and I was like, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Well, and by the time Unbound came out, you were so immersed in death metal, it kind of seemed uh, not vital, probably. It's
Yeah,
like,
and even the recording, like I think the demo recording makes them work better. But
yeah, it's like savage and raw and
yeah,
all the
it's
good.
like pre second generation black metal
Yep.
or
Yep.
black and like pre dissection and that kind of whole black thrash thing.
Sure. Well, in fact, in the sort of Swedish death metal compilation thing, he gives like a little blurb for each song, and the Souls of the Dead song is in there, and he basically just says, "What can I say about this? Simply the best recording by one of Sweden's best bands ever. Merciless ruled everything when I was a teenager, and in my book, they should rule it still today." So there, I mean, that's kind of, I think, how people felt about that realm of the dark demo. And when we talk more about Merciless later in the episode, we'll talk about the history of who that got passed to and how that got them signed to certain labels and
Yeah,
connections. And
that
it's pretty
fucking logo,
interesting.
I love that logo so much.
Yeah. Well, and Chris, for Christmas birthday, I don't know, in the last couple of years, Chris Dick, kind of our partner in crime, and one of the OGs of the Requiem zine with Mark that this podcast is named after. But he is really, really good friends and neighbors, kind of with Guts from Death Evocation, who grew up in Germany, a German death metal, like listening to all this stuff as it was kind of coming out.
Yeah,
And he has just boxes of t-shirts that he is always kind of getting rid of. And a couple years back, Chris got me the an original Merciless shirt that's got that. I don't have it sitting in front of me, but it's got like it's not a witch head, but some kind of like that head that's inside the booklet, and it just says Merciless with that cool logo. It's red. The t-shirt's black, but all the print's red on it. It's cool. So it fits like a 1991 kind of shirt, though. It's very,
weird boxy shirt.
yeah, it's a
Yeah,
little weird. I think I busted it out at MDF this year as a like as a spare t-shirt, so I like wore it for maybe Unleashed or something like that when I changed the shirts later in the day after sweating and stuff. But
yeah.
yeah, it's not a comfortable shirt to wear the way like newer shirts are, I suppose. But so you're kind of wearing it more as a novelty. But yeah, so pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. Mark, last time we saw each other in person was actually about a month ago or so. My girlfriend, who is also like Mark's partner, a Patreon of the podcast. But yeah, she threw a surprise party for me, and I as the surprise party was happening, like as like I was watching people and stuff like that, I don't know, it blew my mind. I was really appreciative that you made the journey all the way down. Like
Yeah, dude.
I half expected to see the local people, right? People I teach with and things like that. But I was like, oh fuck, when you were kind of in the back, and when you finally like turned the corner, and I was like, holy shit, Mark's here too. I was just like, I was
I had
like
to make a
putting,
grand entrance.
I know, well, it was like I was putting all these like equations together, trying to process who was here, who was not, and I was like,
There's
fuck,
a lot
Mark's
of
here
people in
too.
that kitchen. I'll tell you what.
Holy shit, man. Yeah, it was crazy. So it was very cool. So it was nice to be able to hang out and
Well, it's
just
only
do
it's
something low
only
key.
once you turn 47, Jason.
I know. What a crazy,
What a
yeah.
nothing burger birthday, but
I
your
know.
girlfriend is amazing and made it a hell of that's like a 50th
I
birthday
was gonna
party right
say
there.
I don't that was way bigger than anything I did for my 40th or 30th as far as I know. So, maybe we'll make 47 the new maybe that's
I
my
missed
lucky
out.
number.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, my kind of special number is 23. And that's, damn near close to 1 times 2 47. So who knows? I don't
Is
know.
that the Jim Carrey movie?
Yeah, but you know what's funny? No, this is the weirdest thing is when I was in high school and I was hanging out with our buddy Andy Zimmer and Rob Moylan. These are guys I ran cross country with. Mark kind of went to high school with them. They were a year below him, and they would constantly always mention like, "Oh, it's always 23. It's always 23," and it was like a running joke. And then I kind of became obsessed with the number because it's the bowling lane and Big Lebowski. And I
Okay.
would always notice in movies like, yeah, the 23 shows up. And then this fucking weird ass movie, I never saw it because I'm almost scared to
I've
watch
never
it.
saw it either.
Plus, I heard it was terrible. But it's like Jim Carrey's obsessed with the number 23. And I was like, what is going on? Who's in my brain? And so it's pretty funny. So
It was like a dramatic turn for him. which I'm sure he's done that. I don't know. Comedians are usually really good at doing drama,
I
but
liked
at
him
the
in
time,
like
it was like after Ace Ventura, I didn't really want to see a dramatic interpretation of anything he had to do.
I liked I really like Truman Show and Eternal Sunshine and Man in the
That's
Moon.
true.
Those are
Yeah,
all, yeah. I just think I heard it was kind of shitty. I'll be honest with you. It wasn't because it was a German. I just kind of heard it was like, eh, like I don't know. So if you're a fan of that movie and it's worth seeing, let us know. Shoot us an email,
because I always hear
requiempodcast@gmail.com.
the number 33 always pops up
Okay.
for me
Yeah.
as a when something's off. 33 people
Oh.
died on this plane. It comes up as soon as you start
Ah.
looking for it, it's everywhere.
That's fair. That's kind of what 23 is for me. So yeah,
No.
that's weird. So like when King Fowley from Deceased does his auctions, that's the number I always pick for his like auction bids. I just 23 and like just, So, but anyways, yeah, so that was cool to see you there and catch up and all that kind of stuff. Mark got to ride my new electric bike down the road. It was kind of fun.
Without a helmet.
Yeah, oof, we were rolling the dice, man.
I
We're
know.
getting old.
50-year-old dad, no helmet.
Yeah,
Might as well be smoking a cigarette on a
I
motorcycle.
know. What are you doing? What are you, Pete Hundy? Yeah, come on. So, but lots of good positive feedback I heard through the social medias on the Agalock series.
Did you
So
ever calculate how many hours the whole thing was?
probably like 15-ish, 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it turned out to be pretty
So if
big,
if if
So
Eglock ever comes through town, they should throw us on the guest list because nobody's ever talked 15 hours about
I
them
was gonna say, I
in a
think,
public
I think, I think
forum.
John and others would definitely hook us. Even Hunter alone, because Hunter's a good friend,
Yeah.
Radical Research host. But yeah, I think we'd be okay
It
to get
yeah,
on
I
some
mean
kind of.
that the episode got it was much longer. The whole series was longer than I expected, but
Sure.
I'm glad we're getting good feedback.
Yeah, no, it was really good feedback that we got, and people sharing the episode and stuff like that too, especially on Instagram. A lot of people were sharing things and stuff, so that was good.
Well, the
And I
key
know,
now is to do the collaboration thing on Instagram.
I invite the collaborators. Yep,
I
I think
just
I.
did a um, at the time of this recording, which is August 22nd, the new Decibel came out and I did the Evoken illustration and I had them and Decibel both as a collaborator. And within a day, I had over 500
Oh, yeah.
likes, which is kind of insane.
Well, that's
So,
like the first Aglock episode that we shared. I collaborated with the Northwest Terror Fest and Joseph Schaefer, and then
mhm.
also some of the guys in Aglock, and we had like
It was huge. It was over 1,000 or something,
3,000
wasn't it?
likes or something. It was like
Yeah,
crazy. I was
it's
like, whoa,
crazy.
shit. Okay, cool. We're also kind of in the midst, I feel like with some kind of hot new releases coming out. You mentioned Evoken, but new Crypt Sermon EP that's pretty awesome.
Hmm.
The Black Braid record's really good. Paradise
Paradise
Lost is
Lost is
coming
coming out.
out. Deftones have a new one for the first time in quite a few years, pretty good.
Hmm.
That Eternal Darkness for those of you that like
Yeah,
old school Death Doom, it's pretty fun. And then that one that Chris and some other people were talking about, the Lifeless Dark, that's kind of like sacrilege, nuclear death, kind of like female led 80s kind of, grindy death, kind of punkish,
it's like
deep
proto
sort of
bolt
stuff.
thrower stuff. It's like
Yeah,
because
totally.
I didn't read any of the I was just listening to it, and then I went back and I was making like some notes to throw back into our group chat, and
Yeah,
I was reading and I was like, oh, they mentioned Beyond the Realms of Death as one of
for sure.
the big
Yes.
influence. Like, okay, because as soon as I heard it, I was just like sacrilege, and I've been on kind of a sacrilege kick for the last 3 weeks,
Oh yeah.
just with
Yeah,
how
that's a great
much.
record. Yeah.
Well, both throwers mentioned them as an influence, but I never realized how much. It's like realizing that, Cathedral and Trouble are basically the same. Cathedral is aping a lot of Trouble stuff on the Ethereal Mirror, like to the point where you're like, holy crap.
Uh,
But like in Battle There Is No Law and the second, I can't think what the hell is it called. I just ordered an original copy of it. The second Sacrilege record.
oh, I know what you're talking. I have it
Ugh.
upstairs. I forget
It's
what it
it's more
is.
a little more thrashy, but it's still very in
Mm-hmm.
Battle There Is No Law.
Mm-hmm.
Dun, 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 dun. Just with,
Well, We
the
played
female
Sacrilege
singer.
and talked about them when we did the Bolt Thrower series. I remember
Yeah,
that as kind
but
of a
I didn't
precursor.
dive
Yeah.
in the whole catalog and demos and everything. The whole drive down and back. To your surprise
Oh
party,
yeah.
I was listening to
You
Sacrilege.
listen to Sacrilege? Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's. I was telling you about we just did some road trips to Montreal and Ottawa and things like that with my girlfriend, and she's not a metalhead. She likes hard rock and she likes punk and indie stuff, and she doesn't mind like loud noisy stuff sometimes. But there were some records I was putting on. I wish I had made a list that I was like, oh, it's been a while. This holds up really well, and some of that. We were listening to Ministry Psalm 69 when we were like riding the highway late at night. It was pretty apocalyptic. This was cool. So there's a few.
Doing
Most of them
rails
are
of
pretty
coke with Jack
mainstream.
Daniels down the front of your pants, and
No, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. But yeah, no, so it's a good time. So yeah, and about to start school and here we are. So end of the summer, it's kind of the cycle returns. So but you know, when you tell the story of Sweden, I guess, Swedish thrash, which is what the majority of this will sort of be about, you kind of start with bands like Heavy Load in Europe, that kind of put Swedish hard rock and kind of, you know, metallic kind of stuff on the radar, I guess, before, definitely before Bathory and Candlemass,
yeah.
kind of innovate some stuff. Because Candlemass and Bathory were niche. They've had a far greater influence than Heavy Load or Europe, but they weren't, as commercially, big or anything like that.
Well, I don't. Do you think? I think Heavy Load might be. It's more of one of those retrospective things. Did they have much of a presence
In Sweden, they
before
did, I
in
believe.
Sweden for sure, but
Yeah.
like worldwide?
Maybe in
Because
Europe,
Europe
maybe.
blew up in the way that like Def Leppard blew up.
Sure. But that wasn't until their third record. So, Europe had a
Yeah,
couple of like cultish records early on.
but like
Um,
them, ABBA and the Swedish Chef was kind of what
yeah,
Sweden was
what you
known
knew
for
about Sweden.
pre-IKEA. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't know what that's more of like that's probably like a Martin Popov question, honestly, because he would understand a band like Heavy Load in terms of the role that they were playing in like the early 80s.
yeah, and he's
You
like
know.
8 years, maybe 10 years older.
Yeah.
So he fills in that niche that we didn't, we weren't thinking about
I
70s
bet you
stuff.
I bet you Heavy Load had about as much influence or like reach as like pre-Metallica Diamond Head, maybe. Like
Yeah, I
a
would.
band that
That's a good
people
comparison.
knew, but they weren't Maiden, they weren't Saxon, they were kind
Hmm.
of like a notch kind of below that. And maybe there was a novelty because it was like, oh, Sweden's got one good kind of metallic band that people seem to dig. But yeah, you're probably right. They probably weren't as, prolific as
I feel like in the last 25 years, they've gotten a lot of like reissues and stuff, and
yeah,
they've definitely gotten a lot more credit.
cool
Uh,
covers, things like that too. I think that probably helped, a little
yeah, I think
bit.
they had
Kind of,
two Frazetta covers,
yeah, kind of a neat
that
little novelty that might have been
just like
kind
one
of a
with a
crossover for them.
polar bear and a barbarian or something.
Yeah, and there's another band that has cool Frazetta covers that we talked about in the proto metal series called Dust.
You know what? I might
Um,
be thinking of Dust
you might be
for
thinking of
that
Dust too.
second
Yeah,
one.
I don't
I
think it
think
was
they're
Frazetta. I think it was like a cartoony. It was a
yeah.
cartoony
Their
cover.
stuff was
But
cartoony, but Dust had at least the
Dust had that
second one. I
sweet
think
like
was that
Conan.
snow cover.
Yeah, that snow Conan kind of cover. There was a
Yeah.
snow cover for Heavy Load, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
I think it's kind of, it looks like a really amateurish Uriah Heep cover.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's more what it was. And so, if you were gonna like think about Swedish underground metal, probably your first band that you think of is Bathory in terms of like global impact. And we'll talk about Bathory
Hmm.
here in a moment, but and then certainly Candlemass, and Candlemass was inventing kind of something that was reinventing or reinterpreting something out of Sabbath and Witchfinder General and doing something different with it that paved the way for kind of almost the next era of kind of doom in a way.
Yeah, they carried the torch of what, the first handful of Sabbath records did.
Yeah, I mean, Trouble too. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
Trouble predates Candlemass, so them and Vitus we're doing some things, but
Witchfinder
um,
General and, to a
sure,
lesser
sure.
extent, Angel Witch. But
But I mean, Swedish thrash never obviously blew up the way it did in, say, Germany or Brazil, in terms of international sort of appeal, or even Switzerland to some extent with
Yeah.
Frost and Coroner,
Hmm.
but there are definitely some interesting acts that, certainly blur and bridge the gap. With the much more lauded, I guess, Swedish death metal scene that will start to emerge in the late '80s, early '90s. That the majority of the Ekeroth book and stuff like that is on, and we've obviously been accused, especially in our early years, of being Swedophobes, or not Swedophobes,
Swedophiles.
Swedophiles. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not scared of Sweden. We
No.
we love Sweden. Um, yeah, and so we've certainly, Entombed and Dismember and all those bands, and some of them built off thrash, obviously, but a lot, as Mark alluded to, and this is what the next book's going to be about, came out of punk rock and things mixed with some thrash and probably some Bathory fandom and Celt Frost fandom. It was like a
Hmm.
hodgepodge of different things happening, and they were all very young, as a lot of the Swedish thrash bands were young too. So it's youthful endeavors and youthful sort of naivety that kind of created some of the creativity of that Swedish death metal scene. And there's a little bit of that in the Swedish thrash scene as well, I think,
Well, the cool part of it is that we, just like, Norway is not known for, their progressive rock or some of the other things that, they might have a couple good bands, but black metal was that thing, and Swedish death metal was the thing for Sweden after, because they were known for like incredible pop music. But then this whole thing of suburban kids going to these, you know, youth,
Oh,
just
the
like
youth
youth
centers.
centers, like where you had access to, socialized music, so you could go take your guitar and an amp back home and screw around, and all these like bored suburban kids coming up with this thing that blew up worldwide. But it's cool
Yeah.
to go back and see, like, well, what if it wasn't for Swedish death metal, we wouldn't be talking about the thrash, the
No,
anarcho punk,
no.
the other stuff that led up to that. But this is all like good prequel stuff. Like, here's how all this shit happened.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of a missing link that doesn't get talked about because I think, Bathory and then death metal get almost all the Sweden attention, which is
Yeah.
fine. It makes sense why, and Candlemass, I guess, also as well. And it's almost like this, kind of hidden thing that's there. And like I said, none of these bands like really sold a lot. Even Merciless, which was minorly big, yeah, but they didn't really sell that many albums, as far as anyone knows, because they were always on weird fucking labels. Was part of it too
They're
that didn't get
yeah,
a lot of good
super niche.
promotion.
In a super niche thing, they have notoriety.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's probably the best way of putting it. And I think, I don't know if I don't know when you printed out the thing, but a few days ago I just changed the order of one thing in this next set, and I decided to move Bathory to the very front because I think we need to talk about Bathory first before we sort of get into the bands that sort of build towards thrash. And so, you know, Bathory certainly is important to all stories of Swedish metal for sure.
Uh,
They're not a
and
thrash
Norwegian
band.
metal.
Yeah, and Norwegian metal and European metal in a general
Yeah, I mean
sense.
all metal. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't tell the story of like extreme metal without Frost and Venom and Bathory and stuff. So,
Hmm.
and we've done Bathory episodes and things like that. But I guess while much of Quorthon's kind of second record, The Return, is kind of a blur of raw speed, and a lot of that first debut record has a lot of Motorhead and Venom and things like that sort of going on for it. You know, there are moments like on the song we're gonna sort of open this first setup on Born for Burning, where there's the Venom proto thrash propulsion on display, and so no one would ever say Bathory are a thrash band. That's not what we're saying,
No.
but there's definitely not all the thrash bands were listening to Bathory, but I'm sure some were. And so like it's in the DNA the same way that like all these thrash bands we're really talking about definitely were listening to Sodom and definitely listening
Hmm.
to Creator and definitely
Absolutely.
listening to, those bands. And so, maybe the European stuff had more pronounced influence on Sweden, as much as Megadeth and Metallica did, and
I would even say, because as far like listening to this stuff in 90, was it 90, 91 is probably when I first started delving deeper into the European kind of
Yeah.
aspect of it, I feel like Germany was that was it. That
Yep.
was what was pushing everything, and everything else seemed more like thrash everywhere seemed more extreme than, Bay Area. Like
Sure.
that the barking, Milla's vocals, and like, it was just like holy
Tom's
shit.
vocals.
It was
Yeah.
a
Angel
total
Worship.
different, it was a total game changer. And I think that's
Yeah.
a lot of these bands that we'll be listening to. I think if they would have had death metal vocals instead of, whatever permutation of thrash kind of frontman vocals there are, I would have been more interested because it had something, that was more akin to the scene.
Yeah.
But it really draws the line between what are the proto, like, because going back now, like the first Death record is there's a lot of thrash metal on that thing.
Gosh.
Possessed, a lot of
Possessed. Yep.
thrash metal. Like now there's so much history of all this stuff that we can see, like the little pockets of what was kind of like thrash but a little elevated, and then what was the things that like snuck through that were just like their own thing. Like Crater ended up becoming their own thing that was such a big deal. And the same with Sodom, as far as like how dead stupid simple it was, but it
Hmm.
was so fucking heavy and cool that everybody tried to pull something out of that too. And same
Yeah.
with like Bathory, like, oh my God, this visionary thing. Nothing sounded like it.
I think the interesting thing about evolution when it comes to artistic evolution is it doesn't happen the way people, I mean, I think, when you talk about scientific evolution, people think like one day there was like a monkey and then all of a sudden like a human popped out or something.
Hello.
It's
Yes.
it's such incremental like things that like sometimes you don't know something's evolving
Well, history is
before
what
your
puts it
own
in
eyes.
context. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's when you can be like, oh, and the same thing happens with film history. I mean, it's
Hmm.
rare that somebody reinvents like the film language. It's usually they took a couple of these ideas and they notched this up a little bit. I mean, there are some genuinely like revolutionary things, and it happens in
Sure.
music too. It's happened in metal for sure.
But there's not the straight lines or even
No,
spidered lines that when you talk about in historical context can make everything sound like this was meant. They heard this thing and then it became this. It's like,
yeah, yeah.
these were happening
Me,
at similar times. These are similar things that might have, they might have both been listening to. This is what was in the air at the time. This is the social climate, whatever it might be.
well, you can go back, ask Tony Iommi, like in 1972, if what his band is, he'd probably say, we're hard blues, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
and
But
his
like,
big influencers like the Shadows and shit, like
yeah,
50s groups
yeah,
that were like kind of had some kind of they had a maybe a song that talked about Halloween or something mildly occultish, and then they just push it over the edge.
yeah. So I think you can market a band like Mephisto or Merciless and say like they're death metal, sort of, and you could probably get away with that and maybe convince others. But you could also say they're thrash, and both answers are right. Because there's raspiness, there's moments that are beyond thrash probably in terms of the speed or intensity, but then there's also moments that are very clearly thrash. So it's just like, I don't know, whatever. They were just
Yeah,
kind
if
of
you're like
doing.
if everything is based on checklists, a lot of these bands can kind of stride, they can get like 8 checklists out of thrash, but then 2 from extreme metal. And, it's only in, especially after putting that Repulsion book together, like the genrefying thing didn't even happen until the 90s,
Mm, yeah.
when journalism started coming in, uh,
No
naive
maniacs,
fan journalism,
terrorizer.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, Requiem.
Yeah.
Um,
Requiem. Slayer Mag. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, 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 put those in the same breath. That's hilarious.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
But yeah, just like I totally lost my train of thought because you threw me off by
Oh, sorry.
putting us and Slayer Mag in the
Well, the
same breath.
gentrification in the 90s, what you were kind of talking
Oh yeah,
about
yeah,
that
with
emerged.
like in 84, 86, anything that was not what you would have heard, like Metallica was considered extreme at that point.
Yeah.
So like anything that wasn't like new wave of British heavy metal kind of got thrown into one category, something slightly heavier than what you could listen, not even listen to on the radio really, but because even you know, no album wasn't really wildly heralded until later on.
Uh,
I was still
Well, like,
pretty. That's kind of the first outside of punk. It's like the next generation of metal doing like this DIY underground thing.
well, if you think about like the way, like, what is the difference between speed and power metal from 1980 to 1987? Like, I don't know.
Vocals.
I mean, kind of, but even then, like, you could probably sell me, like, is Halloween's first couple records power metal or speed metal? Because I think kind of both. Same with like Blind Guardian, right? They're
Well,
like,
see that it comes back to Germany changing the game again
sure,
because they took what I don't even know what would be considered power metal like right as those two bands were coming out.
yeah,
Manowar.
aside maybe, but even like early Manowar is pretty like grim. It's not like the sort of happy-go-lucky stuff that kind of emerges in the late '80s with Manowar. It's very different and dark, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
but like that speed and then I don't know. German power metal is a whole different animal. I think like German thrash,
Yeah,
German death metal. That's the one where it's not quite as prolific. I feel
sure, yeah. They kind of like tapped out with a lot of their
the
thrash
earlier
stuff.
stuff was just like yeah, okay, it's okay,
I
but
remember
like
like speaking of genreification, I remember like, talking to King when we did the Venom series, and he kind of talked about how like bands in like 83, 84, like Slayer, they would call them like black metal band. Before they
yeah,
even knew what that term meant, it didn't have the same term as like what Norway turned it into in the 90s. It was a way of like, okay, it was like a cult metal. Like Merciful Fate was black metal because they
hmm
were, but like Merciful Fate doesn't sound the same as like Slayer. They're doing two different things, but there was like a general sort of bummer tone or darker tone, and so you just said that was like
Satanism,
satanic,
yeah,
satanic black
occultism.
metal or whatever. So, so I guess it everybody's got kind of a different definition of some of that kind of stuff,
There's no hard and fast definition of any of these subgenres of, and don't even get started on contemporary stuff because that would be everything's going to be a paragraph.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
Like all these different things that it's really interesting how some bands have been able to take disparate genres and smash them together and somehow they work.
Hmm.
But a lot of the time it's just like I've heard this a lot. It's just very technical. I cannot differentiate one song from the next as far as like hooks or any of that kind of stuff. It's like I don't know. We're in a very interesting time for music because there's like the whole other like subgenres I have no interest or knowledge of whatsoever. Like some of the like very techie stuff that came out. I don't know. Some of these bands are probably 10, 15 years old at this point. Big followings along like younger kids. Never heard them before.
Yeah, or I've like checked out a few songs just to sort of
Just like it's not me.
see what
It's
it
not for
is.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I could see where it would be interesting if I had a maybe the attention span for it or the interest, but it's just not,
Or if
and
it's
that's
your entry
okay.
point band, as a,
Yeah,
like these guys are my age and blah blah blah. That kind of stuff makes sense. But
yeah. Because I mean, like the first time I heard Altars of Madness and the guitar playing, it like kind of melted my brain. But
yeah.
nowadays, like I don't know, it's probably not that brain melting to like kids that have grown up with like Necrophagus or something. It's
Well,
like
and we're
that's
in
cool.
like it's an iterative culture of it's just a little bit different in this way. There wasn't these big jumps, like at least perceived jumps for when you had limited informational resources. Like this stuff seemed like this was a completely different world. Like Swedish death metal compared to Injustice for All was like not even on the same planet. Like
Yeah,
holy shit, what is this? It's from a country I don't know anything about.
now
Like
there's a mystery too.
yeah, all
Yep.
this like stuff around it. It was like oh, it's on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
But yet everybody's tape trading. A lot of the impetus of this all came from the states. But that's not as interesting when you're 14 years old as like what's happening in Sweden, Norway, Brazil. You know,
Sure. Well, and if you want to read about like kind of the influence of tape trading and stuff like that, like I can't recommend the Swedish death metal book enough. And there's a whole chapter that's just like an oral history from the musicians in the Swedish death metal scene talking about the exchange of tape trading and who was in contact with whom. And Nikki Anderson's kind of at the center of it, and Fred Etzby and a few other guys that seem to be like the nexus points for a lot of the, oh, this guy knew, or Nikki knew this guy and got this from America and then gave it to us, and that kind of stuff. It's
Hmm.
pretty cool, the network of how all that sort of worked. And if that's a narrative you're interested in, it's definitely a worth reading in the book for sure.
And even
So,
the book is a great, just like, keep in your back pocket reference for, what is this, whatever, insert demo here. What's the, I want the log line of what this is. And he
yeah,
has a great
Planet
way of like
Decay,
breaking
like what
down,
are they all about? Yeah,
like in a
yeah,
sentence, like this is kind of what these guys were doing. And then he throws a very little bit of opinion at the end if it's not good, or
yeah.
like up to his, like you can, by the time you get through the book, you can kind of figure out what his taste is, which I like how, like, you get his voice out of the book, which is
He's
interesting.
he's very OG.
Yeah.
He didn't really vibe with the stuff that Mark and I and Chris were into as well, like the Gothenburg stuff. He might maybe like their first record or something, but
Well, he's like, I
melodic
think he's
stuff's
3 years
not for
older
him.
than me, so he's got 3, 4 years, so he's just that little bit different.
Yeah. Well, and he came from the punk scene, so I think
Hmm.
he's more about the chaos, the energy aspect, not so much the noodly stuff or the more
Yeah.
melodic side. And that's fine. That's cool. What I mean? It doesn't mean he's wrong and we're right, or
No, it's just a
whatever. It's
taste
just a
and
different taste thing.
voice thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And once you kind of get somebody's voice, like, if there's somebody like I trust their voice, but I also know they feel differently about something, like just because they say it's not good, I might actually check it out because it might be more to my taste. Like
Yeah,
King's
I
that
don't
way.
want to agree with
You know?
every, like, I prefer to not agree with everybody on things. I
Hmm.
like to have like somebody like, dude, you got, like, if you think that's good, this is like blows the shit out of that. It's like, I like to hear strong opinions about things like that. Like, okay, I'm gonna check this band out, and I respect this dude, and if it's not that, like, that's fine, whatever. It's just nice to be exposed to people that have like passionate ideas about things that aren't politics. Like,
Strangely enough, last night I was telling you off mic that I was doing this like kind of like I got free tickets to like a little boat cruise on the St. Clair River,
yeah.
Detroit kind of stuff. And I was talking to the new football coach at the school, not that I teach at, but the school I coach track at, and he and his wife were there. And somehow we were sitting down for dinner at the thing, and music sort of came up and concerts and things, and like all of a sudden like we started talking about music, and they're a few years older than me, probably like a year younger than you, so probably like Andy's age, or
Hmm.
whatever. And all of a sudden we just kind of started talking about like grunge and early hip hop and metal, and his wife's like a big metalhead, but she came out of the punk rock scene, and so she kind of was like a punker. And so we're kind of talking about what metal, and they like a lot of 90s metal stuff, that, White Zombie, Pantera, things that you would kind of Tool, whatever.
Hmm.
But then the wife is way into a lot of the metal that you and I don't like, but that a lot of like people younger than us do. Like she loves stuff that has like death vocals but clean singing, like screamo kind of stuff. I Prevail and this and that, like bands that like we kind of like make fun of, but I know that they have huge following. And she was like,
Hmm.
I just need I need to hear singing along with screaming. It's just and for her, that's her recipe. And I was like, okay, yeah, like I
Okay.
don't think she was. I don't like devalue her opinion because she had some good opinions about some other
Oh
stuff
yeah.
too.
But if
And so
anybody tells me I need to listen to that stuff, I'm gonna be like, yeah, thanks for, I'll check it
yeah.
out.
No, and I appreciated it. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
like for example, I finally when I was in Montreal at a used CD place, I picked up the first two Nightwish records because they were like $5.
We gotta start an
And
intervention, dude.
Joseph Schaefer has been telling me about, like, oh, dude, I need to try and get you and Mark. I'd love to do an episode with you guys or a
Oh,
Patreon show. And he's like, and you know what? I'll say this. Musically, it's very Children of Bodom type stuff. It's very
yeah.
Finnish kind of stuff. It's fine. It was cool. Like vocally,
I don't have
she's
a
very good.
problem. I don't have a
She's very
problem with
good.
music.
She's very good. She's kind of got like a Christina Scabia, Lacuna Coil kind of thing. There's
Yeah.
not a lot of Beauty and the Beast stuff, which is fine.
I
But at a
prefer
certain
that.
point, I was kind of like, yeah, it's I get the appeal. I was like, oh, okay, if I was like a somebody that
Well,
was like dipping my toe into this scene, this would be like
yeah.
perfect. It's like polished, it sounds good,
Well,
it's very
Joseph's like what, like 10 years younger than me?
yeah, and so
40?
that could have been something he heard early on,
I I think it might be like one of those early early formative
Yeah.
things that led to something else, which I totally respect. I think that's a great um but that's like a very, very personal thing.
Yep.
It's like,
Yep.
I mean, I'll tell people to go check out Pyogenesis, but I don't think anybody's gonna like it.
Yeah. No, that was a moment in time. I have
Yeah,
moment in time bands for sure. You had to be there kind of to be, in
sure.
locked in. And the thing is that one of the reasons I bought them is A, they were cheap. B, it was kind of more scholarship as a metal historian. I just kind of I wanted to know where my opinion was actually coming from. And I was like, okay, these are just document pieces that I can kind of keep. And
You like
C,
to understand where people are coming from.
I do.
I
I just
respect
want
that.
I would
Yeah.
kind of want to figure it out for myself a little bit and just kind of sit with it and
I have
actually
harsh
listen to it.
opinions that aren't based on a whole lot of anything outside of my feelings.
Yeah, yeah,
And you're
you
the
go with your
opposite.
gut sometimes. Yeah, that's fine. But I remember when I lived in Italy in 2000, I studied there. I remember going into my local record store and I became really good friends with the guys that ran the place. And that Nightwish had come out and it was very popular in Italy. Italy
What was
likes
the,
its
is it the self-titled or
Wishmaster, I
Wish?
believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
That has
that one.
connotations to that movie.
Yes, I've never seen Wishmaster, but I'm aware of it as a horror film series or whatever. But
I do have the Blu-ray set of the entire series if you ever
do
want
you?
to borrow
Okay,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've never seen it. Uh, but I remember like them talking about how popular it was because I would go in there and ask about metal stuff and things like, oh, this is, and I had heard of Nightwish. Like I remember the first one, the cover. I think Chris had it at the record store and people bought it
Yeah.
and stuff, but I just never picked it up. I think it was on Spine Farm or Spike Farm, so I was like, okay. But Wishmaster, I think Century Media put it out, or maybe I don't know something. But I remember like they had like listening stations or whatever, and so I remember listening to it, and I was like, oh, I didn't hate it. So I have
Yeah.
this like weird memory of having heard a couple songs like 25 years ago, and I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll buy these two. They're $5. It's not much of an investment. It is what it is. And yeah, I listened. I was I was kind of along for like the first four songs. Then it kind of got to like a ballad. I was like, that's not my. If I want ballad, I want like a Lone Again Dokken ballad. Like
Yeah.
it needs to have like that kind of feel to it. But I appreciate it what it was, and I can honestly say I didn't hate it. Is it something I would pull out and listen to actively? Probably not. But at least I kind of went from like making fun of to like probably more in the neutral ish category, which is fine. And
Is
I
it fair to
understand where
throw
they're
them in
coming
the
from.
kind of Evanescence category?
They're better. It's definitely
Well,
heavier.
it's
It's
probably
more
more
musical.
heavier, but as far as like kind of taking, because
Might
Evanescence
be.
is like a poppy hard
Yeah.
rock band that's, using when they were late 90s probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Late 90s, early
So like,
2000s.
what I guess what Creed and all these other post grunge or God, what's the term? Butt rock.
Butt rock. Yeah. Butt rock is the official term. Yeah. If we're talking genres. Yes.
Yep. Nickelback and
But I think like because it's coming more from like that Finnish metal thing, there is some part of like an amorphous Bodum
oh, I'm
thing
sure.
that's
Yeah.
there. And that was probably how they market it to metalheads then. And then I think it took off as its own thing. And they're almost like their own niche. It's like you could almost be like, oh yeah, I don't listen to metal, but I listen to like Nightwish or something. Like
Totally. I
okay,
mean, it's a gateway band for people that, it's like, getting into D&D or something. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
it's a
this is
safe.
this one band that's, I know Blind Guardian has that. There's probably a handful of other more
Yeah,
modern, like I think the Sword is thrown into that kind of category. Like
sure,
people
they
that don't
can.
really like metal, but they like these guys, or
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, it's fun. There's a place for all that stuff. I just don't.
Be curious for
I have,
Schaefer's thoughts on this, having
yeah,
listening to this because he probably would give some context, maybe a little bit, or maybe even like a song or two. But like I
it's
said,
fine.
I didn't
And
hate it.
the only thing, if we ever did a Nightwish show, I'm not opposed, but I do not want to do an extensive 30
No,
song
yeah, no, no.
thing of like we could do, maybe 9 songs, get real, you know, throw it in some other an episode where we can have, multiple bands that are doing a similar kind of thing. Like
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
problem is there, yeah, I don't know what I could do. You'll give anything an honest listen, and
Like Nightmare, it'd be like your Nightmare episode part two,
yeah,
you
but
know,
how
like
do I make a Hundy's nightmare?
I don't know.
I know one way.
Uh-oh.
2 words:
Oh.
jelly roll.
Oh yes, yeah, fucking ah,
There's the
uh,
one. There we'll do.
yeah,
If we do
that would be.
that episode of Nightwish, we'll also do 9 songs of Jelly Roll.
Problem is if we did something like that, like we all suffer. No one wins. You know, like it's like a
You
net loss
suffer,
for
but
everyone for
why?
Jelly Roll.
That's the
Yeah,
whole. That's
yeah,
why we're here on
that's
the
a
planet, dude.
that's a napalm death kind of thing, situation. So, but yeah, so anyways, that was kind of a weird little sidetrack. But to kind of bring it back, because we're starting with Born for the Burning from Bathory's The Return. After we hear from kind of our quest guide through this, at least through the Swedish part, which is Daniel. Kind of, I got to interview him last summer. Actually, I did the interview, so it's a year old at this point, but it still holds up. And
Never been heard anywhere else.
yeah, this is the first time. Daniel probably forgot he
Exclusive.
did this, so when this
Yeah,
episode drops and I tag him, he'll probably be like, "Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot this."
cool.
But like a song like "Born for the Burning," one thing I kind of wrote as a thought is I said like the song kind of sits it if you put this on Haunting the Chapel minus the vocals, it's right in line with like 1984, 85 Slayer. Like
Yeah,
you know, it's Corthon's vocals are so extreme, but like musically it's kind of coming out of the Venom camp. It's fast, but it's fast in the way that like Captor
the
of
riff
Sin
is
is,
definitely Venom.
that
Venom
sort of thing.
inspired.
So, again, it's the logical starting point before we sort of dive into all that. And so after Bathory, we kind of turn to the first band that we're going to kind of talk about, which is Maninnya Blade. And we're going to talk about their EP, the Barbarian EP, and then their first full length. I think only full length, maybe, or only full length that's worth, I think, listening to, which is Merchants in Metal from '86. And Daniel basically had this to say about them briefly in the book because we didn't talk too much about them in the interview, so I kind of
Hmm.
supplemented a bit. But he just said one of the very first Swedish bands that could be labeled thrash metal was Maninnya Blade from Boden. These guys started out as early as 1980, and 4 years and countless obscure demos later, they presented the Barbarian Ripper Attack 7-inch on Platina Records. 2 years later, they secured a deal with Killer Watt and made an album. Maninnya Blade were never really aggressive. They sounded more like a sloppy Motorhead than a thrash metal band. But eventually, some of the band members transformed into a band we'll talk about a little bit later, which is Hexenhaus. So, um, yeah. So this
Very,
was a
very
new
new
one for me.
album. Yeah,
Yeah, totally new album. I hear the Motorhead stuff too. It's
Angel
catchy.
Witch and
Yeah,
Witch Cross, Trouble.
yeah,
There's a lot of
yep.
stuff
All
on there.
this. Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't bad. I was like,
No,
okay, it's kind of fun. You know, um, is it
there's the
essential?
solo at the end is so fucking. I don't know if it's at
Un-
mid 2/3 or whatever. It sounds
oh yeah, yeah.
like somebody that's really drunk or naive, which I probably prefer the more naive, like a kid trying to play like an Ace Frehley solo.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
kind of like all over the place, but it's like there's a lot of heart to it.
Well, and even like Ripper Attack, the first one we hear from '84, I kind of hear, in addition to Motorhead, like it's got a little bit of that early Canadian thrash, almost like Exciter or
Yeah.
like early
Well,
Razor,
the
or some of
cover
that kind of
looks
stuff.
like Exciter.
Yeah, it's got that vibe to it for sure,
Just that hand, the disembodied hand coming in doing something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And there's like, and when you get to like Live Life at Speed, there's some like you can hear some American stuff in there. I hear like a little bit of weird Megadeth, like early Megadeth kind of off kind of ideas thrown
Sure.
in sometimes, like the way that Mustaine thinks of like composition, how it's like not straight. It's very like kind of awkward, on like piece cells and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty cool, and then like I said, they're gonna reemerge some of the members as Hexenhaus a little bit later in the episode.
Hexenhaus.
Hexenhaus, yes. And then we get to Damien, and Damien's kind of an
Oh
interesting
wait, we
band.
gotta say something about
Oh,
the cover
go
of the
ahead.
next record with the
Which one?
topless woman humping a missile.
Is that Merchants in Metal or
That's
Onslaught
the
Without
live.
Mercy?
That's another Maninnya. What
Oh, it's the Merchants
Maninnya
in Metal.
Blade?
Maninnya Blade. I didn't look at all the album
Yeah,
covers,
Live
so
Life at
that's
Speed, but
okay. Tell me
it's a
about it. I didn't
topless
look at
woman
it.
humping a nuclear missile that looks like it's just about ready to go off.
So definitely some really sophisticated social commentary, probably.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I'm
as
sure.
an art major, what do you think they're trying to say, Mark, with this cover?
Uh, Boobs are cool.
Boobs are cool, and we don't. Nuclear war is kind of funny to think about, and boobs are cool.
End of
Yeah,
the world. What more would you want? Yeah,
yeah, that's true. It's not. You're not wrong. So, and then we get Damien. Cool name. That's kind of
probably Omen related.
yeah, I would imagine. And Ekeroth basically said, he goes, a better and much thrashier band of the period was Damien from Uppsala. And Uppsala, isn't that where Watain was from? Is
Yeah, I think
Uppsala?
Tribulation and
Tribulation. Yeah.
handful of others. Yeah.
And they formed back in 82, but didn't produce demos until 86. The first tape was the rather primitive Hammer of the Gods, rapidly followed by Onslaught Without Mercy in 86, and then Chapter 1 in 87, and Chapter 2 also in 87. By the time of the third demo, Damien had gotten it together to produce high octane thrash metal with great potential. The songs were great, as were the vocals and the musicianship. Still, Damien's aggressive style of thrash didn't impress any labels. In '88, they simply started their own gothic records to get their material out. Um, Damien also played a few live shows, but basically they didn't really have much of an impact. But there is this guy. This is kind of a fun story, and kind of throughout the Swedish death metal book. I don't know when the last time you kind of read like
It's been a while.
bits of it, but there's kind of these. He inserts kind of like almost like oral history kind of stuff throughout. From like journalists and different people. So it might even be a chapter where he's talking about thrash, but then he'll have like Nikki Anderson and Michael Ackerfeld talk about their thoughts on like these bands or something. It's kind of cool. So it's not like a normal, just like straightforward fact book. And this
Yeah.
is a guy who he turns to quite a few times. And I think Close Up Magazine is one of the big Swedish metal mags from like the 90s, I believe. And it's a guy named Robin Beck Beckrovic. I probably butchered that. Becirovic. And he's talking about going to a Damien gig, and he says Damien was playing at the Nya Stromen in Norrköping in 1987, and it was the first thrash metal gig I ever attended. Since I had recently seen Anthrax's Gun Ho video, I expected hordes of moshing maniacs. Instead, I met four kids eating candy when I arrived at the venue. No one else was there except the band. So it was four people, him and the band, which I think you and Chris have been to some shows kind of like that before,
Yeah.
right?
Paradise Lost, Morbid Angel.
Yeah. Which is in hindsight insane that it'd be such a small show.
Yeah.
But he said, but Damien's gig was cool, complete with Hellhammer style corpse paint. I was hooked. The experience urged me to arrange gigs myself about a year later and eventually start a fanzine. After the gig, I also became close friends to one of the candy eaters. His name was Morgan Hawkinson, and in a few years, he formed the
Ah.
black metal band Marduk. So, yeah. So I thought that was kind of just a fun little oral kind of history there that there's a Marduk connection to all this. But
Yeah. Like a lot of the people that we've, like me and Chris and knew early on and still kind of know to this day, everybody's just a fucking lunatic for this music.
yeah.
And it's awesome to find something that can fuel your imagination and, interest for 35 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool that all these
Yep.
guys are still, still going strong.
And that there was such a insular connection in this scene, as we're going to find out. There's a lot of band swapping members and things
Oh
like
yeah.
that. Um, so, with Damien, we're going to hear a tune from the demo from '86, the third one that Ekeroth kind of talked about. It's called Onslaught Without Mercy, the title track. And I didn't write much, but I just said that in particular, I think the vocalist is really good. Tommy Agrippa is pretty awesome vocalist. And this song's propulsive and it's got a pretty emotive solo near the end. It's just kind of a fun little thrash song. I don't
Yeah,
know
keep an
what.
eye on the drummer's fucking hi-hats, man. He is sizzling the shit out of those things.
Yeah,
He's playing
yeah,
them hard, man.
yeah. He's doing good, for sure. And there, you could definitely see why this would be one of the more impressive demo-ish bands if you were a young person. You're like, oh, there's a little more energy in Damien than say what we will hear before that with Mana Blade, which is a little more, like you said, Nawabum, a little more subdued.
Yeah, Damien's production's kind of like right in your face. Everything's peaked at all the levels.
Yeah, and we're gonna hear from Tommy Agrippa a couple more times throughout this episode, the vocalist from Damien. So that's kind of cool. Little foreshadowing, I suppose. So, and then we go from Damien to the last band we're gonna hear in this kind of first opening set, which is another band that did demos and I think one full length, or at least one full length that's worth a crap, that I checked out and read about, which is Agony. And you know, kind of in the opening set, here we get, Agony, which is like, it's kind of like Exodus meets Testament stylings, I would say. That was kind of the vibes I get mostly. I don't
I
know
put,
what.
yeah, like a 70s vibe with Anthrax.
Oh, yeah,
Just with
yeah.
that dan, 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 like all that, the kind of Charlie Benante drumming style.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good grab. Yep. Um, I actually prefer the demo versions than like the studio stuff, and the Execution of Mankind in particular, kind of like that Damien demo. It's a little more in your face, whereas I
I
think
agree with that
this
totally. Yeah.
the stuff from First Defiance, it's fine, but it's a little like, I don't know. It's kind of like they flip their wings a bit too much for me, but it's still pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's more refined.
Yeah.
But yeah, the excitement of a lot of these demos, I think is super. Like listening to a demo version and listening to, because there's not. I mean, there's still some. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, which, I mean, like, I'm still thinking of like Cynic as the one that pre those weird vocals, because we had the
Oh, yeah, yeah.
demo for Focus, and that's
Hmm.
forever burned in my brain. And when I hear the other one, I'm like, this isn't, what is
Tough.
going on?
Yeah. Whereas I
Like
heard Focus
Cardinal Sin,
first.
some of these other ones,
Yep.
like, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Cardinal Sin, were those demos, or was there demos separate from the 4-song EP, or was it all the same?
Ugh, I don't
I
remember.
don't know. That's why I only ever heard Spiteful Intent. Like, I didn't know there was a demo floating around. That's
I
cool
think
though.
it might have just
Demo.
been demo versions, but not released.
Got it.
I think
Okay.
it was something that was sent to us as promo for doing the zine. I think Chris got it early on
Yeah.
because there's like this weird like jungle rhythm thing in part of it
Okay. Huh. Oh yeah, I
that
do remember
seemed
that.
completely out of
Yeah.
place. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't that just get reissued? Weren't we talking about
Uh,
that?
yeah,
I feel like
it
you,
will
me,
be
and Chris were
soon.
talking about
It's
Cardinal
never
Sin.
been
Yeah.
on record before, but yeah,
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
I ordered it a while ago. I
Got it.
forget what I order sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Some
Lots of
shit
good
just shows
reissues,
up.
man. It's as soon as I'm complaining about, God damn it, why is, Sky Dancer not available on vinyl? Like, oh, cool. Cosmic Key Creations, this reissue label. I've got a bunch of sentence stuff from them. Are doing like the whole, I guess the whole discography of Dark Tranquility reissues. So
Reissue?
I can get
Wow.
the first couple. Yeah.
So
Well,
you
I've got
gal
everything else that I kind of want at the moment, but Sky
okay.
Dancer I don't want to pay $500 for.
Yeah. Jesus, that's nuts. I guess that's probably in the era where no one was making much vinyl. Like right in the mid '90s. That was kind of
Well,
like the
that was I think Osmos, that first one, right?
okay.
So
Yeah, it was. It was.
so they might have done
Uh,
1,000
was that?
on
I think
vinyl.
that first one was on Spike Farm, and then they signed to Osmos with Gallery. So that might be why it's like tough to find.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Spine Farm, Spike Farm.
Spike Farm. Yep. I think it was Spine Farm for
Okay.
Tranquility. Yep.
And I know Century Media reissued it, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, but it has a
Hmm.
different cover on it. So they're going to be doing the original, photograph cover. So
Cool. That's my favorite. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
that'll be good.
hated.
I just kind of wait out for stuff anymore unless it's like, I find a good deal because it's,
You know what that remake, that redone Skydancer cover looked like with like the unicorn? It looked like a Nightwish cover.
yeah.
Be honest. That's what. So that didn't do Nightwish any favors in my mind because I was so pissed at that remake cover. Because there's something about that sky blue. It's just like it says everything you need to know about Dark Tranquility. You're like, okay, this is gonna be a
Yeah, it ask you a lot of questions and give you no answers. And I was like,
yeah.
that's a great cover. Cool.
Yep. I mean,
What the
Orchid
fuck
was
is
sort
this
of the
about?
same way, right? The first time you
Yeah.
stare at Orchid or whatever, you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, what's this gonna be? And it defied your
Yeah.
expectations in a
I guess
cool way.
Orchid, as far as covers are concerned, the Orchid is like, it's like taking a picture of a urinal and saying this is a pipe. Like
That's
Orchid, it's a
yeah,
picture of an orchid.
yeah,
But
it's
like
it's a
Sky
little literal.
Dancer, there's a sky. But
Yeah,
like, what
yeah,
the
that's
fuck does
true. It's
this
more
mean?
about you're right, you're right. I would say Skydancer almost had more of like a almost like some of like the cooler, more esoteric black metal kind of covers, like In the Woods or something like
Yeah, like some
that.
kind of nature,
Yeah,
awe kind of thing, for
yeah.
sure.
Well, kind of
But
like
yeah,
what
because
Agalock
Opeth
did
was like
sometimes.
completely defying expectations of a death metal cover.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even like the first couple, I mean, Morning
Hmm.
Rise was not, it didn't scream. It looked more like a prog cover or something. So,
I
which is
don't think
probably
they
what they're
had a
going for.
traditional painted cover until they went prog.
Oh,
Opeth.
yeah. Yeah, because they had the guy who did Catatonia stuff, Travis Smith, right? He did Still
Yeah.
Life.
Oh, I guess it looked more. Did he do what was their first one where they kind of abandoned death vocals and
Completely
yeah,
abandoned
with
or
like
half?
there's like a tree on it with their heads in it or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that was more
It's
of
the
like a
one after
70s,
Watershed. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
throwback thing.
Forget what that one is.
But I
So
digress.
I digress. Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, like when you talk about Agony, just like the polished versions. I mean, when you listen to like Deadly Legacy here, you'll hear, it's going for the jugular, but there's also like cool harmonics in the chorus that are pretty fun. Um, and then Storm of the Apocalypse, which comes from the actual full length or whatever, it has some killer riffs. There's a middle section that's kind of bonded by blood, kind of glory from like
So
250
this,
to 4 minutes or whatever.
yeah, this comes out. What year are we at? 80,
We're 80, 86, and 88. So
88. So
yeah.
this has like this, Metallica-ish kind of, triumphant opener thing. And
Uh,
then there's like a fucking haunted riff.
oh,
Like
yeah,
like
yeah.
the At the Gates riff, but like all the fat taken out of it completely.
Crashified. Yeah. Yeah.
Or like, Dark Tranquility riffs, like the first, I would say the second record on. Like they're kind of like known for those two bands, I think, have that kind of sound. And I was like,
Yeah.
wow, this is like a really early version of hearing that, kind of like single note little thing that was, Slayer would do as well, but this is done in a completely different way.
That's cool. I probably didn't spend enough time trying to make the connection internally into Sweden. That's cool. You pulled that out.
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on it. And all Ekeroth had to say, he didn't have much to say about these guys, but he just said, they're one of the best Swedish thrash metal demos was Agony's Execution of Mankind. Like Mefisto, that we'll talk about later, Agony came from Stockholm. Originally, they were a crust punk band called Agony, with an I instead of a Y. And then, inspired by the thrash metal boom in San Francisco, they changed some members and transformed their music considerably. Even though Agony was pretty primitive and brutal, they brought a commercial polish to their music that Mephisto had lacked. The riffs and production are clearer, and the songs are more thrash oriented. Their music mixes Exodus vocals with some elements of Testament, Megadeth, and Slayer. Agony's qualities were apparent, and they were soon secured a deal with Under One Flag. So, which I think wasn't Under One Flag. Was that a subsidiary of Noise? Or am I
Either
just
that or
thinking of the Creator's song,
one
Flag of Hate?
flag.
I might be just sort of like confluencing a couple
It
things.
could
I don't
be
know.
because
Yeah.
that's like
Who someone else is on Under One Flag. That's why it didn't sound unfamiliar. I didn't look that up. So,
unless they were like Jesus, I'm trying to think of the US thing. Combat was
oh,
like I think
yeah,
Combat started out as more of like a distributor and then became a
an
label.
actual label. Yeah,
I
it
don't know
could
if
be.
that's I have no idea. I'm just talking my ass, but
Sure.
or throwing shit against the wall. But
I know we have some
I definitely
Swedish
have heard other
listeners,
bands
so maybe
under
they
that.
can point out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, so let's get into this. We're going to hear from Ekeroth twice in this set, only in this set, but just kind of figured we'll let him do his kind of introduction at the beginning of the set of music, and then he can kind of actually talk more specifically about what we're going to hear in each set here. So we'll hear him at the beginning and the end, and we're going to start with Born for Burning from Bathory's The Return from 1984. Also from 1984, we've got the Maninnya Blade Ripper Attack from the Barbarian EP. Then Maninnya Blades, Merchants in Metal from 1986. We'll hear the song Live Life at Speed. Damien's Onslaught Without Mercy from the demo from the same title. And then a couple pair of tunes from Agony. Deadly Legacy from the Execution of Mankind demo from 86. And Storm of the Apocalypse from the first Defiance, their debut record from 1988. All right, so greetings. We have joining us today is Daniel Ekeroth. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Sort of. I'm used to that pronunciation.
Well, give me the. I'm known for my bad Swedish pronunciation. It's kind of my thing. So go ahead. What is the actual pronunciation of your last name?
But the Swedish one would be Ekeroth,
Oh,
but it's hard for Americans to pronounce it. So it
sounds
has
more
changed.
badass the way you say it. I'll be honest with you. So, yeah. But so he is joining us obviously while we do this history of Swedish thrash episode that we're doing. And so, Daniel, I guess give us some of your background as an author, the new book that you're working on, the book that made you kind of famous in the extreme metal scene, I suppose, and then kind of your entry as a metal fan and your entry into Swedish metal. You're a musician. Just kind of give us some background for maybe people that are unfamiliar with where you're coming at and why the heck I'm talking to you today about Swedish metal history.
Oh, that's a lot to tell. I mean, I've been into metal my whole life. I got the Kiss Destroyer album on Christmas in 1976, and since then I've been into it. And started collect records in '81, I would say, and playing bands in '86. Started fanzines in '85, and eventually got into writing books. And my started to wrote a couple of books on genre cinema, one about Italian and one about Swedish cinema. But the book I always wanted to do was the book about Swedish death metal, because that was something I grew up with. I wanted to document it because I didn't have a camera back then, and I lost all my demos and T-shirts when I moved away from home. So it was kind of a memory trip that turned into a much bigger project than I thought. So suddenly we have a big book that I had to release, and eventually got help to Ian Christie to release it through his imprint. So I couldn't do everything myself. And now I'm working on a new book about Swedish hardcore punk from the 80s. That's all those Anticymex, Mob 47, those kind of bands. Interview book, so it will be a lot of inside stories I never knew. So it should
When
be
is
fun.
that? When is that kind of scheduled for completion? When are people going to be able to see that? Any idea or?
I would guess at least 2 years.
Okay.
But half the book is done. But I'm slower with age.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And also I have many bands I play with. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, tell us a little bit about your background, and I know of at least a couple of the bands that you're in, but maybe people don't know that.
yeah, I played in a lot of punk bands in the 80s that never released anything, but then got more into metal in the 90s and played in a band called Della Morte that toured Europe at least, and Incision toured Europe and Australia and even Thailand and stuff like that. And nowadays I play in a band called Horndal that is doing fine in Sweden, and Martyrdod, which is kind of a punk band but with a lot of death metal influences, and my own black metal band Tyrant I'm playing with. I played in many other bands. It's been a lifetime
Lifetime of love. Yeah.
yeah, I can
Curious.
never. If one band stops, I start a new one. So
Yeah. It's kind of like Mark and I. We're always we've got some project that we're always working on, with the podcast or teaching or his art or something, that we're kind of doing.
yeah.
Curiously, just because you have documented so much of the Swedish harder extreme sort of side of things, what's the sort of the first Swedish like metal hard rock album that really drew you into the world that was unique to Sweden? You mentioned Kiss as being your gateway drug, but like what was like the game-changing kind of Swedish record for you, I suppose?
I mean, we got into Heavy Load early, but it was just one of many metal bands you liked. Heavy Load, and then Europe, uh, and those bands. But I think the band that really got me was Candlemass. So when Epicus was released, there was a radio program in Sweden called Rockbox, and they played like 5 songs from that album. I mean, almost the entire album. And I was completely drawn into it, and wrote 7 songs that sounded exactly like Candlemass the same night. So
yeah, that seems to be in the book. You talk about that being a game changer, not just for yourself, but really like the Swedish extreme scene. Even though that record's not necessarily like extreme vocally or anything, it was like fairly mainstream and it was way heavier, obviously, than bands like Europe or like you mentioned, Heavy Load. So it seems like that for not just yourself, but a lot of bands in 1986 was kind of like the line in the sand that like really opened the floodgates a little bit.
Yeah, I also say that Candlemass was a bridge between the old traditional metal scene and the newer, more extreme, the thrash metal. Because everybody it was so good, that album. So you just couldn't get away from it. I still think it's the by far the best they ever made, and I also like the fact that Heavy Load recorded it in their home studio, and it sounds like $1 million.
Oh wow, yeah, that's right. I forget that. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, no, that is a incredible record, for sure. And Mark had a chance to see the anniversary show that they played here in the States, and unfortunately, I had something that came up, so I couldn't see them perform all of Epicus. But that's definitely a dream to still see that someday. So, well, I guess with the story of Swedish thrash, which is what we're kind of talking about here. What were the sort of precursors or influences that gave rise to the Swedish scene? Was it Bathory? Was it American thrash, German thrash? Like what was the progenitor that sort of gave birth to that scene, in your opinion?
I would say that Metallica was the band that got it going here. I mean, they played Metallica on the radio in '83, and I heard it, and I was like, "My God, what is this?" It was like everybody loved them. So I guess many people wanted to start to play that music immediately, but it took a while here, and nobody really got it soon enough. But then if you look at the thrash bands that actually made records in Sweden, they came from different backgrounds. I would say if you take the 2 major ones was Agony and Hexenhaus. And Agony came from a completely punk rock background, whereas Hexenhaus came from a hard rock, heavy metal background. So it was, I guess, like Metallica was the unifying. People heard Metallica and they could, from whatever background they came from, they wanted to channel it into more thrash metal.
Does Bathory fit into the story of this at all? Because they are obviously the beginning of extreme metal, certainly in Sweden, and so many other genres that have drawn from it. But like, can you see anything in the speed and velocity of things like the self-titled and the Return that translate into thrash, or is Bathory just like its own weird anomaly that has nothing to do with like the influences that Swedish thrash would draw from?
I would say Bathory is one of those unique bands that I would say was not inspired by Metallica at all. And you had Hellhammer, was one of those bands, and Sodom. Bathory, they look at Venom, and they are unique, and the bands that looked at Bathory for inspiration came later in my eyes, like Merciless and Mefisto and Obscurity. So I think they're a different breed. I think many of the people who wanted to play Metallica, Anthrax style, the thrash metal, but Bathory was just too extreme for them. So it was a different. I would say
you could definitely see it translating into like the sort of blurred scene that was going to happen with like you mentioned Mefisto and Merciless and Obscurity and some of those bands. That's where Bathory kind of comes in, so they almost skip the traditional thrash but go right to the black thrash kind of stuff.
Yeah,
makes sense. Yeah, I can kind of see that sort of narrative, for sure. So you mentioned Rockbox before, and it seems like the Rockbox radio show was a kind of like Candlemass, a pretty big thing for growing the metal scene in Sweden through the radio show and stuff like that. Like, how important was that to the development of these different pockets of Swedish metal that were starting to happen, especially with thrash and some of the early kind of death metal stuff that was starting to grow up? Where does Rockbox fit into that?
Rockbox was, that show was extremely important because they played mainly traditional heavy metal and hard rock, but every episode they played like 2 or 3 extremer bands. So many albums that were new, you heard it there first. Dark Angel, Death Angel, SOD, Slayer, Rain in Blood, all those records they played, and they played like not 1 but 2 or 3 songs from those albums, and really pushed them. And I sat with a pencil and wrote down all those bands, the faster bands, because those were the records you wanted. And then you went to your local record store and tried to buy those records when you had money, which wasn't often back then. But it was super important. That's where I discovered, because I also live in the countryside, so I had not many friends who bought this kind of records, like 1 or 2. So we divided it. So if I bought the first, Hellhammer, my friend bought the first Celtic Frost, and we, tried to split up the records between us to get as much as possible.
Exactly what my friends did, by the way, just so you know. But we were a few years after. I remember distinctly, like, flipping a coin over which friend was going to buy Tomb of the Mutilated and which friend was going to buy Morbid Angel Covenant. And I got Covenant and he got Tomb of the Mutilated. So and then we'd record it for each other. And, that's just kind of how it worked when you were broke and young and, all that kind of stuff. So, absolutely. We also listened to radio shows that played. That's the first place I ever heard Carcass. And I remember like recording that radio show just in case they played something that was like extreme. And every so often they'd throw At the Gates or Carcass or something. This is like mid 90s. And I was like, oh, what's this? Kind of thing. So it's just funny. It's something Mark and I talk a lot about on Requiem, is just like, music pre-internet versus sort of post-internet. It's a totally different world that people that you and I teach just don't completely understand.
But it was the radio show, and then if you could get your hands on a magazine, which was very hard where I grew up, but then there was a compilation album called Speed Kills that was super, super important, that we got, and we bought all the albums gradually that were represented on that record. So it was.
What were some of the bands that kind of formulated from that Speed Kills? What were some of the bands that kind of you remember standing out to you?
Sodom. That was the Sodom and Bulldozer
from Italy. Yep.
Yeah, those 2 I remember especially.
talk about Swedish thrash specifically, who would you say, as a historian, I suppose, who would you give credit for being the first out the gate with an actual Swedish thrash record? Was it Damien with their demo, Agony? Was it Mefisto with those two demos in '86? Like, who would you say like created the first like kind of thrash, album that had like I guess an impact in Sweden on some level?
For me, I would say it was Agony, but I might be, biased because Agony, the singer of Agony, he lived pretty close to where I grew up in Hedemora. But he was from Stockholm. He was sent there for some reason. I think he had some trouble at home or something. And he became an ice hockey trainer for kids that were just a couple of years younger than him. And they were the kids from a band called Asocial. It was a Swedish hardcore punk band. And they taught him about punk. And he got super obsessed with punk. And when he moved back to Stockholm, he started a punk band called Agony. That, after a couple of demos, transformed into this thrash metal band, Agony. So their demo, what was it called? I don't.
Oh boy, I don't have it in front of me.
Execution of Mankind was a demo called. Yes. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it is Execution of Mankind. Yep.
That demo was something that we got when it came out. It could have been 86, maybe.
Yep. 87. Because 86 was also in Megalomania. The Puzzle came out, and then the Damien demo as well. So that's why I was curious which one kind of came first in terms of influence.
I think Damien was way more underground, at least for me. But Agony, they played on Rockbox. I remember that clearly, and I already knew who they were. So for me, they seemed like the first that really could push. I also know they made some shows, which was, not didn't seem to be any of that kind of thrash metal bands never played live. Like Mefisto never played live.
You just heard Storm of the Apocalypse and Deadly Legacy from Agony, Without Mercy from Damien, Live Life at Speed and Ripper Attack from Maninnya Blade, and then we opened up with the classic Born for Burning from Bathory, and then we heard from Daniel Ekeroth, both at the beginning and the end there, and he kind of talked about some of the music we heard in that last set and stuff, and we'll hear from him at the end of the next couple talk sets as well throughout the episode. So, and speaking of him, it's kind of time to get into, two kind of, I guess, big swingers for this scene, I suppose, with a tiny, unique band kind of in between that sort of unites them, I guess. And we're going to start with Hatred, and that's a band, I can't remember if it was in the last interview we just played or if it's in the next one, but that's like Ekeroth's like favorite thrash band of this thing. I mean, I think outside of Merciless and Mefisto, which is a given, but like the band, he's like, they should have been bigger. They should have been awesome, and they just never were really able to pull it off. And that is, of course, Hatred. And so, basically what he says in the book, just to sort of give an intro to these two demos we're going to hear stuff from, but he says the brilliant Hatred were from Hedemora, and he says, were in my eyes the very best of the Swedish thrash metal bands. Like Agony and Bathory, this great band had its roots in the punk scene. The lineup originally featured no less than 3 of the members of the ultra-brutal hardcore band Asocial, who were the pioneers of blast beats. Interesting. Hatred's first demo, Winds of Doom from '87, may be a standard affair, but that would soon change. Their second demo, Welcome to Reality, recorded in January of 1989, showed tremendous development. This recording is a feast of fast tempos, raw sound, razor-sharp riffs, tight drumming, and extremely well-structured songs. Further, Thomas London is a brilliant thrash singer, even though his high-pitched screams seem a bit dated today. Unlike other Swedish bands, Hatred were able to blend the rawness of German speed metal with the precision of Bay Area thrash. If Hatred had been in San Francisco, they might have become huge. Hatred's quality was confirmed when they were one of 2 thrash metal bands, along with Mortality, chosen to appear on the Swedish metal compilation supervised by the radio show Rockbox. To my ears, their contribution, Tempted by Violence, remains, together with Agony's Deadly Legacy, the best Swedish thrash metal song ever written. Hatred capture everything great about thrash metal. It's a shame they never made an album. And then that guy we heard a quote from earlier, talking about meeting the dude from Marduk, Close Up Magazine. He just says a quick quote. He said, Hatred were such a good band. Unlike all other Swedish thrash metal bands, they knew how to write songs. Hatred deserved so much more. They were good on an international level. So, yeah, what were your thought on this trio of tunes before we kind of break it down a little bit more? Your impressions of the
Well,
Hatred
the
tunes.
Troops of Metal sounds like they were really relying on the cowbell
Yeah,
a lot in the beginning. But lots of riffs, lots of changes, which is, always entertaining back then. Good bass. They have a thrown an Ozzy Osbourne laugh and a bass break in that first song. A little bit of Paul Di'Anno on the vocals, I feel.
Sure. Yeah, no, Thomas was who's the guy? Yeah. So this is Tommy Agrippo again. This is the dude I told you he would make an appearance again,
Oh
and
yeah, okay.
he sings on the Troops of Metal demo. And he was then known as Thomas Leone, but he had like so different last names depending on what group he's in and stuff. So yeah, so kind of cool little connection.
Yeah, but lots of even like with what is it? State Eclipse is the next one.
Yeah,
Great like breakdown mosh parts, twin leads.
killer. That bass driven mosh part in State Eclipse is really fucking rad.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the guitarist was in October Tide as well.
Well, that's the crazy part. I was going to point out is the guitarist Johan Jansen. He was in Della Morte, which is the band Ekeroth was in. Sentinex, Uncanny, and then he played live with Entombed AD and October Tide. So I don't think he ever recorded with October Tide, but
No, he was
like
just live.
touring guy. Yeah, so
And he's like a couple years old in those guys, but it's funny how you know incestuous this stuff is, how small of a scene it really is. Sometimes when you start seeing lineups.
sure. Well, one of the other things too, we talked about the breakdown in State Eclipse. I wrote that whole middle section should have gotten them signed to Noise Records. Like that was just like it's a shame that these guys didn't get that contract and get a bigger spectrum to sort of play with a little bit.
Yeah, there's
I
even
even
like
said,
a carcass stomp part kind
yeah,
of in there.
I can hear that.
There's so much going on in each song. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like they have the name isn't super great. If their name was, there's all kinds of reasons why they could have, gotten a little bigger. But like, it's funny the things that like endear people to a band, and like what's looking back at, I was like, these guys had everything to be, something of note, and it was just kind of like now they're just a footnote in a
Oh
very
no, I
small
know.
genre history.
Exactly. Yeah, and I heard a little bits of like it's almost like the variety. It's like the savageness of like Creator mixed with like the musicality, like a band like Heathen or something. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's like a weird. It's just it's two scenes kind of merging, the German and the San Francisco Bay Area one a little bit, which is pretty neat. And
I don't know if they
definitely
ever
that's
necessarily found their unique voice, but they definitely had
they had something.
something
Yeah.
unique going on.
Yeah, and like the quotes that we just read from you, they could like write songs. Like you actually knew like they had like a vision of like what they were trying to do, and even though they didn't
Ambitious.
maybe have the right identity, you know.
Yeah,
So
I think they're
what'd you
really
say?
ambitious. They're very
Yeah,
ambitious
ambitious.
with
Yep,
every song.
yep. And Tempted by Violence, the Rockbox comp tune. I mean, fierce, propulsive. It's just, like he said, a really really good thrash tune, and
Some injustice in there.
yeah, and that definitely Heathen. You hear that with like a band like Heathen had a lot of Metallica and
Hmm.
Justice kind of influence as well. So Rockbox is interesting, and there's a whole section in the book where they talk about Rockbox, and Ekeroth talks about it in the interview I did with him too, how that was where he heard stuff. And you had memory that when we did the first couple Edge of Sanity shows that Dan talked about it too, right?
I feel it was either that or it's in liner notes that Chris did on those Edge of Sandy reissues.
Mm, okay.
Something about
Yeah.
that, or maybe not even the liner notes, but like one of the versions of one of the demos was taken from something that was played on that. that was only played on that was added on that demo cover record that I did. I could be
Yeah.
completely wrong. Those are just my.
No, I think you're right. I do remember it coming up because it wasn't the first time I had heard about Rockbox was, talking to Ekeroth. So I'm sure I'd heard of it somewhere else.
Yeah.
But in his book, he kind of gives a little context. He says the importance of the radio show Rockbox should not be underestimated. For a few years, the show introduced almost all the new exciting music. Personally, I heard not just Candlemass, but SOD, Dark Angel, Death Angel, Heathen, Testament, and Overkill for the first time. The show probably started the craving for extreme music in Sweden. You listened to the broadcast, heard new bands, and the next day looked for their records. The show's host, Par Fontander, played a more important role than has been recognized in creating the extreme Swedish metal underground. 5 years before, Jonas Elquist and Håkan Persson had an immense impact, on the Swedish punk scene with their Nivag program. Radio was very important in the 80s, he points out. And Patrick Jensen from Seance, The Haunted, Witchery, he says, I listened to Rockbox with an almost religious dedication. For a couple of years, that's where you got to know about exciting music. And then who's the next quote? Oh, next quote's from Tampa, who we should say is in some medical, things are kind of happening for him right now. It's very sad to hear about his fight with cancer is kind of not,
He's taking his treatment, but it's man,
yeah.
it
And
seems pretty. He's
from
going
what
through
I've
a real
heard, he
difficult
had to
time.
get a surgery where, part of his throat was removed. So I don't know if,
His
I heard,
his soft palate in the top of his mouth.
is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, so I think I'm trying to look very optimistically that maybe this creates an even more unique voice for him down the road.
Yeah, possibly.
I just hope he's, you know, it's a really tough time. There's too many people, personally or just, in the scene that have, people are dealing with cancer and at an all too young rate, it seems like.
Well, and then we just lost yesterday Brett from formerly from Mastodon, which is
Yeah,
like,
just like a shit act. I mean, anybody that rides a motorcycle, just tell them to please
yeah,
be careful.
it's
Holy
it's
shit. It's the most dangerous thing I've ever been on in my life.
yeah. I crashed a scooter, like a motorized scooter thing that I rented in Italy, and like that was the first time I ever gotten anything like that. And I was like, ugh, I don't feel comfortable on these things.
And then
It's
just with
just
other cars, like, that's like, a bike and a tank.
yeah.
The cars are always going to win. So it's just really
When it's a
unfortunate.
bike that goes really, really fast,
Yeah.
that's the problem too. You're
Yeah.
creating a lot of velocity and stuff. But not to get too morbid, but I guess back to the regularly scheduled program. But Tampa basically had this to say. He said, first there was a program called Hard Rock, and I taped every show and listened to it about 10 times. Then came Rockbox, and Pat Fontander did such a great work in spreading metal across Sweden. I can't imagine growing up without it. And then Nikki Anderson says, Rockbox was something you listened to every week, even though they didn't play much extreme metal. It was those few songs you waited for,
It
which
was our
kind of
headbangers
reminds me
ball.
of Headbangers Ball. Yeah, I was just gonna say we had that same experience where it was like the last like
Two
half hour
songs.
or two songs or something.
Yeah.
They would play Morbid Angel or Carcass or Napalm
Napalm.
Death. Yep, stuff like that. So there was also. Did you ever listen to Metal Shop on Z93? It was on like
Yeah. Yeah.
Saturday nights maybe or Friday nights, and that's where I heard Carcass Heartwork for the very first time. They played No Love Lost and
They were doing kind of like what the
Buried
Concrete
Dreams.
Corner was doing, but they were doing it on a legacy platform.
Yeah.
I remember.
I don't know if anyone else, if Metal Shop was something that was broadcast across America. So if you're a Requiem person that
I don't
knows
think
what the hell
so.
we're talking about, you
I
think it
think
was just
yeah,
local Michigan?
I think that was all. That was pre Clear Channel stuff.
Okay.
So that was still
I didn't know
regional
if it was
radio.
syndicated. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. Uh, yeah.
As far as I understand from
Yeah,
listening.
I can't remember because I didn't listen religiously. Like we
Yeah.
had a show that I ended up hosting when I was in college, but when Mark and I were growing up on the 91.5 called The Furnace, they played some metal stuff and yeah, so it was you had to look for it, pre-internet, where you could find it. And then the final quote comes from Ola Lindgren from Grave, and he says, "You listened carefully to Rockbox because you knew they were going to play one or two really extreme songs. Then you wrote down the names of these bands and ordered them the record store the next day. Rockbox was the only channel to discover new brutal music. It was only later that you got into tape trading and got information from magazines such as Metal Forces. So just
I
thought,
feel like we talked about this because this or mentioned Rockbox in some capacity because it's like it's the parallel of John Peel in the UK.
oh yeah, that's true. Good point. Yeah.
You know, like this guy that was they had a large platform, but like really, you know, publicized a lot of stuff that had no right to be on the radio at all.
Mm-hmm. And
And then
champion
to do like
bands
the
that
Peel
were,
sessions and all that.
yeah, yeah, and champion bands that probably wouldn't pierce the veil of the mainstream.
Yeah, I mean Napalm Carcass, Bolt Thrower, like I mean Extreme Noise Terror, any like there's so many sessions from that too, but I never outside I don't think I've ever actually heard an episode outside of just some little clips, you know, here and there from Peel's program, but like reading all kinds of crap from about this stuff for the last 30 years, you always hear people, you know, talking about the mass influence. We don't really have a that's like the equivalent of like Casey Kasem saying, you got to check
I
out
know.
the Slayer record today. And
Yeah.
like we
Yeah.
didn't have that type of tastemaker that actually had good taste and was on the, you know, the bleeding edge of new things. Like
I feel
that's
like there
not
was a few years on YouTube where Sam Dunn's production company, they would review records, like Sarah Kitteringham was on there and a few other people. What was that
they still
called?
do it, but it's like they have to wait until the embargoes have lifted to play, so you don't get early reviews anymore.
Okay. But I feel
Unfortunately,
like it like people it was like something that had like a little cachet maybe 10 years ago, but now
hmm
it's like something I don't really even think about. So it is weird how disposable all that stuff is because it's so readily available. It doesn't, I don't know, other than like Decibel and like the lead reviews, then I'm like, oh, okay, cool. This is what's coming out next, or something.
no,
So
I think if people try to be too, if you're trying to be like a 24-hour news network, it's all throwaway crap. It's just like what like sizzly headline can you get? What like oh this happened. We're going to talk about this right now. But I think the long term smart way to go is what we've done. Is just try to do a timeless. We're just
yeah.
talking about stuff. We're not like, all right, dude, what's the new release of the week? Like, oh, we're going to talk about blah blah blah.
Yeah, because it doesn't age well,
No,
depending
and
on
it's
like
like who
what
cares?
happens
At
and
a
stuff.
certain point, there's no context. It's just you're regurgitating like press releases that you get, which
Yeah, it's
you know is a
well, it's
certain
very like
extent of what journalism is, but
yeah, well, it's
commercial
very
journalism.
21st century capitalism. It's like all disposable. Like everything's
Yeah.
just disposable. Move on next. Buy the
Yep.
next thing. Do the next thing. That
What's the
kind of
next
thing.
big thing? What's the next thing people are gonna get links and clicks about? It's like,
So
okay.
and like for those of you that are maybe new to Requiem and you're already a couple hours in this episode going, what the fuck? Well, like in my estimation, like what this episode I hope it to be is like a historical document, audio with music samples that is like the definitive or fairly definitive. I'm sure we're missing bands. I'm not going to say we're
Of
not,
course.
but
It's a
you will
deep
walk
dive.
away and you will understand like the context of Swedish thrash, and you'll be like,
Yep.
okay, I know more about Swedish thrash other than maybe reading the Ekeroth book than like I would have. And it's just a document that's timeless. And if now maybe then you want to go back and listen to last year's Finnish history of or the Dutch thrash scene and be like, okay, I don't know that many of these bands. That's the point, is to
Yeah.
like fill in the gap on some of this. Like, we do obviously cover big bands, that have a big cachet and a big story and stuff, and that there's a time and place for it. But sometimes these episodes are discovery for both us and the listeners of putting the pieces together to kind of stitch a narrative and be like, was there you know, not cohesive narrative, but at least to get the context of what was happening.
It's
So,
a really good overview of part of this larger scene.
it's
That
like a
there's
sampler.
way more to get into, but this is a very comprehensive primer
Yeah.
to get going.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then in between Hatred and the next band we're going to talk about comes kind of a unique band called Ice Age. And then we're just going to listen to one song, and they had a demo called General Alert in 1987. All ladies, which is pretty cool. I mean, there
Okay,
weren't
that's
a
what I
lot of those.
assume. I didn't look them up, but
Yeah,
that's what it
all
sounded
all
like.
female
Yeah.
musicians. Vocalist Sabrina Kilstrand. She kind of reminds me of Debbie Gunn from Snow White, which we did an
Yeah.
episode on them. Kind of just a little bit of that kind of vibe.
Chicago.
Um, Yeah, from Chicago. Melodic thrash, some power speed metal moments kind of thrown in. There's a kind of seek and destroy riff that sneaks in it a couple times here and there, but it's just, I don't think I'm trying to remember. I didn't take notes on it, but I don't know if they ever actually put out an official full length or if they were just kind of a demo band. But worth a mention at least. Which is pretty cool.
It starts with the bomb siren. You can't be
Yeah,
bad.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, general alert. Oh, that's how a general alert should start, Mark, with a little siren or some kind
That's
of
true.
thing
Just
to
the
alert
name
the
sounds less
general
than
public.
exciting
I
for
know
general
it's
alert.
pretty terrible fucking song
Maybe
title.
call it
And
red alert.
yeah,
Something
I
that
don't.
sounds more extreme. General alert sounds like some email you get, like "Thank you for your
Yes,
attention to this matter."
but it's usually in your spam folder.
Yeah, a
So
general alert that this one thing that probably doesn't matter might matter, so we have to tell you about it, so you don't sue us for liability.
It seems like and again, I know that this is a conversation I think we've had in other episodes, but like, Norwegian and Swedish people are very not extroverted, but more an introverted culture. And it's
Yeah,
like general alert is like the introverted way of trying to like draw like a like enthusiastically general alert, please, sir. General,
uh,
it's like
please listen
yes,
here,
we
guys.
need your attention. Please just quiet down over there. Yes. So it's
General
uh,
assembly. Yeah,
maybe in the 80s everything was even more subdued in Sweden. It was pretty calm times.
nothing
So
going on. No globalism.
that's it.
No internet. Two TV stations and heavy
Yeah,
load.
just people living in snowy conditions.
Yeah, just
Think,
trying to
think,
survive.
thinking about hockey and I don't know what else. Maybe soccer. Sweden was probably
Yes.
they were good at
Curling,
soccer.
maybe. I don't know.
I don't know if they do that. So then we get a bigwig, kind of one of the bigger bands, certainly maybe from a commercial standpoint and album sales, which is Hexenhaus. And we are going to hear a trio of tunes. We'll hear two in this set and then come back and launch the next set with a third. But Eaten Alive, the song we're going to hear from their debut from 1988 called A Tribute to Insanity. Um, they were famous. This album cover was very famous for also being used a couple years later for the Blesser of the Sick Morbid Angel cover, and that was
Yeah.
kind of the notoriety I think for a little bit.
Seems a little
And
bit of
so
a faux pas on Morbid Angel's part, but
yeah, I don't know. I'm sure like in the 80s, early 90s, pre-internet, like
no, I
you
mean nobody
know,
saw the fucking record. I mean that
copyright stuff. Yeah,
you
it's
couldn't
like
do a search for they probably yeah, all this it's public domain. You can do whatever you want with the thing. It's like like a 400-year-old painting or something.
yeah, it's what's the painting? It's Les Trésors de Satan by a Belgian painter by the name of Jean Delville is the official name that both Morbid Angel and stuff used. So,
Yeah.
and then the Hexenhaus CDs just got reissued in 2025 by oh shit, I just grabbed the booklets and of course it doesn't have the label on the booklets. I'll have to go upstairs and check. But yeah, there's three of them. They're all three really, really good records if you like kind of technical thrash, but not overly technical, I would say.
It's like Merciful Fate tech.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely it's got a little Bay Area kind of aspect mixed with the King Diamond, Merciful Fate sort of stuff. Um, and basically, when Maninnya Blade broke up, Hexenhaus formed out of the ashes, and then they brought in former Candlemass guitarist and future King Diamond, Merciful Fate guitarist Mike Weed into the fold, and he was kind of a guitar phenom, I suppose. And they
Yeah.
brought in the guitar player from Damien named Rick Meister as the other guitar player. So again, people from Damien making appearances in other bands,
Probably
as
not
we
his real
foretold.
last name.
Meister,
Yeah.
probably not. Yeah, I don't know.
Or these
Uh,
ones that sound very like Italian that are,
yeah,
that was like the thing to do to have like be like Rick, whatever the last name might be, but it sounds very, like priestly. Like I'm just thinking like,
yeah,
these very even like guys from Dokken. Like I don't know how many of those names are actually, really theirs,
yeah.
but
Do you think Bob Rock is really named Bob Rock?
no, no,
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't
he
think
probably
so.
has some really
I
lame
think as a
name.
record producer, that looks great on a business
Oh yeah,
card.
you guys want to rock or what?
Hey, you guys rock and roll. Hey, I'm Bob Rock. I can make you sound like
Fucking,
AC/DC. I can make you sound like
fucking
Def
do it.
Leppard.
Yep. So Nick was the guitarist from Maninnya Blade, and he basically moved to vocals, and that opened a slot up to bring in Mike Weed. And the name of the band is German for witch's house, and it's a reference, if you don't know, to Maleficus, which is a place in Bamberg, Germany, where in the like early 17th century, hundreds of suspected witches were tortured and executed. Um,
People that didn't want to be Catholics, that
yeah,
were,
yeah.
were pagan and just living off the land. God,
Although probably by
fucked with.
then, oh yeah, in Germany, it could have been Protestantism too,
Yeah,
because by then you got Martin Luther. Depends
some
on,
type of Christianity. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know which. If Bamberg's in the north, then it was probably Protestantism, but if it's in southern Germany, then it's Catholicism, typically. So, but
I always go
the
to
album,
Catholicism first because
that was
that
your
was my
upbringing, yeah.
upbringing. So
Yeah, the more you get into Northern Europe, the more you get Protestant, the further you get from the Vatican. That's my rule of thumb that I teach my students. I'm like, yeah, if you can get away with not having to follow the rules of the Pope, the further away, it's like out of sight, out of mind, kind of thing.
yeah.
So, but the album was probably the first, I guess, heavier Swedish metal album with kind of two guitar players, like Mike and Rick, kind of slinging riffs at each other.
Hmm.
That's something that Sweden will get known for, especially when you get to like Gothenburg and you got like two lead guys kind of going at each other. And so that's kind of cool. So it wasn't just a rhythm guy and a lead player, but it was like two lead players that like intertwined a bit. Candlemass did that a lot too, for being
Hmm.
a doom metal band. They had two like really extraordinary guitar players always coming at each other, I guess. And
That's like a no album thing too,
yeah, for
for sure.
sure.
At least with like with Maiden and Leopard, Def Leppard, and stuff like that. Some of the
Mhm.
early on stuff.
And then the album ended up getting remixed in the studio by Leif Edling from Candlemass. So there's a little bit more kind of a connection sort of there, I suppose. But
When it was
yeah,
recorded, or was that for the reissue?
no, for the actual, like, in that era of
Okay.
88 or whatever. Yeah, 88. Yep. And then the booklet's cool. If you get the reissues, it's got like I think the original kind of lyric sheets and stuff, and then it's got nice little essays in each one about the album, and then at the very end, Mike Weed kind of gives you kind of commentary on all the tracks. He goes kind of track by track a little bit, and so here's what he had to say about Eaten Alive. Pretty short, but he says, a pretty sweet song with some punk vibes coming and going. I don't want to talk too much about the lyrics since they were written by Rick Meister, but I know that many people misunderstood this one. Despite the title, it's not about cannibals, it's about the corrupted society. So apparently people thought it was about cannibalism. So,
People
yeah, so
like to
we're,
look at headlines, not dig deeper. So if
I
it's called
know.
Eaten Alive, well, it's either going to be zombies or cannibals.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, so let's end here. We'll talk about the next Hexenhaus song when we come back from this talk set because it's on the same record that we'll start our next set off with. And then we'll get into a little bit more of the Hexenhaus history, I suppose. So we're gonna hear a trio of tunes from Hatred, from the Winds of Doom demo from '87. We'll start with Troops of Metal. From the Welcome to Reality demo from '89, we'll hear State Eclipse. And from the vaulted Rockbox compilation from 1989, we'll hear Tempted by Violence. Then we'll hear Ice Age's General Alert from the demo of the same name from '87. And from Hexenhaus's debut record, A Tribute to Insanity from 1988, we'll hear Eaten Alive. And then we're going to end with another Hexenhaus song from their second record called The Edge of Eternity. And that song is called Home Sweet Home, Ward, Sweet Ward, kind of a sanitarium type tune. And then we'll hear from our good friend Daniel afterwards. Enjoy.
the band that probably was seen as the biggest of them was Hexenhaus, and I don't remember any gigs with them. So they can't have played live much at all.
Were Hexenhaus just considered the biggest because of their sound wise, or did they just get some more like radio play than some of the other bands of that era?
I think unlike Agony or for that Hatred, which is my favorite band, but they never released an album. But unlike Agony, they came from a metal background and they had released records before, because they were the same band as a heavy metal band called Maninnya Blade that had released records as early as '84. So they were already some sort of rock stars already when they started to play thrash. And they also made 3 albums. I mean, Agony only released 1. So they just seemed bigger somehow.
Yeah, was it a tribute to Insanity? Was that like their first album where they kind of fully transitioned into thrash then? Is that
yeah, when they had the cover that Morbid Angel stole later.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yep, for Covenant, right?
Then they also Hexenhaus, they had Mike Weed, who was a guitar wizard already at that, so it's no wonder he went on to Merciful Fate and King Diamond. But they had a problem with singers, because the first Hexenhaus album, they had the old Maninnya Blade singer, and then on the second one they stole the singer from Damien, and on the third one they stole the singer from Hatred. So they kind of took the singers from the best Swedish thrash bands.
It seems like the scene was pretty insular, so everybody was kind of hopping around from different bands and things like that.
Yeah. Because the people left those other bands because I think Hexenhaus was seen as the one that would make it, but they of course never did. They might have sold a lot of records, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know either, other than just like I said, reading your book and listening to some of the samples. Well, we are, you mentioned Hatred being one of your favorites. We are playing a couple Hatred tunes from the 87 demo and the 89 demo. What stands out the most about them as being such a great thrash band, in your opinion?
They were faster. I think Hatred they were faster than the other Swedish band, and they were more fresh. They were not heavy metal, and they didn't have this techno thrash prog vibe that bands like Mesro and Hexenhaus had. Hatred was more like Creator, riff, full blast thrash, and they also had a good singer. I mean, not a rough, heavy singer, but a singer that could really sing, which made them sound very professional somehow and different. It was like Creator had an Anthrax style singer, so they really had something. I think if they would have been from Stockholm, I think they would have got a record label deal and they would have gone somewhere. But they were from Hedemora, the tiny little village in the middle of nowhere. So I guess.
Well, I was going to say, you mentioned, and geography comes into play so much in your book for the Swedish death metal scene, for the thrash, all that stuff. How important is geography to the Swedish metal scene for maybe people that don't understand how things are laid out? I mean, obviously people know, the Gothenburg scene, the Stockholm scene, but maybe give people who are not from Sweden or Europe like some insight into how big of a role that played in the development of all these different scenes.
I mean, where I grew up, we lived very close to a place called Fagersta, and there was a guy who started a venue. So originally to bring punk bands, but then he discovered this new thing called thrash metal. So he brought all the thrash metal bands, and then came death metal. So he brought them. So Napalm Death played there in the 80s, and Carcass played in the 80s, and so because of that venue, there were scenes growing up around it. Like the town I lived in, Avesta, had a huge death metal scene, and that's only because that venue was close by. It would never have happened otherwise. And when the venue's closed, the scene died, and there's nothing going on there anymore. It's just the old guys still have new products, but nothing new. And so just one thing that exists where you live, it meant the world. So if you live in a town without nothing, there would be nothing.
Yeah. Especially if you were, it seemed like if you were isolated from the big cities, either of those two big scenes. Yeah, absolutely. It was Home Sweet Home and Eaten Alive from Hexenhaus. We had General Alert from Ice Age, and then a trio of tunes to start things off from Hatred. We started with Troops of Metal, State Eclipse, then Tempted by Violence. So, yeah, Home Sweet Home. Parentheses, Ward, Sweet Ward from Hexenhaus. This is the Edge of Eternity record from 1990. And this one, having spent a little bit of time with all three, I think this is their best record from start to finish.
Most fully realized.
Yeah, I think so. It's a little better than the debut, even though I like the debut. Definitely got some cool. I hear in this last song some kind of almost Seasons in the Abyss kind of riffs built in at the beginning, especially. It kind of reminds me of that title track a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is once again they bring in this is a new vocalist, and this is Tommy Agrippa from both Damien and Hatred, who now makes an appearance in Hexenhaus. So he's kind of jumping around to multiple bands here, and he seems to be the go-to guy if you want a pretty good thrash metal vocalist in this era, in Sweden and stuff like that. Um, Mike Weed, what he had to say about this tune is he says, "Here we have one of my favorites from the album. It has a really good riff, and I like that it's full of contrast. It's got its breaks, and it has its acoustic guitars. And I must say that I really like the clean guitars. Then we have the chorus. I find the chorus to be really cool. So nothing too mind blowing, but I think he's not wrong. I kind of dig how they integrate some of the acoustic things and stuff like that into it.
Is this the one that he produced as well?
Did we do this one? Let me see.
What's the? Let me look at my
Edge of Eternity is this record. It probably says somewhere in there. I just didn't write that down necessarily.
Well,
but,
I was most of this I was listening to on YouTube sitting on the couch.
Oh, okay.
And writing down. So they're actually the whatever rip of this that was on YouTube. They showed still stories of the CD and like the interiors and the back and stuff. So it popped up and it showed like the picture of this. I don't know which guy it was with this huge fucking pompadour mullet.
Oh, he does.
Thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at that photo right now. It's a really unfortunate haircut for sure.
Yeah, but then it was like
one guy's got like a really
Mike
bad
Weed
part.
on one of those. It was just like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I bet this one. It might be this one. Okay. Oh no, actually, I think it's the third one, which we're not going to play anything from. But yeah, that one's pretty good. But it's just a more refined Edge of Eternity, I would suppose. So, as we bring up Hexenhaus, I thought it was kind of fun. I kind of came across this as I was, researching through the book. It's a quote from Nicky Anderson from Nihilist, Entombed, etc. He says, "When we discovered death metal, we quickly started to get very stubborn opinions of what was okay and what was not. And thrash metal was not considered as exciting. I remember that Hexenhaus used to laugh at the noise we made, and we just thought that they were wimps, posers, and nerds. Swedish thrash metal, Swedish thrash metal was definitely not considered cool in any way as death metal started to grow. We even smiled behind the backs of guys like Robin Bekarov. I can't remember who that was. Oh, that's the guy from Close Up Magazine that I've read a couple quotes. And it's almost embarrassing when I think back on how hardcore death metal I was. So kind of,
that's how we felt too. I think they knew they were getting international attention. Hexenhaus was not. Close Up Magazine was not getting international attention.
No. Yep. And when you're young and you're that passionate, obsessive about stuff, I think that speaks volumes, in terms of.
But you're naive enough to not know that you're not supposed to do that. That's power.
Yeah, for sure. And there's something, I mean, I remember being an early film student and just having very firm opinions on stuff that I've since adapted, changed, or completely got rid of. But it's part of that coming of age aspect of your own independence and staking your claim of personality and who you're going to be and your values and things like that. And then you soften them as you.
Yeah, I still have strong opinions, but I'm perfectly fine with what anybody else is passionate about. Cool.
Yeah. Well, and there's this thing too. Oh, go ahead. I mean to cut you off. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, it's fine. Just I have strong opinions, but I don't need to vocalize them to everybody.
Sure. Yeah,
about
there's a
things.
time and
If like
place for it.
somebody's talking to me about some band they love, I'm not going to be like, that band fucking sucks. You're
Fuck yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like that's cool, man. That's cool. Whatever.
Well, I do think there's something, and I'm sure a lot of our listeners have probably heard of it before, but it's something I teach my kids, especially we're in the media unit. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And this idea that like the less you know about something, the more you have false confidence. And
Yeah.
like as you become more of an expert, your confidence, like it's like the more you realize is out there because you're actually
The more
getting
humble you
deeper
become,
into
you
it,
should be.
you
Yeah.
become more humble until the arc of the graph comes back up to expert level, you know. And I would say I look at the cringe of some of the reviews I wrote in like Eclipse 1 and Eclipse 2, and I was like, I was working with such limited knowledge of metal history that I thought I was onto something that in hindsight I was missing, you know. And it's like, damn,
But
but you got to start
you had the
somewhere, you know.
confidence and hubris enough to talk about it in front of people.
That's true.
A lot
That's
of
true.
people will
Yeah.
never do that.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. But it's like, you know, it's like early episodes we recorded of this. Like I'd probably, you know, that was like 2008 and we've learned and read so much more and, you know, our
Oh yeah.
research levels are,
Yeah.
so it's like kind of funny. You're like,
Well, it's like
well,
that
you did your
the
best.
David Vincent interview I did for the Hard and Heavy thing,
Yeah.
where he basically had the same opinions about shit when he was in his early 20s. And it was one of my best burns I think I've ever done. There was a not a it was a fairly subtle burn for him, but
I remember what you said because it's been
it's
a while since
basically something to the effect of, I don't know, that you know, something about like most people can change their opinions over time or something. But I said it in a way that wasn't judgmental.
yeah.
But him just saying like, is there anything that you would is there any opinions you had back then that you've changed your mind on? Nope,
He
I'm
was
pretty
like,
much staunch. Like, okay, I don't have a
well,
whole lot of opinions from back then that I still agree with.
oh yeah, that's probably what you said. Yeah, which is
Something like that.
great.
But
I love that.
I think I had a couple beers or in me or something because I was nervous to interview him.
Sure,
Um,
sure.
but I was like, yeah, it was like, because everybody else had a, you know, Shane and Nick Holmes had a pretty, like, you know, it was just like making fun of the past. It was like, yeah, we were just kids. Like, what the fuck did we know? I was wearing that fucking headband. Like, what were we doing?
Well,
But
it's almost like David Vincent strikes me as somebody that's kind of insecure. He puts on
yeah,
like a tough guy front and
I
the
think so.
cowboy
Yeah.
hat and all that, and I think he's just he
He's
can't like
tried to
give an
reinvent
edge.
himself a lot of time, like with, you know, Tortures and his country persona.
Yeah,
I don't really know where he's coming from on a lot
yeah,
of
same.
things. Like, I don't get him. I thought I got him when he was, you know, the going down the buffet. Like, he seemed smart when I was a teenager.
Sure.
But he was just very, you know, he just had very strong opinions on things that he didn't really know much about, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
no, you're not wrong. So yeah,
Like
no,
when you get into your like late 50s and you don't have a sense of humor about things you did as a teenager, I don't know how to understand that really.
I mean, we've even kind of like entered the era in the last like 10, 12, you know, 15 years probably even of like Tom G. Warrior getting to like smile and laugh and kind of
Yeah.
lower a little bit of that tough, you know, kind of interpersonal, you know, sort of tough persona he had for so long, you know, and now he's jovial, you know, when you talk to him and
Well,
stuff.
and I think Tom is one of those guys that I completely respect how serious he did everything. But not every you can't be that person all the time. And it's perfectly fine to let, you know, like this is heavy metal. It's not anything serious.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yep.
it definitely like it helps a lot of people with, you know, belonging, mental health issues, anger issues, like all this kind of stuff. I think it's music is incredibly important,
Hmm.
but your ego is incredibly unimportant. So I respect when people are trying to, you know, you got a persona that you want to maintain, but I'm more endeared to you if you have, you know, if you can laugh about it a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So we're gonna go when we start this next set into another track from the Edge of Eternity to sort of wrap up Hexenhaus, and it's a tune called "The Eternal Nightmare Act One." And on the next record, the third full length, they do Act Two. So in case you're interested, there is a sequel.
They did follow through.
They did. And the reason I picked this one is in particular what Mike Weed had to say about it. And he said, of all the songs on the album, I believe that this is the one that stood the test of time the best. It's a bit closer to what was awaiting the next album, Awakening. At least the guitars are almost there already. Yeah, this was one of the first songs I wrote for The Edge of Eternity. That doesn't make much sense, does it? However, the guitars are wicked ambitious, and I like them a lot. I think what you hear in this song and probably in the previous song is I hear a lot of like Megadeth stuff, like Holy Wars, Rest in Peace. Like that's kind of the technicality, or even like Peace Cells and some of the stuff that they're kind of going for there. So it's kind of like it's like heartfelt technical thrash, where like some technical thrash can be like emotionless sometimes or a little too
I think a
technical.
lot of it. Yeah.
I think like they Hexenhaus, at least on this record, and I'm not as familiar with Awakening, the next record, but I think they do a nice job in balancing. I think part of that is Mike Weed has innately in him a little bit of that like warm, merciful fate style. He's technical, but he's also got like that je ne sais quoi that King Diamond and Merciful Fate
There's a
music.
little bit of that 70s-ness that Merciful Fate has always had. That kind of, rounded the edges a little bit.
Yep. No, that's probably it. Is like King and some of those guys were coming out of Nuabum and Uriah Heep and bands that they were kind of into, before that. And so it kind of was like, yeah, we can noodle. We can have some pretty good shredding shit that LaRoque and others were doing, but it's like still rooted in good songwriting and catchy riffs,
Yeah.
So, yep.
Yeah, it wasn't about extremity as
Yeah.
much.
Yep. Even though like Merciful Fate gets always thrown into the extremes with like Bathory, Celtic Frost, it was more like the imagery and the lyrics that were more the extreme part of them.
Totally. Yeah.
So
Yeah, music not to some degree, but not crazy. It's
I
pretty
mean, maybe the
listenable stuff.
vocals are extreme in their own weird way,
Yeah.
perhaps for some people, I guess.
But it's falsetto screaming. That's like that's in the scheme of music history. That's been around a while.
Yeah. Yep. And speaking of tech thrash, we get Midas Touch. And, they have a record in 1989 called Presage of Disaster. And they took a lot of their thrash cues from like bands like Mekong Delta and Death Row and Vendetta, which were kind of more technical German thrash bands that kind of came out in the late 80s and stuff. And even parts of like Destruction. There's some, definitely some of that there
Sure.
too. Vocals come from a guy named Patrick Wyron, who's going to go on and be the guitarist, vocalist, main songwriter for Misery Loves Company.
Wow.
If you remember those guys.
I remember the name, but I remember listening to part of it and I was like, I don't need to hear any more of this.
It was one of those records where, because of the time it came out, and I bet you like some of our patrons who are my age will have this exact same story. It was marketed on Earache.
That was on Earache. Yeah.
It was on Earache.
It's like, oh,
So like as I was a 10th grader, still
Perfect.
one foot in the Pantera and some of that stuff, it was just marketed to my sensibilities. Definitely not to you and Chris. And so it had kind of a dumb, catchy, repetitive, kind of industrial metal-ish sort of thing going on, a little electronic and I don't know. But like I remember the first one. That's it. And I remember like songs like Need Another One. And it was like kind of like dumber Fear Factory.
yeah. I think it was Earache trying to stay relevant.
Yeah, I think that's what
trying
it
to be
was.
ahead of the curve, and then they tried to do it with fucking, was it Raspberry Smoke or Blackberry Smoke or one of these bands I've never heard, but I look at the covers
Blackberry Smoke. Yeah,
and I was just like, who fucking cares? Like, why? Like, they're now just trying to get on Download Fest.
Yep.
Like bands and stuff is like, who cares?
I think like Misery Loves Company, and again, I have avoided listening to this band, but I know they opened. I think they opened when I saw Metallica at Soldier Field in Chicago, but we got there late and missed most of them. They're another, I think Swedish. I think they're Swedish. Volbeat.
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
I think
so.
I think Volbeat is kind of like a modern Misery Loves Company. I don't know. I mean,
I've never listened to them either, but I don't have any interest. Same
have
with
this, like-
Sabaton. Don't care.
oh yeah,
Don't
yeah.
ever want to hear it.
I have some students that like Sabaton, and I think those are usually kids that like really like Dungeons and Dragons, but don't listen to a lot of metal. I guess
It looks like buffoonish.
yeah,
But
it's not my
I've never
thing.
listened, so
But there's also like this songs and the album because I listen to more songs than just these two as a like I don't think I just put it on Spotify or whatever, but kind of also reminded me of like Forbidden, like that style of thrash where it's like
Yeah, I could do that.
it's a little like more noodly. It's a little more complex. It's not gonna break through the way the Big Four or some of those other bands or even Testament sort of broke through. It's just got like there's like a extra layer of stuff there that's probably keeping it from being bigger than what it could be, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
that first Midas Touch song has like old At the Gates riffs almost in the beginning. Because like I feel like all the Gothenburg stuff was like that was thrash 2.0
yeah, no,
in
you're
my
not wrong.
mind. Like that
Yeah,
was like you kind of utilizing what thrash did, but like amped everything up. Like vocally sped everything up, was more complicated. So this it's interesting to so this stuff could be almost like the antecedent to the the
to
whole
the
Gothenburg
Gothenburg
sound,
melodic
perhaps.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is this really great interplay between the guitars and the bass riffing too, which is something that like Dark Tranquility or In Flames would
Hmm.
be known for doing that stuff even at the gates to some extent. So,
Yeah.
and it was put out by Noise Records. So Midas Touch was like I don't know, I don't know how many records it sold, but it was kind of a bigger thrash band from Sweden that they got on Noise, I suppose.
Yeah,
So
not a great name.
no, terrible name.
As far as
And
like
honestly, I don't like presage of disaster. It's a weird, like it's not, it doesn't flow, and it like
interesting
doesn't.
choice of words.
Yeah, it's like almost like they misnamed it or something. Like when I
Yeah.
say it, I think I always pause and be like, did I say that right? Oh, I guess I did. So it's one of the joys of ESL, kind of like putting that stuff together.
Or
So
the subhumanity.
yeah, a new
Like,
cycle.
let's put two words together that sounds heavy for to a middle schooler.
And I honestly, maybe I'm dumb, but I don't know what Asiladama is. I don't know. I didn't look it up.
Where's
Terminal
that at?
Breath. It's the name of the first Midas Touch song, Asiladama, Terminal
It,
Breath.
is it
I don't
Latin?
know what it is. Maybe it's a medical condition. I don't know.
Ah,
So
could be like
yeah,
scabies or something.
yeah, or some kind of like asthma thing, terminal breath. I mean, I don't know.
Ah,
So
primal breath. That's what you're
yeah,
thinking of.
could be. And then we go to kind of an in between band between Midas Touch, kind of a bigger band, and what we're going to end this set with, which is Mesro, and basically all that Ekeroth had to say is he said a band that got a bit more attention, though they were not nearly as good as Hatred, was Nipkoping's Mesro. This band recorded the decent Frozen Soul demo in February of 1988. The San Francisco influences are very obvious, with riff orgies and mosh parts to the limit. They have some nice riffs and pure Exodus Death Angel style and a decent vocalist in Uffe Peterson. Eventually, Mizrao secured a record deal with the English-Swedish label Active. And we'll talk more about Active Records a little bit later too. So,
Right, so
uh,
Dama,
Asaldama, did you figure it out?
way cooler than you think.
Oh,
In the
okay.
Bible, the place near Jerusalem purchased by the bribe Judas took. Oh, it's where Judas, the bribe he took to betray Christ.
It's where the betray happened? Okay.
It's where what he bought with the bribe.
Oh, so
And
it's
then
not.
the second term is this is probably the better one. Any place of slaughter and bloodshed.
Ooh,
That's pretty
that
cool.
is cool.
I was just thinking of the dude from the captain from Battlestar Galactica.
Oh yeah, Adama. Yeah, Captain Adama. Yeah, James Earl, or I almost
Edward
said
James
James Earl
Olmos.
Jones. Edward James Olmos. Thank you. Shit, not James Earl Jones.
Another one of those three name guys, like all of
Yeah,
us.
it's really fucking my shit up. But yeah, that's cool. No, that's pretty neat. Is that where the gardens of is it Jezemaine are? Isn't that where the kiss of Judas took place in the garden?
I'm
Probably
not
in.
sure. Probably.
Or it sounds like this is the place he purchased or went to after the
This is
betrayal.
what he bought
Okay,
after
with the money.
with whatever the money. I didn't realize there was money behind the betrayal.
Yeah,
I
me
thought it was
neither,
just
man.
power, but
Oh.
or some or hubris.
You gotta grease the wheels sometimes, Mark.
You
Sweeten
always
the
got
pot.
to. Everybody's got their reasons, you know. Maybe
Yep.
he had three kids to feed, and he's like, "Man, being this disciple of Christ sucks. I'm fucking broke." We need
And
a
what
house.
and when I betray this, it's gonna launch like the biggest global religion in the world. So people are just gonna thank me anyways.
It's true.
Like
The
it's
cock's gonna crow 3 times, then I'm gonna betray him 3 times, and
that's it.
there you
That's
go,
it.
man.
So yeah, so Mesro, fun. Vocals very much like James Hetfield on Ride the Lightning kind of style. Lots of Testament, New
You know, when
Order.
I wrote this in my notes, I put Mersbo down and scratched it out twice.
Is that the noise band, right? From
Yeah,
the
because that's like as soon as I look at this chunk of letters, that's all that pops into my
yeah,
Masana
no,
or Mersbo.
I definitely thought that as well. Cool violence, like shout alongs, kind of like what you get on Eternal Nightmare.
Yeah.
Some of that. So it's just standard thrash stuff. Nothing mind blowing. So
Oh, do you know my takeaway right from the get go with the sound? Sacred Reich.
oh, good call. Good
Super
call.
like crunchy, like
Yep.
great thrash. It was like
Good call.
fuck Sacred
Yep.
Reich, man.
Yeah, and Violence Eternal Nightmare is one of those kind of like almost like that first Sacred Reich where it's just like a perfect thrash record. You're like,
Yeah.
fuck.
There's
I just
definitely
want to
like some New York hardcore kind of stuff thrown
Mhm.
in. And
Yep. So those shout alongs for sure. And then we get to kind of the first of the two heavy hitters we started the episode off with. We had obviously opened the whole show up with Hunting High Die from Mefisto. And that was from the puzzle demo. And the next two tracks that we're going to end this set with are from the second demo that came out in 1986, which is called Megalomania. And they are collected on the Megalomania puzzle, which is a collection. I don't know if that's available on vinyl. I know it's
yeah,
available on
I got
CD.
it this year.
Did you? Cool.
I don't remember what the label was. It was definitely
Uh,
an import.
Vic Records is who put the CD out. I don't know if it's who put the vinyl out. But yeah. And
Yeah, it was definitely. I think it was someplace from Germany, maybe. I don't
was
know.
it? Okay. I think Vic might be from Germany because I think that's the label that's associated with the guy from Triptychon who produces a lot of the German metal stuff that we did in that Chris show, V Centura. I think
Yeah.
he's associated with Vic Records, and I think like a lot of those bands were kind of out on that label, and maybe Prophecy were like the kind of two big labels
Okay.
that a lot of that
It
stuff
might
was
have
coming
been
out.
distributed through like Darkness Shall Rise or something too, but
Mm.
because I usually get a couple times a year they reissue like a whole discography from a band where I'm like, oh shit, I just need to get all this stuff. Like they did all. I think they did all the Gehenna reissues.
Oh, did they? Okay,
If I'm not,
gotcha.
if I'm remembering properly, I don't know.
Yeah.
Lots of records to write off on the taxes here. So
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So, when it comes to Mephisto and the megalomania and puzzle stuff, this is cool because it's probably in the vinyl too. But there's two little kind of things in the booklet, and I wanted to read one first, and then I'll read the other. Not the full length, not the full thing, but just a little excerpt. And the first one is written from 2014 when I think these reissues came out, and it's from Italian, the founder of Slayer Mag and kind of one of the biggest, most important journalists, friends with a lot of the black metal guys and stuff like that. Um, and I gotta find the right thing here. Oh, he says he's talking about Mephisto and kind of like discovering them a little bit. So he said, I after a while I was informed about the fact that Mephisto was recording their first demo, Megalomania, but this was just the deepest depths of the underground. So I was kind of informed if I wanted the demo and I should send a blank tape with some IRCs, international
reply coupons.
reply coupons. Yeah, that's good. What are those?
You used to go instead of sending cash in the mail, you could send IRCs. So you'd say like when we get like carcass stuff, get merch from the UK, you'd need like 30 IRCs or something. So you go to the post office and get an international reply coupon. It's
That's so
like
cool.
a money order
Yeah, basically, yeah, that's what
back
he
in
said. It could
the
be
day.
exchanged for stamps and things like that. And he says, even if that sounds strange today, that was pretty common back then. He said the scene was full of very young people with basically no income at all. So this was the way to get the word out. So I found a tattered old tape and sent it promptly, awaiting the treasure. It didn't take long until I was safely in my hands and I was blown away. Mephisto certainly brought things up a notch as far as songwriting skills goes. Obviously, you could hear other influences of the bigger underground bands at the time, but surely Mephisto brought something else to the table. At the time, I didn't even realize how young they were, so that made the fact even more impressive. And even at this age in life, I'm still very impressed at what these youngsters presented on tape. I brought my demo to my friend Euronymous and Necro Butcher of Mayhem, and they were as impressed as I was. So I think that was kind of cool that like the three of these guys who are going to have this major impact, 5 years from now, 4 years from now, or whatever, we're all kind of like digging some, this Mephisto demo and kind of getting into it a little bit. I thought was
Yeah.
pretty neat.
I just pulled mine out. It is Darkness Shall Rise from 2023 was the reissue. So I think this is they just did the vinyl version. Might be the same thing that you have. Is it like just kind of like a brownish tan cover with the 80, this says like Mephisto 86 on the front?
No, yeah, it's a little bit
Oh,
different then. Yeah,
I
this
think this
is
is like the original, or might be the original demo cover on here. I'm not sure.
so the cover to this is the demo cover of Megalomania, which is the little Baphomet goat
Yeah.
in the little like triangle kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, that was
Not
the
the triangle.
original. Did, did you get that out of my CD haul?
I bought yours. Yes, I
Okay.
did.
That was it was like an embossed slide open like jewel case that it was like made out of glass. There's very few left around that haven't cracked.
So I th- actually I'm going to rescind that comment. You had it. You had that black case, and then
Did I
I
sell it on Discogs?
you did, and I punted on buying it from you, and I was like, I'll wait, and then
It was a
I
lot of
immediately
money.
regretted. Yeah, it was a lot of money, so I was like, just do it, and I still have some regrets as a collector, and because it was right there and you had it and stuff, but I'm perfectly happy with my copy from Vic
It might have
Records.
been
It's not,
like $220 or something I sold it for.
yeah, which was not at the time something that was worth
Yeah,
me.
I was in a tight spot.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you were selling off your record collection and stuff like that. But he says to sort of finish, I skipped ahead in this whole thing. He says, I did an interview with the band that ended up in Slayer Mag 3 in 1987. And after that, it was pretty quiet from Mephisto. I was expecting them to be the next big thing, but it never happened. I assume that is what happens to pioneers, not all the time, but in many cases. The Mephisto was just too early for their own good, if that makes sense, and didn't know how to navigate their ways around labels and so on, and who knows. I lost touch with them, and nothing was heard from them for a while. I think I heard a rumor that they wanted to sign with Noise, but how true that was, I don't know. So, yeah, they were kind of this band that should have been. That's like the narrative that you get from Ekeroth, from Metallian, from even the members themselves. Like they were so young. Like when they got together, I think they were 16 when they cut these demos, and they were 14 when they formed the band. So not unlike Nihilist and Amorphous and a few other bands, but
A
like
lot of early
Eucharist.
death metal
Yep.
bands, yeah.
Yep. So
Sentence the same way.
yep. So just incredibly young, and probably didn't have anyone to like steer them. This was like because they're kind of thrash, but they're also like pushing towards extreme, but they're also very musical. So
Yeah.
it's like they almost it would be hard to market. Like who is the audience for this? Yeah, I don't
Well, when
know.
you like when I think Entombed hit hard because that was already, Nihilist, they already kind of figured out what they were going to sound like. And then Entombed was this polished version, but there was other stuff out there that was similar. So people had like a touchstone. It wasn't like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever fucking heard. It doesn't sound like anything else. That's the stuff that never it gets popular. It seems like,
Yeah.
it's like
No.
they're always the one that's, they're a little behind the curve. I mean, Repulsion was this similar thing with they influenced all these other bands, but just the way the record industry worked at the time, nobody was putting out that. It was too much to put out on LP. So 3 years later, Necrosis puts it out, and it seems kind of like, is this kind of like antiquated with what's with Carcass and Carnage and this whole scene. It doesn't really seem as you know extreme as this other stuff, but in historical context, you're like, oh Jesus, this is crazy for
Well, it's like
1986.
So like, yeah, Mephisto for 86 too, in the same
Yeah.
boat as Repulsion. Like if you got a hold of this, and some people did,
Hmm.
Nikki and Michael Ackerfeld heard this, and certainly the guys from Mayhem, like you knew how great it was. But as you said, if this had seen the light of day in say 89, the same way Repulsion was, by 89, with Nihilist and other, Carcass symphonies, and
Hmm.
you would have been like, yeah, that's pretty good. You know what I mean? Like, I
It's
don't
cool,
know.
but it's yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know how it would have hit, so maybe they kind of knew that. So,
But
and
there's
then
a that's like a good spot to be, or a sort of good, but it's a respectable place to be where you did something that has affected all these other things. You never necessarily broke, but usually you have some kind of longevity career, or at least not career, but um, like the record is still revered. It got
yeah.
reissued. This was the record I was just looking at was licensed directly from the band.
Oh, okay.
So like they're doing licensing opportunities, and you know this far down the road, there's still people
That's
still
cool.
probably know more about the band than they ever have in the past. So
Yeah. It is interesting that quote from Italian though, that like often the innovators never like get to reap the benefits. It's
totally, yeah.
it's something I think about a lot, like the sacrifices that first generation, or the people that have to like, you know, break through to the other side and change people's opinions. They almost have to take all the bullets sometimes, or take the L's before people can catch up to what they're trying to do.
Hmm.
And yeah, luckily now we live in kind of a nostalgia reissue type culture where filmmakers and artists and musicians who have done that are now getting recognized, the way they should. But sometimes it's posthumous, sometimes, or whatever,
Yeah.
or it's a guy, a guy
And
who
there's a lot of
became,
guys in their 50s, 40s and 50s that have disposable income that want,
yeah,
like the book market on, you know, extreme metal is pretty insane compared to where it was 10 years ago.
even, or when we started this podcast, there were like
Yeah,
two
like
books.
the Choosing Death and Swedish Death Metal and Ian Christie's heavy
Sound of the
metal
Beast.
book.
Yeah.
Um, and now it's like, oh, there's a thing on, Immolation. There's a thing on this. Like
Yeah. Amorphous has a book, and these
I
guys
did a
have a book. You
Repulsion
have you
book
a
that'll
repulsion book.
be out this year, and then or next year, and then there'll be this and that. And like, I just pre-ordered the Death book, and like,
Yeah.
it's crazy. How many, like, the Paradise Lost book's on its third printing. I have
Yeah.
three versions of that book. Like, it's but it takes an audience too.
Yeah.
So like the kid, like back in the the tape trading phase was like all about enthusiasm, energy. They didn't have money, but man, they were creative and figured out how to get their stuff to people. And
Mhm.
the micro cassette, as it was called before the little tiny micro cassette, uh, that was like a revelation for people. You could
Mhm.
go to your friend's house, you could record off the radio. It was the first size, unless your dad was a lunatic and had a reel to reel, where you could really, you know, record stuff and then like send it to your friends, let alone the music. Like, you don't have to go into a studio. You can put a boombox in the corner of your garage with a towel on it, and your friends can make a bunch of noise, and we can send it to
Yeah.
Sweden or, the UK and get a tape back in return. Like, how cool.
Well, it's funny because it seems like it's, at times like cassette tapes are seen as kind of a disreputable or more disposable thing. And to some extent, from a sound quality perspective, perhaps, and that's a
Yeah.
bigger audio debate. But you're right. Like you can't cut a vinyl, you can't cut a
No.
CD, like just sitting there, but cassettes like the internet, or like, things like SoundCloud or whatever, you can present it to the masses in a mass media kind of way much quicker,
Yeah, like the
Um,
cell phone is the cassette tape now because everybody has one. It's
yeah,
ubiquitous. You
yeah.
put, you figure out how can I record with this device with limited means. Like, as long as you've got, like, as far technology keeps, going forward, people, the way you can make demos now, it's like you can almost just press them as the record.
Hmm. Good point. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's a little bit of from a journalistic perspective on Mephisto, but the back half of the catalog has kind of a narrative from the drummer Robert Granoff, and he's kind of gives a little bit of band history, and I want to read just a couple quick excerpts from that. He says, It was 1984, and I had decided that I should join a band. God, the text in the booklet is like it's like written like old script, and it's like hurting my eyes to read. So if I'm reading slow, it's because I'm trying to like interpret what the fucking words are. He says one day I saw an ad in our one and only record store slash meeting place for metal bands in Stockholm, called Heavy Sound Records, which comes up a lot in the Ekeroth book, for sure. Says drummer wanted. The ad said, "We play music in the vein of Venom and Metallica. Please call Sandro, and if you are interested." The name of the band was Tormentor. A week later, Sandro basically lived with me and my mom in our apartment, and we became best friends. Sandro was a true diehard, one of a kind. Together, we were extremely dedicated. With We were extremely dedicated. Oh, he's missing a word. To this new extreme music, and we were very much into the satanic things and lifestyle. We read the Black Bible and started having seances in our home. Really scary shit happened during these sessions. After a while, we had to stop, otherwise, we would have gone nuts. Next to our rehearsal room was this little cocky guy with curly long hair sitting on a chair and playing his guitar. He was extremely talented and he knew all the Metallica riffs, so we forced him to play with us. Otherwise, we would beat him up. We actually fired our first guitar player because Omar didn't want any competition. After a while, Omar actually started enjoying playing our kind of music. Back in these days, before we met him, he was only into guitar-based hard rock in the vein of Van Halen, and his biggest heroes were Eddie Van Halen and Yngwie Malmsteen. Omar soon became our little guitar hero. We were only 14 years old when we recorded the demos. Oh, so even younger. Shit, they were 14 when they did the demos. That's wild. Um, and so they kind of tell some stories a little bit later. I'm gonna kind of skip through it a little bit where they hang out with Quarthon and meet him and stuff like that. And I felt like I wanted to end with this because this is kind of a poignant little story. Um, it says Metallica was playing in Stockholm, 1986. We met the guys before the show because we had a friend that was a journalist. I remember that Sandro gave our demo to Cliff Burton. He promised he would listen to it. And that night, their tour bus crashed and Cliff Burton died. As you probably know by now, we never made it, never played any gigs, and never got a record deal. Back in those days, it was extremely tough. I guess we were young and had no experience or connection within the music industry. Rumors said that Blackmark was just about to give us a contract, but instead we split up. Me and Omar never got along. We got into a fight and he lost a tooth. I guess that was the end of a friendship and the end of a very interesting music era. So, and he kind of just says his thank yous there. But I thought the Cliff story is interesting, like that
Yeah.
they were at that show. And I'm sure a lot of these young metalheads were at that show because I'm sure a lot of big American bands didn't come to Stockholm very often in the mid 80s. So,
Yeah, and I mean that was them headlining off Mass of Puppets, right?
yeah, I believe
And
that
then
was
like the
when they
year before was them opening
broke
for
from
Ozzy,
Ozzy.
and
Yep.
everybody was like, "Who the fuck is this band? This is unbelievable." Like
Yeah. And
Ozzy's boring.
hmm
Ozzy's looks like your bloated old, cokehead aunt, and
sure.
these guys are, wiping the floor with them.
hmm So the first song we're going to hear from them, from Megalomania, is called "Missing in Action," and kind of a genuinely scary beginning for '86. That's pretty cool. What they're doing there, and then Sandro Kajonder is the name of Sandro. His vocals are pretty killer for an '86 demo.
Yeah.
Pretty grim, brutal, catchy, but also pretty musically adept for 14-year-olds. And you can hear Omar's love of melodic shredders inside kind of all the chaos too. I thought that part was kind of cool. You can like hear him trying to play his stuff mixing with what these other guys were into, and I kind of love when that kind of amalgamation happens where they're not all coming from the same place. It's kind of cool.
No,
So
I think all the bands seems like they're on the same page, and the guitars are just like fucking wailing over the top,
yeah,
and just
yeah,
keeps going. It's like everybody's like, "All right, I guess we just keep playing this until he's changes to something else." But
yeah.
there's
So
there's a certain charm about that.
what are your thoughts on Mephisto before we talk about Frost of Inferno? Like just in a general sense, is this a band like you guys knew about when you guys were younger, you and Chris, or something you guys
I mean,
discovered
out of
later? Or
honestly, when I first Looking at it right now, I've got that big Entomb Subway poster.
Yep.
LG's got it was for the Wolverine Blues album, and they're in front of like this mausoleum, and LG's got a Mefisto shirt with that on
Mhm.
it. And I had this before I worked at Relapse. And when I was working at Relapse, the mail order was unbelievable. So every week I would go through whatever came in, and that CD came through, and I was like, "Holy shit! I saw that on LG shirt. I've never seen this anywhere." So I got that in '96.
Oh, cool. So you had that long
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, that was when it
Wow.
was first issued. I think mid '96. And so that's when I first heard it. But I was like, okay, it's like a historical piece. It's like I didn't have a whole lot of context for
Yeah.
what their contemporaries were or anything. But yeah, so I had that since '96, and because I would just anything that came through, I got at pretty much at cost, and they would just take it out of my paycheck.
Mhm.
So it would always be like, well, you got to settle up with your whatever you decided you want to get from mail order before we cut the check. So sometimes I was like, okay, I gotta not get anything for the next week because I just blew $80 on CDs or something. But it's all this imported stuff that I would never see anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the checks at New Moon. Like you were
Yeah.
really like working to pay for records. You weren't working to pay your rent or whatever, you
No,
know.
that was always a supplemental job for me. I was there for the experience and the perks.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yep. So um Ekeroth says gives just a little brief history, and then there's one cool quote that I want to sort of share. But he says, Mephisto was formed back in '84 under the name Torment. Initially, the band wasn't very serious, and it wasn't until '86 that they started to have an impact. That year, they made the two classic demos. Both showed intense and evil quality, following the path of Bathory. As with Obscurity, who we'll talk about later in the episode, the thrash metal influence is obvious in Mephisto's music. The riffs and sound were heavily inspired by Sodom, Creator, Destruction, and Slayer. Mephisto sound quite good. The drums are mainly hammered down in a violent backbeat, and the riffs are dark and tight. Furthermore, the vocals differ a lot from Quorthon's screams, as Sandro spits out the deadly lyrics in a harsh and deep way. His vocals actually anticipate, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, Mark, anticipate the dark, growling vocal style of later singers like Lars Goran Petrov and Jorgen Sandstrom of Grave. All the musicians really know how to handle their instruments, and Mephisto were soon celebrated in the underground press as one of the future hopes of extreme metal. Do you what are you? Can you hear that connection that he's kind of
Absolutely.
making? That?
Yeah, I think they're more so than thrash. I think they're a proto death metal band for sure.
Mhm. Yep, definitely in there.
But also
And
like
so,
in a sense where because there's like the thrash side, but they're almost like the weird, um, not necessarily in their subject matter, but like they feel like weird occult music, but
Mhm.
not just like the decisions they make musically, um, just sound kind of like eerie and weird and like like Tormentor from Hungary or something
Yeah.
like
Well, even
it's
that
really
opening
like
to Missing Action has kind of like a weird, like they're just like, what the fuck are they doing?
yeah,
You know?
very dramatic, like very like singular kind of stuff. Like they didn't. It feels like they have all these feelings and this is what they got out of it, but it was a weird mix. But listening to it in retrospect is like there's so much more. I don't. Most of this stuff I get a lot more out of retrospect because I understand the context of it. My listening is better for understanding what you know noise could to some people. I can kind of penetrate that a lot more now than when I was 16. I needed a hook. I needed you know something I could grab onto, like outside of just like a fast drum beat or
Yeah.
something. Like I needed like the hooks, like okay, that's what that song is. Now I can, my listening repertoire is much larger, and you can kind of cut through the noise a lot more. But yeah, they're infinitely more interesting to me now than when I first heard them in the late '90s.
Yeah, it's sort of grown for me too. You know, when I first picked up this record, I think I had heard it before. You know,
I think like
before,
Morbid or something, it's the same kind of vibe.
yeah, yeah, we'll definitely be talking about them very soon too. Yeah, so once you put it in the context, it's like this is really interesting. I can kind of get into like listening to the whole album. Really, it's like it's not
Yeah.
just a couple choice tracks, but I like put on the whole record a couple times over the last week to just be like, man, dude, I want to play this song. Oh, this song. You know, it's like kind of hard to settle on some stuff, but one last quote from them or about them is it says, I was into tape trading, and the singer who formed Opeth, David, gave me Mephisto's The Puzzle demo. up until then, I was interested in death metal, but I wasn't really blown away. Death metal, like Hellhammer, was just brutal, and I liked the brutality, but I was missing something. Mephisto had a guitar player who played classical guitar intros, and the solos were great, but it still had that brutality which I was looking for. I was just completely floored, and for me, the puzzle is the Scandinavian death metal super classic, Michael Ackerfeld from Opeth and Bloodbath. And that's when I read that quote, it suddenly clicked. I was like, oh, this is where you can sort of draw a line towards like a Opeth or Edge of Sanity, even, like
Mm-hmm.
just merging
Tiamat.
melodic stuff with extreme and all the stuff that we love and admire so much about the uniqueness of, Swedish death metal or the bands that are kind of off kilter. And it's like, yeah, Mephisto was kind of the off kilter band. Merciless is like the brutal death thrash band that like very like meat and potatoes, and that's fine. But like
Mm-hmm.
Mephisto is doing like left of center things the way that like Opeth or Edge were. They
Totally.
either of those bands fit with the Stockholm thing or Gothenburg. They're just kind of singularly doing weird shit. So I thought that was kind of a cool quote, and I was like, it's a revelation to me because now I kind of understand that Michael probably was like, this is my thrash metal. This weird shit Mephisto's doing. So.
Yeah, and really like, hearing interviews with him over the years where, he's like my favorite death metal singer is David Vincent, never got
Mhm.
better. Like he was very into the very early stuff and then done. So you can kind of get as far as being a listener of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and like how much that stuff, the stuff that didn't spell it out perfectly well, I guess that's not true. Like Morbid Angel was such a revelation back then to everybody. It was easy to listen to. It was easy to kind of understand, but it was like, what the fuck are they doing? I've never heard anything that sounds like this.
Mm.
This type of like weird undulating riffs and the the drums are so technical, so fast, so good, but they also swing. It's like, yeah, there's like some of those albums where like after Altars, everything was changed.
Yeah. That's definitely a line in the sand.
Yeah,
Even more than like death. Maybe
I think
leprosy
so.
alters, but I think
Yeah,
Scream Bloody Gore has one foot still in thrash, and I'm
totally.
not taking anything away from it, but altars is just like altars is still thrashy. Don't get me wrong, but it's like the train is like veering off the tracks on that record, and you're like, whoa,
It's way more unhinged
I
than
didn't know
if
you
you,
could be this violent.
yeah, and if you under, and plus just subject matter wise and like
Yeah.
imagery and like all that stuff was just, it was completely crazy over the top. Like, and just the fact that it was so guitar wise, did nothing sounded like it. Nothing sounded like it.
Yeah.
And Death was the kind of the whole package.
Yes. No, you're not wrong. Yep.
But Morbid Angel was something different for sure. Like
Because like,
there's room for all this stuff, but I feel
yeah.
like Death is one of those very early bands that defined a genre, but I feel like at least the first handful of more I would go as far as into the 90s, into the
Mhm.
late
Oh yeah.
90s with Morbid Angel, like they did their own thing
Yep.
completely.
Yeah, Chuck has always been based in songwriting. That's what
Yeah,
I think the genius of
melody,
Chuck. Yeah,
even
melody and
in the
songwriting.
demos and stuff like
Yeah.
Mantis stuff, it's still about melody with brutality. But
And,
yeah,
like,
if it's all heavy all the time, it's fucking boring.
well, and the way Trey writes is so just non-linear in his thinking. He's definitely on the spectrum of some sort, and I think that shows with like his left of center approach to like conceiving songs.
Yeah, and like a riff could be it could be like a weird, like a string rake thing that's repeated, and with a mix between not just the riffs but the songwriting is what like the drums can just hold the entire song for the most part, and the guitars are putting the accents on the top. Like it's very different as far as songwriting from any other death metal band at the time. Like
Mhm.
because usually it's always about, bass, drums, guitar. This is about that as well, but the way it can just kind of be its own weird, ever evolving thing. And then when it
Uh-huh.
locks into that, some kind of double kick mosh part, you're like, holy fuck.
Yeah. It helps that you have like three of the most unhinged versions of their instrument. You know, Vincent's
Yeah.
vocals are pretty unhinged. Pete's drumming's unhinged, and Trey's soloing and thinking is so. It's like fuck. Like you couldn't.
Yeah.
You form together a super group of like weirdos and like that just it normally wouldn't work. But I don't know.
Yeah. Somehow those, those handful of records, even after Vincent left, they were still doing really interesting shit.
Mhm.
I think after Pete left, I'm less interested.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yep. And I think like I'm looking at what I wanted to share next, and you kind of get that same feel with Mephisto that like they stuck out like a sore thumb in a weird way. I forgot there's a couple quotes from some other really famous people about like how weird they were. So this is Frederick Carlin from Merciless. He says those Mephisto guys were pretty strange and obscure, even when they were active. Nobody knew them. The feeling about them was cloudy, a bit like Bathory. In fact, I don't know anybody that knew them to this day. So it's pretty funny.
That's
It's
back when that was cool.
yeah, no, it is cool. There's a
Like
mystery
now
to it.
everybody knows everything about everybody
I know.
to an extent. A manufactured version of everybody, perhaps. But like if you want to know something about a band, like you can look up all of their own personal social media things, like their
Mhm.
website, and but just reading liner notes, and you're like, fuck, this guy lives in a town, 20 minutes from me. I've never fucking heard of this guy.
Yeah.
Who else is into this type of stuff? Like,
Well, and Omar and Sandro and Robert, as far as Roberto, as he's sometimes like, I don't think they did anything after it, which is weird for like three really musically adventurous, cool dudes. None of them, like,
mhm.
as far as I know, really linked up with other bands, which is probably why they kind of were obscure. Um,
I mean,
Here's
some
Michael.
people never make it past like they're just really into shit when they're a teenager and they get a job and move
Yep.
on with their lives, and that's it.
That's yeah, and that's kind of what it seems like with these guys. Maybe they've done reunion shows. I'm not sure. Now that they're kind of, I don't know.
I'm not sure,
It's hard.
possibly. I know Morbid ass, but
Yeah. So here's another quote from Michael from Opeth and Bloodbath. He says, Mephisto were in the thank you credits on a Bathory record. So I figured that they had cred. I had a
yeah.
mental image of these really heavy, cool looking dudes, but they looked like kickers, which are guys who beat people in the street. They had like Adidas sweatpants, and one of the dudes had a top hat. I was like, what the
Ah,
fuck is this all about? And then Fred Etzby from Dismembering Carnage, he says, if they had played live, I think the scene would have gotten bigger more rapidly, but sadly they never did. That's an interesting what if.
okay.
And then this one's from, let me turn the next page. Oh, Nikki Anderson. He says Mephisto was important. I got their demo very early on. Obscurity was more clandestine for us up here in Stockholm, and I could never get a hold of their stuff. Nobody here knew who they were, but they were curious since we had read a bit about them in fanzines. The fact that these early bands never played live only proves how difficult it was to get gigs in the mid 80s. Extreme metal bands really had to struggle against an environment that basically hated them. And then this is Matty Karki from Carnage Dismember. He says, you should never forget Mephisto. They were very early with demos. I like them. Today they might sound pretty lame, but they had some great riffs. For me, they had a big sentimental value. And then last but not least, it's a guy from Heavy Metal Massacre magazine, Leonard Larson. He says, I thought Mephisto were incredibly good. Their first demo is fantastic, especially since they were so young when they recorded it. So seems like there's a lot of reverence for them from all the right people. So I think that speaks volumes in terms
Yeah,
of
kind of pivotal
legacy.
kind of band to that early stuff.
Yeah. And so then we go to the last Mephisto song we're going to hear, which is Frost of Inferno. And I thought this was really inventive compositionally, cool acoustic intro. That then goes to shred, that then goes to blasting thrash, that then goes to mid-pace groove before Sandra's vocals come in. So it's like a 2-minute intro of like all these musical patterns that are from almost like different things. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And these guys are definitely my favorite of the pre-Merciless era so far in this episode, I would say.
Hmm.
I mean, they hold up really well. And you can, like I said, hear the influence on Opeth simply from songwriting. And I love the intense chorus shouts in this song is really like Sandro's really a pretty good vocalist for this era in terms of his intensity.
Totally.
So yeah, so fun stuff here. So hopefully you guys enjoy Mephisto. And I wanted to
There
mention,
is a little Nocturnus in there too.
oh,
That
not yeah,
flurry of
with the
notes, that
shredding.
thing.
Yeah, that shredding. I think I wrote that somewhere, but I forgot to read that. But yeah, you're not wrong. That's 100% right. Um, I wanted to mention here's a little requiem contest challenge for some of you. I happened upon and realized it when I was pulling my copy off the shelf that I have 2 copies of Mefisto on CD. And rather than sell one back for $2 or something like that,
Are they different versions?
No, it's both from Vic Records. I somehow
Oh.
accidentally bought a second one used somewhere, I think. So I would like to give that away. And so my challenge is that the first person who listens to this episode and signs up to be a monthly Patreon, I will ship once I get your address, even if it's international.
Whoa, that's a big deal, dude.
I know. Well, we'll see.
Nobody does international.
I know.
That's how much we care.
I'll try, for you guys. But yeah, if you're willing to support us and what we do and want to sign up to become a monthly Patreon, or if you're really nervous about Patreon and you would just like to make a one-time donation that Mark and I can kind of split on PayPal or something like that, reach out to us via social media or requiemmetal@gmail.com and give us your address and that sort of thing. So some kind of donation to the cause, because we are a nonprofit, commercial-free podcast. We don't do this for the money. And so, go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast or Requiem Metal, I think. Or look us up. You'll find us on Patreon. And if you sign up to be a person, I'll reach out to you, the first one that I hear from after this episode drops. And I'll mail you a copy of the Mefisto, both the puzzle and Megalomania, with all these really great liner notes that I was kind of reading from. So there you go. Boom.
Awesome.
From me to you. From me to you guys. Hopefully somebody wants it. I hope so. If you have a CD, I know some of you are vinyl people out there only, but if you still have a CD player and collect CDs like myself and Chris Dick do, then yeah, it'd be great. So there you go. Pretty cool contest, Mark. You didn't even know that one was coming. So
I didn't.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I just thought of it today, and I was like, I got 2 copies of Mefisto. What am I going to do with them? You don't want them. Chris already has it. I'm just like,
I got it.
Yeah, I was just, you
I
already
still have a
it.
CD collection, but I got about 300.
That's true. But I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't
have
actively
things you want
anymore.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's get into it. We've got from Hexenhaus, The Edge of Eternity. We've got The Eternal Nightmare, Act 1. From Midas Touch's Presage of Disaster. We've got El Sadama. What do you think? How do you pronounce? You had it.
I'm going to say Dalma.
El Sadama, Terminal Breath. And Subhumanity, A New Cycle. And then from Mesro, not Merzbo, we've got The Final Holocaust. From the Then Came the Killing, 1990. And then from the Megalomania demo from 1986, we got a pair of Mefisto songs, Missing in Action and Frost of Inferno.
by starvation in the devastated world we left to them. Perhaps evolution would ultimately have produced these malicious and carnal creatures, even in the absence of the apocalypse, for whether deliberately or unwittingly, whether or not they foolishly elected to use their nuclear deterrent, this was the destiny mankind had chosen. Stop humanity! Stop humanity!
So I guess, yeah, I'm kind of going geographically, or not geographically, chronologically a little bit. How important were Megalomania and the Puzzle in the development of not just Swedish thrash, but obviously like Swedish extreme metal? Because like you said, Mefisto never played live, but those two demos seem to have had a pretty sizable influence for 1986. So maybe give a little bit of insight into Mefisto and why they're so important to the story.
I mean, Mefisto was, I think that demo was sold a lot. And I personally saw an ad, no, it was an interview with them in a Danish fanzine called Metallic Beast in 86. So I ordered the demo from there. So that it was spread, many people had it, and it was really good. And that was something we looked up to. And I remember there was a poster in a school once for a festival in Fagersta, one of the early gigs there in 87. And Mefisto was on the poster. So we were very excited to go and see them. But then we went and they never came. So, and to this day, I mean, now they have played with a new lineup recently, but it's not the same thing. So for us, they were important. And they were from Stockholm. So I think they were very important for the Nihilist and Morbid. I think those people also got inspired by Mefisto because they really were the first to make it happen.
I was going to ask you, amongst some of these bands that we've mentioned, whether it be, Agony or Mefisto or Ice Age, we haven't really talked about them yet, Hexenhaus, Midas Touch. Which of those bands do you think had the biggest influence on what was about to explode in the 90s? Like, did you hear a lot of, did you hear Nicky Anderson and some of those guys talking about how much they loved those bands? I know they were way more into the punk scene, at least Nicky and some of those guys were. But like, were any of those bands, besides obviously Merciless, and we'll get to Merciless in a few minutes, but which of those bands had a legacy, I guess, in terms of like a ripple effect beyond thrash? Were there any, or was thrash just its own little anomaly for a few years in Sweden and then it just kind of disappeared?
I don't know. I mean, Mefisto was a band, everything about them just reeked something a bit dangerous and really good. But I don't know if the music itself was so important. The Swedish death metal scene was very inspired by American death metal and German thrash. I would say those are the two main. Sorry, and punk, of course, but
sure.
A band like Autopsy, the first death record, I mean, and Tomb build and Dismember, they build their careers on those records more or less. So,
yeah, it's just interesting that they wouldn't draw from their own. Was thrash kind of seen as uncool in Sweden versus like what was going on in Germany and in America? Yeah, maybe talk about that for people that wouldn't have that kind of context,
I know that as soon as death metal started to be a thing, I mean, bands like Napalm Death came and played here, then thrash metal was seen as yesterday's news, an obsolete musical genre. Already in 88, I would say that it was over for some people, completely left it. Most people still could tolerate a band like Slayer, but some couldn't. It was just overnight. It felt like it was very rapid change.
Yeah, which is funny because then you see like a band like Midas Touch that show up in 89 with, Presage of Disaster. And it's like, that's just like an album that just stands out of time, right? Like no one probably, I mean, I won't say no one, but it's a good record, but it seems like probably nobody in Sweden really cared about it. I don't know.
I mean, they are from actually the same little village that I grew up in. And I didn't know that record was out even in 89. And they have told me about that record later, about the recording, and how insane it was. They were just wasting money like crazy in Berlin. And I think it's the most expensive noise recording ever. It cost more money than any of the Halloween and Running Wild and Celtic Frost records ever did. So it was, but that style of music was dead.
Yeah.
So it was a mistake.
Sure. Yeah. Wasted money, unfortunately. Just heard Frost of Inferno and Missing in Action from Mefisto, Megalomania's demo. Then we heard The Final Holocaust from Mesro, Subhumanity, A New Cycle, and Asaladima, Terminal Breath from Midas Touch. And we opened things up with Hexenhaus's The Eternal Nightmare Act 1. So kind of, I guess, in this next set, Mark, some of the bands we're going to hear are kind of really going to point to Sweden's future as a death metal haven. And Obscurity kind of pick up where Mephisto's Extremity kind of left off, I suppose. And, in that booklet for the Swedish death metal 3 CD thing, like I said, Ekeroth basically does like commentary for each song. And the song we're going to hear from Obscurity is a tune called Demented. It's from the Damnation's Pride demo from 1987, just 1 year after the Puzzle and Megalomania. And he just wrote just one quick sentence. He says, nobody knew much of Obscurity during their existence, but they sure crushed anybody with songs like this. Like Bathory and Mefisto, there was a clouded, sinister mystique surrounding them. I am so proud that I managed to get the guys back together for their first ever gig. Oh, that's cool. So
That's cool.
Yeah, pretty neat. But again, a band I never had really heard of until this book came out, and a band that is clearly people living in Sweden knew about, and that was really about it. I don't think they were really crossed over even as much as Mefisto did.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Very Kronos forward vocals and blasty and
lots of death, scream, bloody gore, possessed kind of vibes too. It kind of like the 2-minute mark. In a lot of ways, it sort of takes the formula that came a year before with Rain and Blood, but kind of like levels it up. So it's very Slayerish too in some ways, but a more extreme form of that. Which is probably what Death and Possessed were really at the end of the day.
I think Slayer had the biggest. Metallica had a big influence on people, but for extreme metal, I don't think any band had more. As far as like one of the biggest band, I think Slayer is it.
Yeah.
Like they showed people what was possible and somehow it became popular.
I think they grew, let's see. I think they kind of grew. Yeah. Basically the guy from Obscurity, Daniel, he says, the reason we formed Obscurity was that we were extremely fascinated by the rising black metal style. After Venom, Slayer, and Bathory's first albums, there was no return. No return. We were completely hooked. So yeah, he's definitely, I think we talked about that when we did the Big Four episode where we kind of like rated the legacy. And I remember we had those weird categories and stuff. I think, Slayer came out on top, just edging Metallica. And I think the reason why is it's like for what we cover on this podcast, Slayer has more influence. They just always have.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's the one where Megadeth got the best album of that cycle.
One of the categories was like who has the best newest album. I think Megadeth might have won that with Euphoria. What the fuck was it? Dystopia.
Yeah.
So we had like, I don't know. You can go back for people that are new to Requiem. Back I was like 2017.
It wasn't what I would have like going into it. I wouldn't have thought that's what we would agree. But like we both agreed on it.
It was very strange. I don't know how that holds up today, but at the time we kind of felt that way. I haven't pulled that record
compared to
the
other albums that were out.
Yeah,
by the others,
I think Anthrax came in second because I think some of those newer Anthrax records are pretty listenable. With
totally.
Joey back. So
yeah, Metallica's always just going to be a shit show. There's going to be like one song with a glimmer of hope
songs we like.
On. Slayer is always going to be Slayer, but without Hanneman and without Lombardo,
it's kind of
like okay.
Yeah, agreed. So.
I applaud Kerry King's tenacity.
He's got some Gene Simmons in him, that's for sure.
Totally. I mean, the band would not have got to the heights that it was without him.
No, you need somebody with the eyes on the prize a little bit. Yeah.
And he's not like the best songwriter, but he's like Lars and Metallica.
Yep. And
although he
energetic
writes more riffs.
Yes, that is true. So basically with Obscurity, here's what Ekeroth had to say, and then it's kind of filtered in with a couple of little quotes here and there, but it says, Ekeroth says, they sure were eager to make some evil music. The first demo is so primitive that it almost turns into crust punk, which we're not playing anything from that, but that's kind of interesting. But the guys improved their playing skills. Eventually, they found an actual drummer, and their music grew more structured. When they went in the studio to record the follow-up, Damnation's Pride, all the pieces had fallen into place. And Daniel, oh, this is all three guys kind of talking from the band. He says, "We had a real drummer, much better songs, used a better studio, and had become much better musicians. The response when we released Damnation's Pride was just overwhelming. We sold all the tapes quickly and started to get fan mail from all over the world. Greatest of all was to receive letters from Brazil, Japan, and Australia. It was just incredible." So maybe I take back what I said before, Mark, that like no one outside of Sweden knew about these guys because apparently they did. Yeah. I'm going to eat crow on that one. Um, Says the Damnation's Pride demo truly sounded powerful. Some inspiration obviously came from Bathory, but probably more came from German thrash metal acts like Sodom and Creator, and particularly Destruction. Daniel Vala's vocals almost sound as stunningly German as those of Schmier of Destruction himself. Listening to Obscurity today, they still sound amazingly fresh and vital. Obscurity was probably one of the fastest bands in the world. The song Demented, which we're about to play, especially is just insane. At such moments, they directly anticipated the style that would later make Merciless the kings of the Swedish underground. Even though Obscurity were truly great, praised in the underground, they never got the attention they deserved. They were probably ahead of their time. Um, yeah, what do you think? Can you kind of hear like a direct line, like he's saying, to like where we're going later in the episode with Merciless and some of the Swedish death metal stuff?
Yeah, there's rumblings of that in a lot of these. It's kind of a I don't know, like back you had to be like kind of there. I think all the Swedish death metal stuff once that kind of hit kind of superseded all this stuff, and like nobody thought like what came before like
Yeah.
what's this new thing. So
Well, basically, there's another quote which I don't have to read, but is essentially summarizes what the others have sort of mentioned, that like there was just no place for them to play live. Like that's why they kind of faded out. They just couldn't go anywhere. You know,
I mean
like
that's like talking about the Paradise Lost Morbid Angel. I mean people are playing in shitholes. They're playing
yeah,
in like niche like gay dance clubs on the weekdays, or like renting halls, and but it was so completely underground that it's amazing that it got as big as it did without major late any kind of it was all on its own momentum and everybody that was involved in the scene, that it got as big as it did. And then it became so big that the major labels had to pay attention because like they had nothing to do with it, and it was like, how did this just in their eyes come out of nowhere? you know and
yeah,
then turn into the Columbia deals and all that kind of stuff. And ultimately this stuff is not made for prime time.
yeah.
It's going to be a niche thing, but
So he's going to be just one level below mainstream. You know,
yeah,
at
it's
at its
never, this
most.
is the one
Its
thing
most.
in my life I know that it's had its glimmers of, the Ace Ventura things and all that kind of crap, but in a general more sense of understanding, like people know who Cannibal Corpse is and stuff, but it's never going to be like what happened to comic books. Like you can't turn this into a mainstream thing. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yep.
They
Nope. It's
tried.
just it's naturally abrasive. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just like
it's niche. It's very niche. It's like free jazz or something. That's not going to become something that your mom listens to. It's not going to be a thing that kids dance to at, their, unless they have a very weird school. It's not going to be at the school dances if those still exist.
yeah. Next, we move on to Morbid and the December Moon demo from 1987. And, there's a really great collection that I know both of us have called Year of the Goat that was put out on Morbid. And it's got a lot of really great scholarship in it, and liner notes and collections of live things and demos and rehearsals. And really, if you're a Swedish metal historian, it's for those people,
It's a must
completists.
have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really great.
It's still available. I think I don't know how much the CD is not going terrible expensive, is it?
I don't know. Century Media put it out, so I don't think it's like insanely expensive or obscure. I'm
Yeah,
not
because
sure.
I only got it like last year, I think.
Okay.
Because I remember looking at yours a lot, and I was like, "Fuck, I want to get this thing," but I never saw it on vinyl. I found one on Discogs for not a terrible price, but I had to ship it from Sweden.
Oh shit.
But it
Okay.
was still sealed and everything. But
Did Century
because
Media
anything in
put
the
out the
States
vinyl
was like
ones too?
$200. What's that?
Okay. Did Century Media put out the vinyl too?
Yeah, yeah. But I
Okay.
think it was only limited to maybe 500
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
because
No.
it's got a lot of hefty, the booklet and everything else inside of it.
Sure. Sure.
And
So
as
tell
when
me
it
about
came,
Morbid a little bit from your perspective, I guess, because you and Chris were right there with some of these members as they kind of emerge out of this flower. I guess, did you guys know about them, or was it just kind of a
I think
whispered legend, or you know?
most of it was kind of thanks list T-shirt stuff. There was something I read. I don't remember if it's true or not. That at one point LG Petrov drummed for Morbid
He did. Yep.
in
Well,
some capacity. So like that was something I knew about them, and then once Mayhem hit big, hearing everything about Dead's involvement with Mayhem,
mhm.
that was probably the biggest thing is like the other things that came from Morbid. They were just one of those other weird bands that you couldn't get. I mean, I don't know when. It must have just been through tape trading because I don't think there was a proper release. I don't know if it's a or like a compilation of stuff that had the Necrolord cover on it. Have you seen that?
I have not. No. Was it
Um,
unofficial or official?
I'm not sure because it kept showing up on YouTube as the cover
Hmm.
for when I was listening to different Morbid stuff. I don't
Perhaps
know
it
if
was
it's
the
something.
cover
Is
of
it
like
something
the
like
dis
Nocturnal Art put out or something?
maybe. I'm kind of looking through this big book right now to see if they kind of have an image of it. But yeah, as far as I know, like the only kind of like semi-official thing that really ever came out was the December Moon demo, but
Yeah,
yeah.
look up.
While he's looking that up, I'll kind of share unsurprisingly, when I went to like do research for this episode, Daniel Ekeroth does the liner notes for it. And so I was like, oh, well, okay, this
Talking
is
to the right
fine.
guy.
Yeah. And so I'm going to read a couple passages from his thing just to give the history, because I think this is, even if we're only playing one song, because Morbid, as I kind of wrote, I said, Morbid are neither thrash, they're neither black metal, they're neither death metal, but something in between all three. They're just like a weird, undefinable kind of band that toes the line of extremity, but like I wouldn't call them thrash, but they
No,
fit because they're an influence, and these guys will, it's weird. I don't know. To me, they're really important in the puzzle piece. I just don't know how it fits in, but I think it does. Is that would you say that's kind of like am I on the right path of articulating that, I guess?
I think so. I mean, they don't fit into just one thing. They're like that early, um, another proto death metal thing where there wasn't really a scene. It was just like the next generation of doing some weird, um, occult based, evil sounding heavy metal, like
Yeah,
trying to do a more extreme version of Merciful Fate or something. I don't. It's just yeah, the teenagers just creating their own fucking worlds.
yeah, I think that's it. And so I wanted to share because I think, Morbid doesn't have the material enough to probably necessitate like an episode, but like I felt like if we're going to talk about them in a historical sense, this be a good place to do it. Just, who knows, down the road, maybe there's another Swedish, I don't know, something that we're doing, and it also makes sense to do it. But I was like, it's as good a time as any. So bear with me, just share a few kind of things that Ekeroth kind of talks about. And he says, all great things Morbid came from humble origins, and the seed can be traced back to the band's future singer and mastermind, Dead, Per Olin. Ever increasing obsession with the spectacular. An interest in dinosaurs as a young child was followed by a fascination with war, and soon enough he was into horror comics and violent films.
Oh, sounds like me.
Simultaneously, yeah, I was gonna say that you could have formed Morbid. Simultaneous, I mean, dinosaurs to horror movies. Yeah,
I
there you
know.
go. Comic
Crazy.
books, exactly. Simultaneously, he was nurtured by an increasingly heavy diet of metal through bands like Black Sabbath, Motorhead, and Venom. Dead's first attempt at making music himself came when he changed high schools back in the early 80s as he simply decided to form a band. The group immediately faced problems, and after some member turmoil, Dead eventually found himself in a new entity called Olin Metal. However, the band consisted of regular heavy metal guys that didn't share Dead's darker vision, so Olin Metal didn't last very long. The next step for Dead was to find some fellow youngsters who shared his appetite for the macabre and extreme, and he soon found them in the form of the brothers Slater, Mats Gonzalez and Anders Gonzalez. Based in the two brothers' home in Jordsbro, south of Stockholm, Dead formed the band Scapegoat in 1985 with the aim to create music along the path to set out the likes of Venom, Merciful Fate, and Bathory. Though Anders was a talented guitar player and graffiti artist, he designed Scapegoat's logo. Dead seemed to prefer the company of the considerably less talented but far crazier Slater. Somewhere along the line, they found guitarist Gehenna, known as Johan Hagstrom, through an ad at Heavy Sound record store, and he even recorded some weird stuff together with Dead at this time. Since Scapegoat never found a drummer and Slater only had a bass for a short time, the band never got anywhere. Dead needed a new start and decided to transform Scapegoat into a more serious band. Morbid was formed in early 86, and its original lineup consists of Dead, Gehenna, Slater, and reportedly one of Gehenna's friends who, on quote, attempted drums. This time, Dead set out to create the most intense band imaginable, musically as well as thematically. The more serious ambition initiated some heavy member turbulence, and Clocky was added as a second guitarist during the spring. Somewhat later, Dr. Schitz, named Jens Nostrom, replaced Slater on bass, and eventually TG, Torbjorn Graslund, TG, took Clocky's position at guitarist. TG soon turns out to be a very important member of the early version of Morbid, as he wrote the major part of their most memorable material. To complete the lineup, LG, Lars Goran Petrov, was recruited as the band's first and only proper drummer. So there you go, Mark. So that's where he fits in. In this incarnation, Morbid started to rehearse intensely and recorded many rehearsals to analyze and perfect their songs. Dead had finally gotten to the point where he had an effective outlet for his visions, and the band got tighter by the day. Morbid also made their first appearances as a live band during the spring of '87. These gigs were generally held at youth centers in front of small audiences whose majority didn't understand much of what was going on. I can't imagine just like walking into, maybe you knew like punk a little bit or maybe, some mainstream heavy metal and you see fucking Morbid. It just would have been because Dead was probably doing weird shit on stage too. And you were like, whoa, this is like Iggy Pop fronting like a extreme metal band or something.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been like the live version of like public access television or something. Like
exactly, like just completely,
off the rails. Like you don't have any idea what you're gonna get when you go in there to see a band.
Do you remember? I don't really ever remember too often just blindly walking into a gig that I didn't know anything about.
No, well, where we grew up, that was, unless it was the '80s, was pretty much impossible.
There was that one little place, that kind of like religious sort of place over on campus, right off Washington Street. They used to have some like punk shows there. Do you remember what the hell was that place called? It was like right at the corner of like Preston and like Washington Street, right as you were like on campus there. It's like Potter's House, or not Potter's House.
Yeah, I think that was right.
Was that right? Okay. They used to have punk shows there, at least when I was in high school. And I remember I think I went with Kate McCracken to like a show once, but and that was like the only show I didn't know anything about any band. I
think they were like a classic place where you could just run out the hall.
Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah.
I don't think maybe somebody that was part of the church, was doing, figured out they could rent that out or something, but I don't think I ever went to anything.
No, it's weird. It's a phenomenon.
Going to Detroit at that point.
You always hear these stories about just like blindly walking in. I mean, I guess the closest would be like going to Lollapalooza and wandering over to like the second stage and seeing like a band that like became popular years later and be like, oh fuck yeah, I saw them before anybody knew who they were. Yeah,
because most of the shows when we were in high school were just like in people's basements.
Yeah,
like, oh, you got to go over to blah blah blah's house and there's a punk band playing in the basement. Like, okay.
Yeah, and none of them, of course, turned into anything of value. So it's like you kind of forget who they were.
Crap. Yeah.
But it says for the majority didn't understand what was going on, but for the ones who did, however, Morbid was a revelation. In their ambition to play live, Morbid was seminal in the creation of the original underground scene in Sweden. Together with Merciless, they were the only really extreme Swedish metal band to play live shows at this point. It was the dedication and hard work of Morbid and Merciless that inspired people, and it was from their example that a scene could eventually grow. Late in the summer of 1987, Napoleon Pukes, Ulf Sederlund, replaced TG on guitar. During the constant lineup turmoil, Nicky Anderson also tried out on drums in the fall. He failed to get the job, though, basically since he was wearing a white Wehrmacht t-shirt at the audition, something that obviously didn't fit the dark image of Morbid, which is in stark contrast to the original reason why LG's position was threatened. He had made fun of a thrash metal singer. Still, Morbid only had a great sense of humor, as demonstrated in some of their pseudonyms as well as song titles and samplings. The former band members also maintain that much of the myths around Dead are misinterpretations, and that most of it comes from his ultra dark sense of humor rather than any depression or maliciousness. On the contrary, they remember him as a quiet and humble guy, though he still considered LG and Napoleon Puke's later band Nihilus a weak life metal band.
I still remember hearing that term.
Yeah, life metal. That's funny. While looking back at it all, they all remember the days of Morbid as a great time full of teenage rebelliousness and wild partying. As a result of the massive alcohol consumption can be seen in Candlemass's video Bewitched, in which Dead staggers around heavily hungover as an extra. Incidentally, the shoot was the first director job by former Bathory drummer and later Metallica, Lady Gaga, Madonna director Jonas Ackerlund, who ended up directing, I believe, the oh my God, why can't I think of it?
The Mayhem movie?
Yeah, the Mayhem movie, correct?
I can't think what it's called either.
Yeah, it's named after the fucking book, and I'm staring at my bookshelf right now. It's like
I moved my books so I can't see them now.
yeah. Oh my God. Lords of Chaos. Thank you.
Lords of Chaos.
People are like yelling at us, like Lords of Chaos, you fucking idiot. Speaking of books that were like in the early 2000s that existed, that was one of the few,
Yeah.
Speaking
Highly
of-
contested in a lot of things, but yes.
Yeah. Got to start somewhere, I suppose. But
Mhm.
speaking about Bathory, there's a great anecdote to be told about when Dead attended Corthon's signing session at Heavy Sound for Bloodfire Death around this time. Dead was pretty disappointed in Corthon as a person, basically because he had a rock star attitude. However, Dead managed to get invited to the record company and presented a Morbid demo accompanied with a crucified dead mouse. Label owner and Corthon father boss received the tape in horror and later screamed at Dead never to contact him again. There you have it. Dead's firm underground ethics, fascination with the macabre, and great sense of humor in one short episode. However, Morbid was always very serious about their presentation and music. At rehearsals, there was a strict discipline, and nobody ever drank alcohol while they practiced. It was a break. If a break wasn't tight enough, they would play it over and over again until they reached perfection. The hard work paid off, and once totally inexperienced musicians soon really learned how to play. Especially the 15-year-old LG showed immense progression as a drummer in just a few months. Some of the myths around Dead's obsession with the macabre also originate from this period, such as he designed T-shirts, sporting obituaries from newspapers. In the quest for a total presentation, Dead also improved this band's stage act with lights, smoke, burnt inverted crosses, corpse paint, and a gas mask and coffin from which he would emerge. Most of the visuals of the later black metal scene were already there when Morbid's classic lineup made their only gig ever at Birkegarden in November of 1987.
I think it's on YouTube.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's kind of just a little bit there. He goes on for a lot longer, and I would recommend getting it and reading the whole sort of story. They talk about December Moon and the recording of that and stuff. But I just thought
December Moon's the thing that I saw. It's a reissue from the 2000s.
okay,
But it's got a Christian Wallen cover that's very, all the blues. It's very similar to Black Dahlia Murder's Nocturnal cover.
oh yeah, that makes
It's funny.
sense.
If you just look it up, the first thing that popped up was a Reddit post with
Mhm.
Mr. Bean looking over his shoulder trying to copy somebody's notes, and he has the Black Dahlia Nocturnal cover, and some other dude's got the Morbid
That's
cover.
pretty
But I
funny.
think the Morbid cover's been used for a couple of other things, I believe.
Yeah, that would make sense. The other thing about December Moon that was kind of interesting, I thought was kind of a cool footnote, that they were convinced by Sandro from Mefisto to record December Moon demo at the Thunderlode studio in December of 87, and that it was produced full circle by Heavy Load's Strigbjorn. one of the famous members of Heavy Load. So
Nice.
it's kind of all the Swedish dudes kind of coming full circle there, you know. But My Dark Subconscious, the song we're gonna hear, you know, it's got some definitely foundational Stockholm death metal meets kind of early Morbid Angel energy. We were talking so much about the weird kind of off the railsness of Morbid Angel, and I think there's something in Morbid that's also kind of connected to that. And Dead's vocal performance, I wrote, is both godly and unsettling. Song features Dead's favorite solo, he said in the booklet, you know. So
Well, you can see
yeah.
why Mayhem was so interested to get him into their
Yeah.
fold.
Yeah. And there's more to that story too, but that's for another time. But definitely,
Sure.
you know, for those of you who are maybe new to like connecting the dots, and you're kind of like lost in terms of these illusions we're making. But yeah, Dead is going to be recruited to move to Norway and front this band Mayhem. And then the guys we mentioned, LG, the drummer, is going to front Nihilus, which will become Entombed, and also Sederland will go on to become one of the Entombed Nihilus guitar players. So it's kind of like, you know, what came out of Morbid is as important, if not, you know, obviously, than what Morbid actually did, you know. So
Sure.
pretty wild. So, but yeah, it was good stuff. And so now we move to a pair of bands that, you know, I don't have a lot to say about them, but I think it's just really interesting because it's, again, all this stuff is like the precursor to stuff that's coming down the road. And this is Total Death and Or Christie. And Total Death put out their demo in 1989, and the song we're going to hear is called Has Time Come. And basically, the story goes that Satanic Slaughter formed in 1985, and they were pretty savage and too primitive and disorganized to make a demo. But in 1986, two of the members left and formed Total Death, including future Witchery members Tony Kompnar and Mickey Peterson. And they would later merge with the next band we're going to talk about, Or Christie, to form the band Seance. And pretty cool. I don't know. What do you have to say about, you know, we've done a Seance episode, but you were always a pretty big fan of them. You kind of turned me onto them, I guess. But can you hear any of those elements, or is it completely just
I think
disconnected?
kind of in the drums.
Okay.
The lots of fucking drum fills. Holy shit.
Yeah,
It's like the whole song is, is drum fills. I love it.
Some charm, but it's pretty primitive, you know?
Yeah.
So,
And then like very Swano style death metal vocals.
yeah.
Like full voice, barked stuff, little Metallica bits thrown in here and there.
Mm-hmm. I love the last 2 minutes of Has Time Come Out. I don't know if you made it that far, because this is a song Mark actually couldn't find because it's buried on YouTube in a weird fucking algorithm. So he just listened to it a couple minutes ago when we were taking a break in between talk sets. So, but if you get to the last 2 minutes, that's kind of like the most interesting part of the song, I think. But it's definitely got some charm, you know.
Totally.
I think it actually was a promo tape, is what this is. I did a little bit more research, and this was the only song on the promo tape that they actually recorded in a studio. I think everything else was like live tracks and rehearsals and weird shit. So weird. Okay. And then we get Or Christie, and a tune called Till Death Do Us Join. And again, it's another demo from 1989, the Necronomicon demo. And fun novelty. It's pretty poorly recorded. It's not really much of a listen. And this is due mainly to the fact that Patrick Jensen comes from this band, and he, of course, will go on to become the guitar player for Seance, and also, you know, help form Witchery and The Haunted, probably two of the core bands that kind of launched the thrash 2.0 revival in the late 90s in a weird way. So he's kind of pivotal to a lot of different things. Jensen is there.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
And along with Seance's vocalist, Johan Larsson, is in Or Christie as well. So that's where those kind of guys kind of came from. So,
They
yeah.
needed something to be able to really bark it out later.
No shit. So, and then the next band is a band. When I asked Daniel his most underrated thrash act besides Hatred, he mentioned these guys, Hysteria, and they originally were not a band I had in this set. So I kind of added them late in the game. And their attempt, the Life demo in 1987. And we're going to hear a tune called Nightmare. It's not really reinventing the wheel, but kind of some cool Dark Angel riffs and lots of destruction and cacophony.
Yeah, I put that in as well. I think Dark Angel was definitely
it's pretty cool.
The thing that jumped out. Also, you got to describe the spelling of this.
Go ahead, spell it for people.
HYSTE''RIA.
Oh no, you forgot the best part. RIAH.
Oh, where's my? Oh, this is my notes, which are notoriously spelled wrong.
So they just tack on an H randomly just for shits and giggles at the very end,
Yeah.
which is pretty funny.
Hysteria.
Yeah.
Hatfield.
Interesting note on these guys. I didn't know this, and this didn't come up in the interview or in the book, but the guitar player for Hysteria is a guy named Klaus Eidberg, who would go on to play guitar for Darkane. That Wrong Again Records kind of thrash,
Yeah.
revival-y, arch enemy kind of, yeah. So again,
Yeah, they were from what, like 95 or something?
97, I think.
Seven?
Yeah, that came out like right when like when that Armageddon record came out, remember? With Christopher
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It was kind of like that era of like war, and stuff. So, and then we're gonna end with a band I threw on kind of late in the game because I realized as I was reading the book, I was like, he keeps bringing these guys up, and then I was like, oh fuck, they're on the Swedish death metal comp, so they're probably important. And I was like, fuck, I'll just throw them on real quick, and that's Tribulation, a different Tribulation, of course. And
Yes, that's why when Chris first told me about the horror, I was like, oh, those guys are doing an album again, because I remember hearing the name or something. It's probably from that Swedish death metal comp.
probably from this. Yep.
And be like, oh, that's cool. This sounds great. And it's like, oh, it's a totally different,
Totally
fucking
different.
band.
Yeah. And in that little booklet, Ekeroth says Tribulation, the band was just everywhere during the old days. Their music is a bit aged now, but these guys were really respected back then. And the song that we're going to hear, Irrevocable Act, is pretty cool. And comes from the Void of Compassion demo from 1990. So we're getting late. I tried to set this episode up kind of chronologically a little bit and thematically, trying to put the less heavy bands kind of near the beginning, I suppose, and moving forward. But yeah, this is kind of late in the game to be dropping a thrash demo, I suppose. But
Hey, it happened in the U.S. too.
yeah. And according to Daniel, one of the last original thrash demos, as Merciless were about to kind of take Swedish thrash kind of into death metal for sure. Ekeroth said in his book, he said, they desperately tried to bring some new blood to the fading genre by incorporating breathtaking tempo changes, strange harmonies, and harsh and desperate vocals. And they played live, I guess, with Carcass and Entomb. So it sounds like they were kind of standard opening band for certain parts of the scene. Kind of like you and Chris always remark about having seen a lot of the same opening bands at a lot of the Michigan shows, death metal shows.
There wasn't a whole lot to choose from here.
Yeah. So, but anyways, I thought we'd give them a nod. They're kind of part of the narrative, I suppose. So, but cool. Anything else to add on Tribulation or Hysteria before we go to the music here?
No, let's let the music play.
Let's let the music play. So we've got Demented from Obscurity, My Dark Subconscious from Morbid, Has Time Come from Total Death, Till Death Do Us Join from Or Christe, and Nightmare from Hysteria, and then Irrevocable Act from Tribulation.
Impossible on a confused mind, like it's over manifestation. Vision of time, sounding is where is the place, right what it is life. No time come, was no grave. Someone or something is leading me away. Second eyes, I can see that when dream is no, you reality. Demented. I've seen all this before. Must be all the way to life. This place is misfamiliar to me. The demon and the smell is the same as it used to be. Mortality, I still get my brain. Sleep for rain. I finally grown.
Tjena alla monsterdiggare. Sword of the big bad, open to win as it rays of nitrogen. Can't us forever receive the red interesting of human race because it's toxic waste. Miscarriages and babies born without alternates until five and rotten heads. Layer big ashes, mess and the bones. Protection of the shedding sway, we don't know if it's night or day. As the cities are floating away, we have no longer no hope. People in panic are searching for better life. As time comes to close your eyes. Now we all must realize artificial breath is senseless dry. Why? You care for losers breaking the world, so you force the things of the trade. Thousands of people were ready to be exterminated. Evacuated something strange and deadly standing around. Corner waiting for another mistake. To harvest more victims, it's you and me. Can't you see? Has time come to close your eyes? Now we all must realize artificial breath is senseless right. Extermination testing, let's hello the ground with a big fat bomb. Radiation springs by the wings. Nuclear pollution is spreading our world.
are the Obscurity was like a hybrid. They didn't, and they existed in their own vacuum because they were from Malmö, the south of Sweden. Nobody knew who they were. They were like they were like Bathory, like a mystery. The people didn't know who they were, and they had a unique sound. And I don't know what to call it really, because it's punk, it's thrash, and it's kind of black death at the same time. So, and very primitive. I would say it's more in the vein of, the first Sepultura record, something like that.
Black and thrash kind of something. Yeah.
That just freak accident music that happens when I know I've talked to them. They say they were very inspired by the first Exodus album. That was their main influence, but they couldn't play like Exodus, so it turned out the way it did.
Like sloppy Exodus, and
yeah, something like that.
So what about Total Death and Christie, who eventually kind of merged together and become Seance, because Patrick's such a huge part of that thing, because of course then he is part of this thrash revival in the late 90s with bands like the Haunted and Witchery and stuff like that. So, were they was the thrash just in their DNA, but they weren't really playing thrash? Like, what do you say about those bands that were kind of coming out in the late 80s?
I would say they probably saw themselves as full-on thrash, but they came from a little bit south of where I lived, so they never came up and played in Fagersta, where I went to all my gigs. So it was like a divide. The bands only played around where they lived, so the scene was very regional, little scenes, and only sometimes a band actually came from a town far away to play. So we had the same opening bands over and over again in Fagersta. They had the same down in Norrköping, where Total Death was the opening band on every fucking gig. And we had Tribulation or Filthy Christians or Casural every gig. So
that's funny.
Yeah, so some of those bands I never saw live, though they played every week, but 2 hours away. And you didn't make that trip.
So even with tape trading and things like that, people regionally didn't know about some of these bands until years later, kind of? Is that the impression that you get?
For me, those bands, I didn't know much about them. I was more of a record collector than a tape trader myself, and also people wanted the most extreme stuff. So if in 88, 89, the thrash was already dated. So those more freshy bands like Total Death, I wouldn't have liked it. I know how I was back then. I wouldn't have liked it.
Yeah, it was already kind of past
yeah.
At that point. Yep.
I wanted it to be Autopsy and death.
Sure. Yeah. One other band before we kind of, before we move to Merciless, but how do you fit Morbid into this story? Because some, Wings of Funeral and some of those things have a lot of thrash things going on, but obviously they're not a thrash band. But, it does come out in 87 when thrash is still sort of kind of relevant in Sweden. So, like, are they part of this equation? Or are they just like Bathory, their own weird anomaly?
I think Morbid is probably the gateway band into death metal. They had a lot of the thrash, but also the image and also some of the song structures and riff of late what will become death metal. So I think they're a gateway band that just are totally unique, and it's very hard to classify them in hindsight.
Yeah, because you got black metal vocals, kind of, you've got death metal riffs and thrash metal riffs. You've got all these just weird
and also
happening,
there's also like crossover humor and stuff like that. So it's very hard to it's everything at once.
Because Uffe was kind of a punk guy too, right? Wasn't he a little bit of a punk hardcore fan?
Yeah. I mean, it still is.
Or is that more the other guys in Entombed and Nihilist? I'm kind of thinking of. It might be. I get some of the guys confused. Alex, was he maybe more the punk guy? I don't know. I'm trying.
I think Nicky was probably the most punk guy.
Okay.
Yeah, but Uffe today, I mean, he played in this Sphere, and
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yep, is the D beat stuff. Absolutely. So,
but
so
both Nick and Uffe, they are like unique characters because they're so good musicians. Like unlike all the other people back then, they could play. They had their shit together at a young age.
yeah. I guess you probably already answered this with hatred, but I guess I'll ask it anyways, which is what's your maybe your favorite hidden gem Swedish thrash band or hidden gem Swedish thrash album, or even just a song that like maybe doesn't get talked about a lot, but you're like, man, I go to bat for this. This is a really, really great, thing. Is it hatred, or is there another band we haven't really talked about or mentioned yet?
There are a few. I mean, there was a band called Hysteria that released a demo that's pretty good. The first one, it's really intense. Sadly, that later they did an album and it fucking sucks. So, but the first Hysteria demo is good.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. I hadn't included that in the set list yet, but it's
But then I mean, hatred is. I think that the "Tempted by Violence," that song that is on the Rockbox compilation album. That song is fucking amazing. It's just great. So many riffs. It's enough riffs for like 5 songs in that song, and they're all great. So that song is an absolute killer. Then there is there is a band called Warning that came from the north of Sweden, and I don't know anything about them basically, but they released a 7-inch in 1987 called Armageddon, and that has a super cool cover with some, black mass or something. And it's kind of thrash metal. It's a little bit epic metal too, but it could be described as the first Swedish, thrash metal vinyl release, actually. So
what's the name of the band again? I didn't catch it.
Warning.
Warning? Okay.
Yeah. The 7-inch called Armageddon. So it's probably impossible to get, but
we'll investigate. Perhaps we'll play it. I did have Tempted by Violence in our set list, so that's good. I'm glad we played one of your favorites there. So all right.
But this Warning is 7-inch. It's I mean, I just stumbled on it by chance. So but it's a vinyl release, so it should be
That was Irrevocable Act from Tribulation, Nightmare from Hysteria, Till Death Do Us Join from Or Christi, Has Time Come from Total Death, My Dark Subconscious from Morbid, and we started that set with Demented from Obscurity, and we heard from Daniel, one second to last time. I think we're going to hear from, oh no, we'll hear from 2 more times. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Got my ducks in a row there too quick. So we finally arrived at kind of the centerpiece band, which is Merciless. And we, of course, opened up with a Merciless song along with Mefisto at the beginning of this episode. And they are kind of, they're probably the most important band in terms of breadth, in terms of release, actual albums and having kind of that type of impact. And plus what we alluded to, they're, transitioning Sweden more directly into, death metal. I mean, Entomb were doing it too, and Nihilist and Carnage and stuff, but Merciless was right there on the front lines. So, Merciless formed in '86 out of a fusion of a punk and heavy metal bands that were influenced by Bathory, Sodom, and Destruction. But unlike Obscurity and Mefisto, they played live, so it was kind of a big thing in getting them out there. They put out the Behind the Black Door demo in '87, with Kalle's vocals being the most brutal in Sweden, probably besides Bathory and Anti-Simics at that point. And then they were kind of promoted by Slayer Mag and Morbid Mag, and so they're kind of getting some international attention. But then Kalle left as the vocalist and was replaced by the even better Raga Peterson, who will sing on these records that you're going to hear. And they cut the 1988's amazing Realm of the Dark demo and began tape trading. And so this is something from Frederick Carlin, who we'll hear from a couple times in Ekeroth's book, and he was in Merciless, the band. He said, we received about 10 letters a day for several years. It got to the point where we had to take days off regularly just to try and answer half of it. Sadly, there were a lot of letters that we never took the time to answer, and I regret that today. But what the fuck? We were drunk almost all the time back then, and I guess we did the best we could. That was pretty funny.
He's honest.
From everything I've sort of read about Merciless, they were like prodigious partiers, like notorious. Yeah.
I mean, all the early Swedish death metal guys were too. Like they'd, hang out in the subway tunnels, just getting hammered with boom
Just getting
boxes.
hammered and shit. Yeah. I mean, they were hammered in the Bewitched video, I mean, it was
Yeah.
just sort of like what you did.
Yeah,
But
you're bored kids, like
yeah. Sniffing glue, like the Ramones. It's Ekeroth says Realm of Dark also caused quite a stir in the local metal and underground. Everybody had the demo and everybody loved it. I remember it being played endlessly at parties. The demo attracted the notorious Oystein Euronymous, who soon signed them to his Deathlike Silence Productions label. And here's what Frederick had to say. He said, "Our friend Pele, singer in the cult band Morbid, moved to Norway and started to sing in Mayhem. I guess Oystein Arseth got to hear us through Pele. DSP wanted to release us, and they got in touch." So Merciless, and this is an interesting claim. Curious what your thoughts are. This is Ekeroth, not me. So Merciless was the first really extreme Swedish metal band to get a recording deal after Bathory. They started to play numerous live gigs around the time and were soon recognized as the leading Swedish underground metal force. They became probably as well known for their outrageous metal. Oh, yeah, there we go. And then he's going to claim later, I thought it was in this quote, my bad, but he's going to say that he claims The Awakening is the first Swedish death metal album released on CD as an album before Left Hand Path and before, yeah. So I don't know. Because all the other stuff was just like collection, there's demos and stuff like that. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that claim.
I mean, I guess it's specific enough to be mostly true.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not saying
I
it's
don't
controversial.
really see it's. I don't think I've never really considered them I've always they've been like a proto death metal band.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here it is. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, that's just like I've always considered them like definitely part of the story, but not like kind of they were their own thing. They were that the bridge between thrash and death metal, but they weren't. Left Hand Path is like that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. So they record The Awakening.
But I'm not Swedish.
89. Yeah, that's true. And here's the claim. This is a sentence. He just says the first full-length Swedish death metal album was Merciless's blistering debut, The Awakening. So it's out there.
I enjoy it, but
basically, yeah. No, it's great, but yeah, it's weird because I've always, I'm like you. I think of Merciless as thrash. They're like hyper thrash. They're almost like sadists or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they've got a lot of death metal elements and some of that kind of stuff too. But
I feel like there is much, death metal as creator as death metal.
That's a good point.
They're kind of doing the same thing, just slightly more aggressive. Yeah,
it's like taking the 86 Pleasure to Kill. It's like the next level is like Merciless or something like that. Maybe. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So I just thought it was kind of cool thing. But yeah, it's recorded in summer of 89, but not released until 1990. And Mayhem were hanging out in the studio while they're recording it, which was kind of interesting. And so I wanted to share a couple of those kind of narrative from Frederick. He kind of tells the story. He's to record it within a week, and if I'm not mistaken, we used the same studio in Escalatuna where we had put Realm of Darkness out on tape. The guys from Mayhem came over and headbanged in the studio during the recording, and it was really fun since we hadn't met them before. I will never forget it. We had only seen Mayhem in pictures before, so we kind of expected a couple of macho men, 2 meters tall, heavily drunk, and their weapons drawn. Well, that was not the case. First entered Pele with his long legs and long blonde hair, and 2 other short guys with black hair lingered shyly behind him. It looked like Gandalf with the little hobbits from Lord of the Rings. Pele kept on talking about a bunch of sick things he had experienced in his little cabin in Norway as Oystein kept drinking Coke around the clock. He was also constantly talking about upcoming tours for Merciless across Eastern Europe. Necro Butcher, on the other hand, was a cool man who mainly wanted to drink whiskey. I fooled these guys that I had made a machine in which I burned feces, and they actually believed it. They ran around in my small apartment and screamed for me to show them my machine. Boy, were they disappointed when they didn't find anything. Mayhem were extremely great guys back then. They seemed happy when they went back to Norway with the master tape of The Awakening in the trunk of their old yellow Volvo with dice hanging from the rear mirror. It's true. Fuck, Pele, we miss you. See you. So, yeah, as the feces machine was pretty funny. It made me laugh when I was looking at that.
And these are all fucking kids still. It's
I
like
know, man. I know.
the
Yeah.
importance put upon, mayhem as this, terrifying thing. It's like it was enthusiastic children.
Oh, yeah. And it says, how did the Awakening rate with these crazy recording session? And Ekeroth says it's mainly hyper-aggressive speed metal in the vein of their demos. Occasionally, they got closer to death metal structures, such as the double kick drum and crushing guitar intro of the opener Pure Hate. He talks about Raga's angry screams. He says, sadly, they never got on that Eastern European tour since Mayhem wasted all of the Death-like Silence money on bombs and blood on their own ill-fated tour. So just kind of a little highlight reel there. And it says the Awakening never sold many copies. The initial pressing was limited to 1,000. So
CDs.
They didn't. He doesn't say. That's my assumption.
Because I think the version I've got the record of The Awakening. I think it's on Osmos, reissued.
Okay.
Maybe it's something else, because I've got it probably 10 years ago or more.
They've got the
It might even be a
original,
bootleg. I don't know.
the original DSL CD. I think I don't know if I got it online auction or if Chris helped me get it. I don't remember where I got it from. So, but yeah. And then basically the last kind of statement here is he says, the new hot things. Oh, he basically, okay, here goes. The Awakening never sold, but he says they might have been a little too crude for the wider audience, and their Germanic thrash style might have been been considered a bit dated. The new hot things were the fat sound of Entombed and the complex song structures of Morbid Angel. But I think the main reason for Merciless's commercial failure is that they were released by a very obscure underground label. Oystein couldn't really promote them. Plus, he was probably very busy with his own master plan for black metal. Instead, a band from Stockholm took Swedish death metal to the next level, both artistically and commercially. Of course, I'm talking about Entombed. So that's kind of how he ends his little part there on Merciless. So
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums up their place right
Yeah,
there. That
that's
people thought what they were doing was a little passe
Yep.
compared to, what was coming up. So
Yep. So they were kind of, wrong place, wrong time, but still a good band, and certainly
Absolutely.
valued, and a band that I think everybody in the scene loved, but it was also kind of like past them as the young people were kind of coming up or something, in a weird way. So
yeah, they were there a little too early.
So we're gonna hear 4 tunes from The Awakening: Realm of the Dark, Pure Hate, The Awakening, and Bestial Death, and just a couple thoughts on each one. But Realm of the Dark, I said, was kind of definitely hyper thrash. It's more savage, like Dark Angel or Creator, Sodom, Holy Terror, Sadist, those kind of bands. Definitely toe the line. This is where I wrote Nocturnus. I got a little bit Nocturnus feel sometimes during some of the solos and the shred near the end of Realm of the Dark.
Might even be the guitar tone or something too that feels
Yeah,
that
I
way.
think you're onto something too. It's got that kind of that.
There's even like Samael and Corner kind of
Oh yeah,
sounds in there too.
yeah, I can get that too. Yep. Then we get Pure Hate, and this is the one that Ekeroth says kind of proto death metal in a lot of ways, slices right through you. The scream chorus is kind of like that's the Creator. That's like Pleasure the Kill, but like leveled up. It's kind of got that. He's got very much a similar style of singing that you hear in Creator and stuff. Then The Awakening, and as we as we've read and pointed out, this is really interesting. Yeah, the drumming, and this is in the book, and they kind of talk about it. I didn't read this section, but it says the drumming is using what they refer to as the hyper snare intense sound that falls between a blast beat and normal thrash. And you heard it in like early Sepultura, Volcano, and like the French band Aggressor with 1G. And Morbid Saint, I think, even did a little bit of that hyper snare thing too. So I don't know if you've ever heard that before. I had never heard it until I came across like Ekeroth and others kind of talking about how that was the ingredient that made Merciless kind of weird, is that they weren't doing thrash drumming, but they weren't quite at the blast beat. There was something like in between, and it had to do with that snare. I don't know. So yeah, as
Like
a drummer, I
that
didn't know if you could
the
kind of hear what he's
primitive
talking
the
about.
primitive Brazilian kind of
I think so. I think that's
Thing?
kind of where it kind of comes from a little bit. So I thought that was kind of
The
cool.
thunder drums
Must be, yeah.
that would come in for, an Emperor and, every
Yeah.
other black metal band.
Yeah. So so who knew?
Because
Merciless were
Bathory probably was
innovators.
the first to
Yeah, that's
popularize
true.
it in black metal, but
That's probably where you get it too. Yeah, it's a little
South
bit
America had a lot more to do with the sounds of extreme thrash than I ever really
hmm
thought. So
Yep. And I'm sure I think we know that down the road there's going to be a international thrash episode on the Brazilian South American kind of scene that was going on, because there's some definitely interesting things going on there. So
yeah,
and then we close, or not close, but with the last song from The Awakening is Bestial Death. And it's just like 2 minutes of fucking pounding fury. It feels like it's gonna come off the tracks. This is like Morbid Angel kind of altars type shit, where it's just like, whoa, chainsaw riffs, and there's even some cool melodies that like find their way inside the brutality, which I think is pretty clever on their part.
I
So
think from hearing some of the stuff as when I was a lot younger, it just sounded like noise, like there wasn't a differentiation between things. But now I think it's actually pretty well structured with, with breaks and little melodic parts and like little drops, all this atmospheric kind of stuff that kind of adds a lot more than I think what I thought initially.
yeah, no, I agree. I don't know if there's a band until we did this, documentation. Like I heard them and liked them, but I never like thought about what they were doing. It was just
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's cool stuff. So, and then basically after the dysfunction of the, Death Like Silence debacle, they signed with Active Records, who had just signed Therion and who had kind of gotten big by putting out Atheist Piece of Time. And in a lot of ways, they kind of wanted in on the death metal craze. And so they actually went to Sunlight Studio to record the Treasures Within record.
Hmm.
And I just kind of wrote, the crunchy guitar and the Swedish death metal kind of drumming style, it didn't fit them quite as well in a weird way as the debut. It almost sounds more evil, the Awakening does, even though they
I
get
think
the
so.
death metal production.
Yeah, I think the production on Treasures Within is kind of flat.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's Sunlight Studio in like the prime era, but there were a lot of copycat kind of Swedish bands that were doing that at the time. So
Hmm.
maybe it just kind of falls into that a little bit. Um, it's almost like the Treasures Within didn't see the other problem is they recorded it, sorry, I think in 1990, and it didn't see the light for like it got delayed for like a year and a half by the time it came out in 92. I think they recorded it in like late 90, and
Hmm.
maybe if it had come out then when it was recorded, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, it's hard to say. Maybe
It's like a lot of
sometimes
those
that
things,
happens.
yeah, like Dismember and a lot of these
Exodus,
bands where
yeah.
things come out like back then a year was a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, that was like an eternity for some of these bands.
Yeah.
And there's a quote from Frederick about this era. He says, "We really never got going. I guess the problem was the record labels, which didn't push us enough. Some of it probably had to do with the fact that we didn't have a decent promoter. We didn't know anything about such things back then. I'm convinced that we would have become much bigger if we had released The Awakening on Creator's label or something like that. The Germans were mad about our music back then, but fuck it all. I don't regret anything. Merciless will always remain an underground group. Flag of hate." So there you
There we
go.
go.
Yeah.
And that's first,
And
I think the Awakenings, the art, the like woodcut,
uh
black and white with a red logo, like that's
kind of
very,
necro.
very
It's pretty
black
cult.
metal.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
like that
necro and
looks
cult.
like what was the last? Was it Agony and Ecstasy of Wutane record? That
Yeah.
design looks very influenced by, you know, the Merciless logo and this type of kind of aesthetic. So
hmm
it's definitely even from just like a design standpoint, I think a pretty strong, more so than Unbound looks like a kind of a knockoff of Seagrave or something, even though it might be a Seagrave, I'm not sure.
I don't remember either. Yeah, it looks like the most standard 1994 death metal kind of stuff that was coming out at
It
that time.
looks like a Malevolent Creation cover.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, not wrong. But the title track we're gonna play, Treasure Within, I said, it's got the warm sunlight guitar. It's cool if you're death metal, but it doesn't really fit them 100%. What they
Yeah,
were trying to do.
yeah.
I said overall, I listened to the whole thing a couple times. And I was like, it's a cool record. It's not bad. I don't. It's just kind of a step down from the intensity of The Awakening, I suppose.
Hmm.
Um, it's kind of like I don't know how familiar you are with them. I think they're a band I need to spend more time with, but it reminds me and often gets compared to Sadist, Swallowed in Black, which is kind of like where Sadist slowed down a little bit, and some people were like, we don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
you guys were doing this unique hyper thrash thing on your early records, and then Swallowed in Black's a little more breathing room, and that's cool, but there's other bands that do that better, so like just do the thing that you were doing that was unique instead of trying to do what everyone else is doing, I suppose.
Yeah, that was, I don't know, that's kind of like an old music genre or music industry thing where like the older bands need to step up and be relevant. But I think that's
Mhm.
kind of been proven mostly like that's not a good strategy. Like just
Yeah,
stick with what you uniquely do and you'll find an audience. It might not be as big as, you might get a bump because you kind of sound like somebody else, but I think in the long term it's good just to have your own
yep.
kind of unique thing going on.
Look at Bolt Thrower and ACDC.
I
You know what
know.
I mean? Like there's your standard there. So and overall just on the album, the riffs are a little more technical and complex, which if you like that, cool. But
Yeah.
that's not what Merciless was really known for. Like
Yeah,
it's like go for the
I always
jugular.
go back to the Awakening if I'm going to listen to anything from them.
Yep. Yep. And then Unbound came out 2 years later in '94. It was recorded at Unisound, released on No Fashion. This must have been, I was thinking about '94, and I was like, this must have been very out of fashion with what was going on in '94. Black metal and even death metal, traditional death metal was kind of starting to decline, let alone thrash death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, um, but the two songs, I mean, I maybe like Unbound a little more than Treasures Within. It's weird. I don't know. Kind of
Production's
depends.
better.
Yeah. So I mean, the title track, it's got some cool galloping, kind of brutal riffs that kind of take up the mantle. You got a new drummer, Peter Stravvind, who will later be in Entombed.
Starnvind. Yeah, from
Stardvind, yeah,
Unanimated.
unanimated. Yep. So he's in on drums. I love the chorus to Unbound. It's cool.
Hmm.
And Nuclear Text, awesome. It's like a sick barn burning thrash song it's a sick barn burning thrash song for a dying embers of the genre until '98 when it will kind of reanimate itself with like Witchery and the Haunted and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
just cool. Again, good stuff, but not the Awakening. So yeah, so I think you get a nice little picture of Merciless's career in this next little set, and you can kind of decide for yourself, I suppose. So we're gonna hear 4 tunes from The Awakening: Realm of the Dark, Pure Hate, The Awakening, Bestial Death, and then the title track from The Treasures Within from 1992. And then from Unbound, we'll hear the title track and Nuclear Attack. In a lot of ways seems to be kind of a linchpin between, Bathory and then of course what's about to happen with Entombed and Nihilist and that sort of thing. Is that an oversimplification or is that a fair way of saying that Merciless was kind of the transition band, or would you say Morbid as well?
I mean, me and we probably saw Merciless as a death metal band.
Okay.
So they were just, I mean, that demo, what was this? Oh, but we also saw Sepultura as a death metal band, and probably saw those too. Those extreme thrash death. But
Yeah.
I thought of Merciless in the same way as I thought of Napalm Death. Basically, it was just this new extreme thing that was, not the same thing as Slayer. That was the feeling.
Yeah, it's like because there's a lot. I mean, you can listen like Scream Bloody Gore, and there's a ton of thrash in that as well, right? Same with
Yeah.
Possessed and stuff like that. So, I mean, I would almost put The Awakening and the the Realm of Dark and Behind the Black Door demos almost in
Yeah.
like that proto death thrash kind of thing that like Death and Possessed and like you said, Sepultura were kind of doing. But how important is Merciless and The Awakening and those demos to the story of Swedish metal, and not just thrash, but just Swedish metal in general?
I think they never really, got anywhere. But for the death metal scene, they were one of the most important bands because they played live a lot and they were fantastic. So you saw them they played with Sodom, they played with Sepultura, they played with, they were around. So that was one of the, and they were crazy. They were probably more known for how much they drank and, you know, crazy behavior than the music. they were just they were the for me, there was the quintessence of extreme metal was them, and they were, you know, completely hillbilly, you know, down to earth, real guys. There was no posing, there was no image at all. They were the real deal. That's, yeah. I mean, I hanged out with them, but I kind of feared them back then. You never knew what would happen.
Why do you think they didn't have a bigger appeal outside of Sweden? Because they're super important to Sweden, but why do you think they just didn't translate?
When they had a crappy record label, they were on the, you know, Euronymous, whatever it was called, then Poser Corps or.
Yeah.
And he had no distribution. It was just a very amateurish setup. So the Awakening, that album, kind of fell between. It should have been spread a lot more. It kind of disappeared. Yeah. And once they changed record, I don't remember who released the second.
We went to House of Kicks, maybe.
Yeah, but it was not a big label then either. It was just everything went bad for them. And then I think they ended up on No Fashion, the third one.
No Fashion, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
House of Kicks used to like do distribution for No Fashion.
Yeah,
I think that's why. Yeah, because it seems like by the time Treasures Within and Unbound came out, you know, like, I don't know, Merciless was sort of old hat for a lot of people, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, they just had bad luck. And then the drummer started to play with a Swedish band called Dia Salma that became extremely successful. So he had to leave and they had to change drummers. So, things just didn't go well for them.
Yeah, they just kind of have that. They're that band that kind of has the bad luck story of why weren't they bigger, you know, in a lot of ways, you know? Yeah. So, yeah, in America, that's like the American thrash scene. It's almost like Exodus kind of has that, you know, because Bonded by Blood took so long to get out, even though they were around at the same time as Metallica and Slayer. And they kind of like, that record's important, but like Exodus never got as big as they maybe could have because of some, you know, inner band working stuff and switching singers and, you know, that whole thing.
Yeah, all that. For me, that's still the best thrash metal band. That record is the best thrash metal record ever. The first yeah. And I never liked any of the other Exodus albums at all. So
it's tough. I mean, I can kind of get into their second one, a few songs, but yeah, it's like Bonded by Blood is so so huge and everything else. It's almost like the Awakening, you know, right before you get to the second and third Merciless. It's like it stands out so much more, you know, in a lot of ways.
But the second Merciless has a horrible guitar sound. The whole production sucks.
Yeah.
So that is another thing that killed them. They had the demo and the first record sounds amazing, and then they never came near that again ever.
monster dreams. I just lie in the ground. I can move, I can see, I can hear a fucking sound. Got to be a stand, it's not to be a reality. Don't lead to darkness, but against humanity. Now, what do you see? Don't fall to sanity. Down, miserable, fighting a Maninnya. I'm still active, never be the eternal. Please let me enter, my will with a holy sword. You hate. Going into nowhere, just give me to follow. Really don't know what I'll be tomorrow. I was found among the grids. I just lie in the ground. I can move, I can see, I can hear a fucking sound. Look at me instead. It's time to be a reality. Journey into darkness, fight against humanity. Going into nowhere, you're asking me to follow. I really don't know where I'll be tomorrow. Now, what do you see? Don't want to sanity. Down, miserable, fighting a Maninnya. I'm still like that, whatever will be the eternal. Please let me enter, my will with a holy sword. You hate. No pain, I must no longer deny. I'm your God, obey me or die. Not a son at last, I am free. For the vengeance of your destiny. In my dreams, walls of despair. In my mind, I know there's nothing there. Labor on my suffering and pain. Soon I'm losing earthly domain. Hate is the only word I know. And my heart is black and so cold. Awakening, you awakening. Don't hear, that's the way it's gonna be. For you my eternity. Now, the soul belongs to me. So down on your fucking knees. Fall into the dark. Slip off your bleeding heart. This fucking world is mine. I should know it never die. Wicked, wicked, wicked. denied. I'm your god. Obey me or die. Not a son at last I am free. Born in vengeance, I'm your destiny. In my dreams, walls of despair. In my mind, I know there's nothing there. Wicked, wicked, wicked. yearning to dream that forever I hope it will last. I feel unbound. You are diamond dream. I am unbound. You are diamond dream. Watching, looking, eternal dawn, running off in the dream I was born. Screaming, crying, please take me high, dreaming, flying, never to die. It's yearning to dream that forever I hope it will last. I feel unbound in my diamond dream. I am unbound in my diamond dream.
Nuclear attack, take one.
Start to cry in pain. What's having you insane? Something smells decay. Like it's a day of brain. You get the time. We survive free. The ends of me. Come your sons and damned. Don't you go sad. Continue you hungry. You're this eternal slave. That's around you. Come on. Suck your pain. You will die. Spread blade across the sea. Throughout the world.
And I guess, as we wrap up kind of the thrash story, when the Swedish thrash revival began with, some of the Gothenburg bands, obviously the Haunted, the Crown, Hypnosia, Witchery, what do you think prompted this like thrash revival finally, breaking into the more metal mainstream, a decade after thrash had, you know, hit its peak in America and Germany and in these sort of places? What was it? Dormant fandom? Was it just wanting to get away from death metal that did it? Like, why do you think it took like so long for thrash to finally have its moment, I suppose, in Sweden?
I think that metal, it was great until 1991, but then things started to go wrong with metal. And it just got worse and worse and worse in the 90s. In like 98, it was the lowest point of metal ever. And so I guess people started to, metal used to be great. Why don't we play great riffs anymore? And a band like The Haunted just restarted the whole, and came up with it. I mean, the first Haunted album, the first time I heard it, I was like, oh yeah, metal used to be good riffs.
Yeah, that was like the Witchery record too. That's kind of how when I heard that, I was like, "Ooh, this is fun." This is like the way metal should feel.
And also a band like Niflheim, I think.
Oh yeah, yep.
Had really good riffs.
Yep.
So,
yeah, we did a show on them recently, and just really gained an appreciation for them. Although, I don't know. I mean, I guess they have black metal sort of stuff, but they're really kind of doing thrash and all that stuff. It's just blackened,
They are a band who have riffs. Many black metal bands don't have that, so that's a difference, because they come from a completely heavy metal background, Iron Maiden, and so they think about music in a certain way.
Speaking of which, have you heard that new Hellbutcher record?
It's fantastic.
That's fun. That's one of my favorites this year for sure. So
it's so good. And I mean, it has so good musicians on that. The Lopez from Opeth and Fredrik Folkare from Unleashed. So it's just like a super band.
Yeah, absolutely. Dare I say, I don't know. It's probably too soon to say it, but I almost enjoy it more than some of the stuff Niflheim's done. But that's, I don't know. I won't. Mark and I have had that conversation off mic, and he feels the same way.
Yeah,
what's that?
Some of the songs are as good.
Yeah. It's just maybe it's just it's like a more of a, like, I can drive around and listen to that record and it just doesn't get old. It just has that kind of fun, eternal kind of feeling. But we'll see if it lasts. You just heard Nuclear Attack, Unbound, The Treasures Within, Bestial Death, The Awakening, Pure Hate, and of course we started the Merciless set with Realm of the Dark. And we heard from Ekeroth at the beginning and at the end as he said his kind of final farewells, and he kind of talked in that last little bit briefly about just his thoughts on the thrash revival at the gates and Witchery and some of that a little bit. So we're not covering that era because with all these international thrash, we try and keep it in that traditional range of thrash, 90s to early, or 80s to early 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This could be an endless episode if you just kept going with Swedish thrash, but I think Merciless is the last of the kind of traditional thrash bands that emerged out of that era, I suppose. So
yeah, I would agree.
So I guess as we wrap up, wrapping up the thrash, scene in Sweden there, we've kind of got this coda or kind of epilogue with the vacuum of Norway's barren scene. And this is something you and I were kind of talking about before, just when we were kind of bullshitting and stuff, this idea of like how they skipped steps of metal evolution in Norway, mostly kind of went right, to death and black metal, and barely did death metal. They just kind of like boom, they were there.
Yeah.
You got like that first Dark Throne and Old Funeral. Like we'll debate, they're probably more death than thrash, but it's probably like a 80, 90-10 or something like that. But
Yeah.
it's just really weird. But the weirdest part is that for a country that skipped thrash in the 80s and early 90s almost, altogether, they reawaken blackened thrash, and it becomes like such a huge part of the last 30 years of Norwegian black metal type music. It's almost like they yearn for something they never had, so they just kind of went back to that German stuff and recycled it back into, through the black metal lens, I suppose. It's a very, I don't know, it's just a weird way of doing it compared to what other countries' metal scenes did, I suppose. I don't know. What are your thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
it's almost like in a roundabout way of doing like what punk rock was trying to do is get back to the roots of rock and roll. Trying to get back to the roots of what made, extreme, I guess extreme, like the early extreme metal,
Yeah.
a thing.
Do you think like Norway, because they lacked like really any significant musical movements like on an international scene throughout the, as far as I know, the 70s, 80s, etc., they didn't have like an ABBA, or they didn't have, any of those kind of bands that sort of broke, Europe, whatever, broke through a bit. It's almost like they were simultaneously all together in the 90s going through all of their cycles of musical genres through the lens of metal, because like you said, they never had like Norwegian punk, like say Sweden had a lot of punk and hardcore, as a lot of other countries kind of did. I don't think there
Yeah.
was a lot in Norway.
Not
So
that I'm aware of. Yeah.
you had black metal bands that were doing thrash. You had black metal bands that kind of like were very out of the punk aesthetic and DIY. You also had black metal bands that were doing folk music.
Hmm.
You had black metal bands that were doing their own version of prog. Like they didn't really have, like Sweden had progressive bands, like definitely, if you talk to Michael Ackerfeld, they were definitely 70s and 60s
Oh,
Swedish
totally.
prog rock shit. I don't know if Norway did, so it's like so like you had like all the like Dadhamsgard and those bands that were doing like really fucking bizarre art rock, black metal, and like, what I'm saying? Nor
Yeah.
weird, as Jeff Wagner likes to call it. It's almost like they were working through all of the history of like late 60s through like 90s music, but all at the same time through the lens of
I
black
feel like they
metal.
were kind of I'm basing this on some actual stuff and not just feelings, but that enslaved documentary we talked about off air,
Yeah.
I think, from my rudimentary understanding of the history of Norway, that they were kind of a poor country until the 70s when the oil was
And they
discovered.
discovered oil. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So just like there was not much television, there was, I think, with having that influx of money come in, I think it upped. This is just my guess.
Yeah, sure. Hey,
People, you get money, you want like what people want, rock and roll music. They want this, like getting stuff
cultural
imported
expression
in.
of westernization. Yeah,
Because I think they were kind
you're
of
in the
their
club.
own
Yeah.
insular country at that point. I think that influx of money and made them, kind of brought another level of art, into a country that was kind of struggling to get by and, pretty, miserable circumstances for most of the year. It's probably worry about survival and, traditionally, a fishing, culture, not a whole lot of agriculture, very seasonal.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the money
a
of
really
the
good point.
70s kind of maybe, boosted a lot of their like, bumped them up in a class to where like the kids are bored. They don't have to go out and work the fields. They can, figure out, well, I want to hear rock and roll music. Oh, well, we're importing all this stuff now. So that's
Yeah,
my
and if you don't have like
hypothesis.
the economic strife, then you're gonna sort of find social and political strife, and it's like what Fenres talks about. That like Norway was too comfortable, and so like they were like almost rallying against the comfort, and like the
Yeah.
it was like black metal needed to disrupt the sort of like flaccidness of like Norwegian society or whatever, and create its own enemies. Like, yeah, everything's good, but I'm angry about how like normal everything is, or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean when you have like modern like teenagers and stuff now, there's not a whole lot of, I mean, of course there's like, food insecurity and other stuff, but like when all of your basic needs are met, you don't ever have to worry about going to war, to being drafted. You don't have to worry about where your food comes from. You just are there. You find things that might not be a huge big deal, but you turn them into, like this is what my thing is that I want to like rally against, or I want to draw attention to, or whatever. Like very comfortable societies that have, for the most part, we're the richest country in the world, and if as far as everybody is concerned, I'm sure like, Middle East and everybody's a little higher per capita, but the population is completely different. But everybody's pretty comfortable in historical terms. We don't have like a Dust Bowl kind of situation. And I think that's like punk rock came out of that, extreme metal came out of, suburban bored kids. Like,
but I think what's unique to us compared to like Norway is a lot of our most lasting cultural things, certainly from a musical standpoint, emerged out of racial and political strife in a lot of ways. This sort of merging of black and white culture in the 50s, and this, Jim Crow versus, what I mean? There was like this weird relationship there, and that added to the tension and appeal of rock and roll to teenagers who were looking for a different way and path of the institutions and political beliefs and social beliefs that their parents had. And you could even say the same thing in the 60s with like, Vietnam and civil rights movement also galvanizing a lot of the music that sort of came out of that. And I think, I'm not saying that's always been there, but that's like the initial, that's part of what I teach in rock history in a lot of ways. That's the galvanizing sort of thing. So it's like we had more natural things to formulate our rebellion, whereas a country like Norway that's fairly homogenous, not involved in big global conflicts and wars, and they have to almost create it out of something different because they don't have those natural barriers like we did with racial dimensions and things like that were essentially baked into some of our social fabric. Yeah, we were fairly affluent, at least white America was. You could look at different groups in the 50s that weren't, and some of that stuff. So it's so I think we had a natural path to that, and it naturally evolved that way because of some of those social and political constructs that were there to create that rebelliousness in a lot of ways. Like we had things that were actually more tangible to yell about and create rebellious rock and roll music based stuff, whereas Norway had to almost look at traditional institutions that weren't necessarily like oppressive but could be seen as oppressive, like the church, where they're like, you're not like the 15th century Catholic Church, but you're still like oppressing our desire to lean into our pagan ways or our pagan culture that we feel like we want to know more about, and yet you tell us we're not allowed to look at that. And you know what I mean? Like they had to almost like push deeper to find the things to be rebellious about, I guess.
Yeah, they had to go back to what is their true historical cultural identity. It's not Catholicism.
Yeah,
we were the first, world travelers, really. That we, there might have been something before, but as far as the historical record's concerned, they're kind of the first to really go all over the world and kill and steal shit from other people.
Sure. So I guess, if there are, I know we have a lot of international fans and stuff, but I'd be curious if we have somebody from Scandinavia that kind of, has their pulse on this and stuff, feel free to write us. I as somebody who studies culture, teaches culture, but hasn't lived in this culture, we're definitely outsiders observing based on what we've heard from Fenrez and, the Enslaved documentary and just what we've kind of context clued. But, if somebody who's a little bit older maybe than us and kind of knows that history a bit, feel free to reach out. I'd love to know more about it, honestly, because it would help me unlock Norway's weird history, You know, I think
Yeah.
I understand Sweden a bit. You know, I have a better pulse because it's been more documented. Even Finland to some extent has more scholarship on that. But
Hmm.
yeah, and Finland's not as like wild. You know, Norway's wild in terms of like how crazy the black metal stuff went, but also the subgenres that grew out, whether it's Ulver or you know, like I said, Dodheimsgard or these, you know, even R Noir doing like their, you know, it's like boom, you know, like everybody just ran in like a ton of different directions out of the same pool, you know.
Yeah.
It's really, really weird and cool. That's what makes it really fascinating, I think, you know. So I don't know. Anyways, there we go. I think we did something there, Mark. I think we pontificated
We just unlocked
some
it.
some deep thoughts. Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope we got near the surface at least, you know. So, but I
Well,
guess like
at least we're thinking. At least
yeah,
we're
we're trying
trying to
trying
think
to
about
figure it out.
stuff and try to understand
That's it.
other
Yeah.
cultures and dimensions of
Yeah, but I do think
experience.
context matters. You know, I mean, that's kind of always
Yeah.
been the foundation of our podcast in a lot of ways is putting things in context. You know, helps unlock the mysteries of why things are. You know,
Or at least,
so
yeah, at least trying to understand them better.
yep. So I guess, you know, if there was a singular kind of band that kind of, I guess their version of Heavy Load, I suppose, would be Arch, who formed in '82 and are definitely more traditional power speed metal. They're not really thrash, but you know, I wrote, got to start somewhere. Um, and the name is interesting. It's an acronym that stands for Another Return to Church Hill, and the band was fascinated by the concept of both reincarnation and people's relationship to going back to the church continuously throughout their life through baptism, communion, marriage, and funerals. It's kind of an interesting. And in the song "Reincarnation," we're going to hear kind of speaks to that. You know, that came out on the Another Return record from 1988. So, um, well, it's the dude who's singing is named Eric Hawk. I think he's got pretty cool vocals. Reminds me of like Metal Church or something like that. He's from
Pretty traditional heavy metal.
yeah, he's from Iceland, so that's kind of you know a little international flavor there. But yeah, I just wrote you know big Metal Church vibes in terms of the stuff, but not a lot to say about Arch, I suppose. You know, but
Solo
again,
goes on forever.
yeah, yeah. I mean, they're pretty cool. You know, I could see myself if I found this in the wild, you know, for a reasonable price. You know, I would pick it up. It's a good like kind of traditional heavy metal record, you know. So,
Yeah.
but you know, in terms of like my research, and again, you know, this is if you know something I don't, I definitely reached out to some people or at least tried to, you know, some of our patrons or people who I know are in bands or maybe a little bit older. And I just kind of kept getting the same answer over and over that the really only substantial band that emerged in Norway that was actually like thrash was Equinox. And they come from Fredrikstad. Don't know where that is in terms of Oslo and Bergen. But they formed in '87 out of the ashes of a band called Rebellion, and the new name is a nod to their fandom of Sodom, so Equinox. And they put out their debut off Wiedersehen on Laughing Deer label, and three other albums that came after, all the way up until '94, which I think when they broke up. And all three of these songs kind of sit in order on the record, so that's why I just kind of it's like a little flow. You get a little trio kind of flow, and you get violins, the Floating Man, and House of Wonders. And, you know, it kind of starts with you know, violins and instrumental that leads into the Floating Man. And I got a very like Annihilator, Alice in Hell kind of styled, you know, vibe a little. Kind of kind of like we talked about before, sort of like Megadeth style in terms of toned down tech thrash. Like it's tech thrash that's approachable. It's not overly techy the way that like Megadeth records were kind of complicated, but also like approachable. Maybe I don't know if that
Yeah, with a
makes
little
any
edge. I
sense.
think, yeah, my initial thought was that all these guys they had like a music class together.
Yeah, yeah, probably
Because
right. They're
the way
all
that
very
everything
skilled.
is just like, holy Jesus.
Yeah. Well, and Jeff Waters from Annihilator is like a shred guy that just happened to be a thrash dude. You know what I mean? That's what
Yeah.
makes Alice in Hell such a like weird record. You know. Um, Healthy dose of Hetfield on the vocals, although
Yes.
I listened to the whole album just because I wanted to like know. And some of the other songs that we didn't play there's a lot more like Blackie, Hansi style raspy stuff, which is pretty cool. It just didn't
Okay.
emerge as much in these three songs, I suppose. But
There's almost rapping too.
yeah, here's like a rhythmic kind of thing going on. Um, and even like it's like songs like Floating Man remind me of those like left of center thrash bands like a Snow White or Holy Terror, or even some of like the non Big Four German thrash type stuff where you're like,
Mhm.
oh, that's kind of unique. It's still thrash. It's a little weird, but it's not as like immediately catchy as like Sacred Reich is, or something like that. It's
Yeah.
like a little weird, around the edges.
Well, it's just interesting this far in to see how big that thrash explosion really was, and how much
Mhm.
of it we never saw
Yeah,
until
no shit.
years and years later.
I know. So yeah, so we'll get they're kind of the centerpiece thrash band, I guess, in terms of traditional thrash. But at the end of this set, to kind of tack on and kind of tell a bigger story beyond thrash, I suppose. Um, the only other pre-black metal band with thrash elements, as well as definitely death metal elements, was this band Old Funeral, and they're a band I've always known by reputation. I don't know if I really ever listened much to Old Funeral. I don't know if that stuff was ever available back in the day to be heard.
I've
I don't
only
know.
probably heard it on, like, the first time was probably online somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know.
Like
I
a
remember
song here or there, but
people talking about it, but until maybe YouTube, emerged. And I don't even know if I really went seeking it once YouTube came out, because it's like one of those things you know, doesn't get talked about a lot, but you think about it. You're like, oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Those guys did come from that that band Old Funeral or whatever. But um basically they put out their first demo in 89 was called The Fart That Should Not Be. And that's it's for real. That's a real thing.
that's a
Uh,
Metallica reference
yes,
there.
definitely there. And that's probably it's poorly recorded. That's probably the thrashiest of the things, but I didn't really want if I was gonna play an Old Funeral song, let's listen to a song that's actually like kind of better. And
Do you have the complete 88 to 92?
no, do they have like a box
It,
set kind of thing?
it's called, I think it's just a single CD, but
Oh,
Old Funeral, it says our condolences, and it's like this old horse-drawn carriage with a casket that fell out the back.
oh shit.
So it's
Oh,
like I like the
they definitely have a
tongue-in-cheek
sense of
humor
humor.
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, I need to pick that up now after doing this episode. I
Let me see
forgot.
when
I
that
think,
was released.
yeah, shit. It's like right in my wheelhouse of
Oh,
like
there's a
a,
couple different.
is there? Okay.
Old
I
Coffin
saw,
Days is another one. That's
okay.
cassette though. Nobody wants that.
No, I wonder if
Our
they're,
condolences, 2013, Soul Cellar Records.
I have
It
to go on
is two
Discogs.
discs. Yeah.
Okay. Might be a Discogs thing because I doubt I can find it somewhere else right now, but,
And it's
um,
got I bet
here I go.
is on it.
Okay. So it's got both
Um,
demos and then probably the EP, I
yeah,
suppose.
Varg is on it as well. So yeah, neither one were in the same time,
Nope.
but
Well, for people that don't know, here's the timeline. When you get to Abduction of Limbs in 90, basically that featured Tor Bratseth on guitars, who would go on to be in a band called Bombers, kind of a Motorhead tribute band, and also a band called The Battalion. Um, and then you had this guy named Padden on drums, and he would go on to do Amputation and also do live drums for Immortal in 92, 93. And of course, you have Olve Ikama on bass and vocals, better known, Mark, as who? Yes, Abath, from who emerge out of Old Funeral and help form Immortal. And then, just for purposes, we're going to hear a song from Abduction of Limbs, the title track here in a moment. But after that, after he left, they replaced a couple of the members when they recorded their pretty much full on death metal EP, Devoured Carcass. There's hardly any other thrash elements. Ironically, they recorded it for Thrash Records, and Olve was replaced by a guy named Thorlock on bass, Pade on vocals, and they brought in a new second guitarist named Kristen Vikernes. Of course, Varg. He will change his name to soon. And so a really interesting kind of like pedigree for such a just kind of a singularly band, a band that barely, existed. But also their claim to fame too is that this EP or this demo, Abduction of Limbs, is the first recording ever done in Greek Holland. Um, so that's kind of historically important,
Yeah.
the studio in Bergen that's kind of known for its black metal and stuff. So yeah, so more of like a historical oddity for people if you're kind of trying to get the story. And I think, as we tell this story, we're talking about morbid and we're talking about, these weird pieces that, even though neither the Norwegian or Swedish thrash scene was very big, it seems like it was a progenitor for all the things that we on this podcast, Mark and I, and I'm sure all of you love. And that's really interesting,
Totally.
So,
And another interesting fact, the fart that should not be the first track
yeah.
is called The Lovely Stench of an Egg Fart. Instrumental.
I wonder if they did like the stink bombs on stage when they played live just to like fucking terrorize the crowd. That would
Yeah,
be
to their two friends and
their
one
two
person that
friends.
walked in on accident.
Yeah, six. So their friends are just pissed. But the song itself, it's definitely more death metal than brutal thrash of the first EP, but slow, moshy breakdowns a couple times. There's some trace elements of thrash, like at the 3-minute mark, but it's overall just kind of a novelty to talk about this band who exist in this in between time before black metal and kind of post other things. And then once, like as Mark and I are kind of talking about, once the floodgates of black metal broke open, some of those members from a lot of those early, second wave black metal bands began forming black thrash bands that threw back to the old kind of brutal, primitive German and Brazilian thrash kind of style. And one of the first was a band called Inferno, and they had their debut Utter Hell in 1996, and they had Bestial Tormentor on guitar, who will later go on to play in Coffin Storm.
Oh, yeah.
Necro Devil, who was the drummer for Beyond Dawn. He drummed a little bit for Ved Buen Ende and Lamented Souls. And then Aggressor, Carl Michael Eid, who is also going to be in Ara Noir, Ved Buen Endes, Cadaver, Dodheimsgard, and he's actually in the demo era, Ulver and Satyricons. So kind of a, pretty like a guy that was just sort of in the middle of a lot of kind of interesting things. And all you really need to know about this song Torment Her is it's just pure Sodom destruction creator worship. There's
It's
just
like
like
a
nothing.
creator ripoff of
Yeah.
the chorus of Torment Tor.
Yeah.
Instead of
Torment
Torment Her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So kind of cool. So let's get into it. We've got Arch doing Reincarnation, and then we've got the trio from Equinox, violins, The Floating Man, House of Wonders. Then we've got Old Funeral doing the demo of Abduction of Limbs, and we'll end with Inferno's Torment Her from 1996.
Because of you, now we don't know nothing at all. Feeling all this morning agony. There is only love in money. footfall on your heart to touch every sea. But you drop it in your touch of bed. And your conscience is the way in your head. Your dark pieces of fire in the back. You're a tormented man. Tormented. Tormented. Torment the bits.
That was Torment Her from Inferno, Abduction of Limbs from Old Funeral, House of Wonders from Equinox, The Floating Man Equinox, Violins, the instrumental that started that trio. And then we opened the whole set with Arch and Reincarnation. So, yeah, as we kind of wrap things up here, just a couple of reminders to give us some feedback, requiemmetal at gmail.com. Please, on Apple Podcasts, leave us a review. We had to years ago, for those of you that are not OG Requiem people, we had to switch over to another feed. And we lost our whole bank of reviews. We had like 100 reviews up there. It was really good stuff, 5-star stuff. So we do appreciate any of that. It does help give us a little bit of attention. Share our podcasts on social media, when you like episodes, things like that. And check us out on all the socials, Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, all that kind of stuff. We're floating around there. Some we use more than others, but we do get the feedback. People sometimes leave comments on Instagram that sometimes I remember to screenshot, and it's like sometimes I can't keep track of it because sometimes it's like a month in between when we record and stuff. But we do appreciate all and any of that kind of attention and stuff like that. And then,
Absolutely.
as I mentioned before, Patreon, we do really appreciate all the people that do support us on Patreon. And, if you would like to, recognize the fact that we've tried to cut all commercials out and do, play full songs and really, put a lot of time and research and buy lots of books and things like that so that we can put out the most like academically astute episodes. We do appreciate that. I know that this is, episodes made for long road truckers and construction workers that work by themselves, but you listen in pieces. We're kind of putting a month's worth of episodes in one episode, so you can kind of come back to the episode when you need to, that type of thing.
Audiobook.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's like when I listen to hardcore history episodes, they're all 6 minutes or 6 hours, 7 hours long. But yeah, check us out on patreon.com/Requiem Metal or Requiem Podcast. I can't remember what it is, but if you search on Patreon for us, you'll find us. And as I said, there is a contest. Once again, if you are interested in the Mefisto CD, I will mail it out to one lucky winner, whoever is the first person to become a new Patreon for us or support us in some sort of way. We would really, really appreciate it. And so once I know who that is,
anywhere on planet Earth.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, I signed up for it, so it is what it is. So, but yeah, we do really appreciate that. So, but as we kind of wrap things up, we just heard from Inferno, and Aggressor was playing drums on that, but he was also playing drums with R Noir, and they formed in '93. We've done an episode on R Noir, so I'm not going to give you too much of a history behind them. You can go back and find that episode in the archives. Fun. We did that probably 10 plus years ago, back in the OG years, I suppose.
Mhm.
And they were formed with some pretty heavy hitters. Apollyon on vocals and guitar, and he's in a ton of bands. I
Played with
could,
Immortal on bass for
yeah,
many years.
yeah. So a lot of these guys just playing an infinite amount of bands. And then the guitar player for R Noir is a guy named Blasphemer, and he, of course, is famous for playing in Mayhem as a replacement for Euronymous. Also Nader Sadek, which is a really cool, like little singular band that kind of like a super group of kind of weird musicians that kind of came together. Do you ever
Mhm.
listen to that Nader Sadek record?
Years ago.
Yeah, it was really
I
interesting.
had
It had
like a weird, I don't know where it came from.
yeah, it just kind of like
Like
showed up.
I had a little, like a CD promo.
Yeah, same. It was like a thin line kind of
Yeah, I don't remember what label it was
cardboard.
on or anything, but
Yeah. But yeah,
where
he
it came
was
from, but
he played
everybody had
guitar
it.
on that. So, but yeah, um, you know, so again, we just wanted to end this episode by tipping our hat towards the first two kind of or two of the first three records that they sort of did. In fact, the middle one, which is my least favorite R Noir, I think it's Deep Tracks of Hell, like 98. Blasphemer's
Yeah.
not on that record, so it's probably why it's like my least favorite. So, but yeah, when you get to a band, Black Thrash Attack was their debut in 96, and the Merciless, which is their third record from '04. R Noir is like the quintessential when we talk about like the Black Thrash revival from Norway. They're kind of like at the center of that, in a lot of ways. Um, and songs like Conqueror, it's very, hyper thrash aggression. It's almost like a black metal Dark Angel or something like that. Pretty sick breakdowns, always catchy. That's the thing about them. No matter how necro they are, there's always some like element that hooks you in a little bit,
Totally.
And one of my favorite all-time songs, not just from R Noir, but like a song that like just makes me stand up and fucking headbang no matter what I'm doing, is Funeral Thrash. And I figured Funeral Thrash is kind of a poetic way to end a thrash metal episode. It also sort of, in a weird way, brings us back to the beginning, because there's definitely like baked in, that Bathory return, Born for the Burning kind of riffing, inside of it all in a weird way.
Yeah.
So we kind of come full circle back to where we started this whole episode. But it's an all-time because of that sick breakdown in the middle where, the funeral thrash kind of chant happens. And then Naughty Frost from Carpathian Forest is the guest vocalist on this song, and his vocals are fucking sick, at the end there. So I love it. It's good stuff. So any thoughts on R Noir as we say our goodbyes here, Mark? Not a lot of scholarship that we need to get into, but any
Check 'em
favorites?
out.
Yeah, it's good shit. Yeah,
It's good
you'll like
stuff.
it. Yeah,
You'll like
it
it.
warms the heart, kind of like Newer Dark Throne. It's just like good, wholesome, blackened thrash, fun, catchy, fucking Norwegian shit. So, yeah,
Honest to goodness, Black and Thrash.
it's like the Cracker Barrel of thrash.
No,
Black.
Cracker
No,
Barrel
I'm
has.
just No, I just meant like wholesome. It's just like warms the stomach. All right, the Bob Evans, maybe. I don't know.
Whoa, your idea of wholesome and mine are different.
All right, I was just like trying to think of some like I don't know, Norman Rockwell kind of like Wolf. Where would Wolfram Brimley in Our House, eat? If he had to choose, I don't know. He's diabetic, so it might
He's
be.
the diabetes. You got to watch out
Yeah,
for.
exactly. You got to watch
But
out.
the oats, Quaker oats, helps with the diabetes. As far
Right,
as
yes.
I remember him saying.
Helps keep you regular too, I imagine.
That's right.
And that takes us back to Old Funeral and this the fart that
Should
what
not
was
be.
it? The fart that should not be. Exactly. So, all right, we're obviously slap happy, so we're gonna get out of here. So enjoy Conqueror from Black Thrash Attack and the Funeral Thrash from the Merciless as we say our goodbyes. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, Scandinavian Thrash Attack Part 2, Sweden and Norway, I'm Jason.
Mark.